words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you that we could have a better life.
Would you bring me old you?
Or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never hold out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never hold out. We just wanna try some more. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never hold out. We just wanna try some more.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. 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 Got the summer feeling, come on. Give me the summer feel. Got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling. Line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, want your hands on my skin. Gotta get you,
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. There you go, telling a lie again. Messed up my mind, you want me to try again. The next Saturday night, I knew I didn't want you. Deep in your mind, I hope I always sought you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. Ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
That between mountains, forest and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready! Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Final here in South Africa. 8 players entered, but only 2 remain in contention for the top spot and title of Grand Slam champion. I'm your host, James Dash, as always, joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howe to be bringing you all of the action and our thrilling conclusion to the 2025 Freestyle Chess season. Can you believe it? One more day in paradise, one more day of incredible chess action ahead of us.
And what a journey it's been, right? Starting from back in February, the first moves in snowy winters of Weissenhouse to sunny South Africa. And it all comes down to this. We've seen it all. We've seen stars fall, legends being made, absolute creativity on the chessboard. It's been awesome, and it's showtime, the final day.
I can't believe it, James. We only met for the first time in February, and here we are now.
And now we're best friends.
Exactly, roomies.
Who would have thought?
Get a room, guys. Get a room.
Who would have thought? But we do have one more day of chess action coming your way. Of course, that grand final will be the marquee matchup. But let's reflect on what we saw take place just yesterday in our semi-final round. Let's pull up the bracket because all 8 players in this tournament are still in contention for something. We're playing for 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th place, respectively. But it's those 2 guys right there, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, who are duking it out for the top spot and the title of South African Grand Slam champion. From here, we can jump to the lower bracket just to get a picture of it all. Vincent Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave, who fell down yesterday, they're going to be fighting for a podium finish and 3rd place. Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, they're locked in battle for 5th, and then Parham Magsudlu and Hans Niemann, they're fighting it out for 7th.
Yeah, and what a day of chess this is going to be. I mean, of course, our marquee matchup is the grand final, but we're in for a treat. Let's not forget with Vincent and Vachier also fighting. It's a podium finish.
Yeah, a grand final that we only got as a product of those exciting semifinals, one which we have to relive. The final moments between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave goes to the tiebreak in a situation where people maybe not expecting it to, having Vachier been on the back foot through the earlier portions of their semifinal bout. And while he will fall down to the world #1, look at the respect shown between opponents. Look at the smile on Vachier's face. He really pushed Magnus to the limit.
Yeah, they both had smiles on their face. Magnus, the moment the hands were shaking there in quite emphatic fashion, he was smiling too. I think they just really enjoyed that fight. Of course, the stakes were high. They wanted to win, but they enjoyed the battle.
You know, I think that last moment, that handshake, stands for everything that is freestyle chess. It's creativity, it's courage, and it's clutch nerves.
Yeah, and it's about, as you mentioned already, new stars rising to challenge old legends of the chess world. Magnus Carlsen, while he is still going to prove himself to be a near insurmountable force, he beat Vachier-Lagrave there to go to the grand final. He's already secured himself the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Championship in terms of the year-long title. Impressive, to say the least, out of him.
2 slams under his belt as well, but I will tell you, I think the chess world knows it, that Magnus Carlsen is always hungry for more. He is the overall tour winner, but he wants to finish the year on a high. He wants to get that 3rd victory off the slam, so I think he's coming out with full guns blazing. He is inspired and motivated, but he's playing against, I think, peak performance Levon. What a year Levon's had, and I think this one's going to be a fireworks of a final.
Yeah, it didn't look that way at the beginning of the season. Weissenhouse, Levon, he was in a battle for last place. He was in the bottom kind of knockout there. And yeah, it's just got better. Even for Magnus, Weissenhouse, a bit of a struggle losing in the semi-finals. Paris started a bit shaky, but both of these 2 legends, as the year's gone on, they've got better and better.
And James, I think to me what's also very fascinating is that throughout the season, Levon and Magnus haven't played a single knockout match against each other. They've only faced in their round-robin faster format, so this will be their first head-to-head. Let's not forget what happened in Vegas with Levon knocking down Magnus in those tiebreakers, in that blitz. So for Magnus, he's looking for payback as well. And Levon said it himself yesterday, that it's a great privilege. This is the first time that he's actually feeling he's facing Magnus, simply because it's a faster format, to fight for that championship.
Yeah, happy not just to be in the grand final, but that the final grand final of the year gets to be against Magnus Carlsen. No one better to challenge if you are ultimately going to take the 5th and final Grand Slam title here in South Africa. Once again, let's remind ourselves of the 4 matchups, rather, that we have in store for us today. Starting, of course, from the bottom of the bracket, Hans Niemann, Parham Magsudlu. They're in the match for 7th place. Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi battling it out for 5th. Then we can go to that 3rd place matchup. Who will join the podium along our top 2? Vincent Keimer or Vachier-Lagrave? And then Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, a 2-time Grand Slam champion, up against our defending Grand Slam champion from Las Vegas in Levon Aronian. Those are the 4 matchups we have ahead of us. That's the rest of the chess that will be played on the freestyle circuit here in 2025. So let's start breaking it down for everybody at home. Initial thoughts on the matchups before we get too into the stylistic elements of each of them.
Ooh, I don't want to talk about odds too soon. But, I mean, Magnus has to start as the favourite, surely. He always does.
I think it's just going to be an epic battle. I completely agree. It's hard to bet against this guy. You know, he is sort of the king of the format himself with 2 slams, the way he's played. But I will say one thing. Magnus has shown signs of being human this entire tournament. He's had those moments of meltdowns, as he calls it himself. So I think Levon knows that he's done it before against Magnus. That has to be a confidence for him. And Levon knows that he's won the Sinkfield, Rapid and Blitz, Vegas Championship. He's had a fantastic year, peak form. He's going to put up his best.
And that's a really interesting point because, while Magnus has shown moments of weakness or signs of weakness, Levon, still undefeated, by the way, in the Grand Slam here in South Africa. Draws and wins only.
I mean, it's super impressive, right? And here we see some player cards. I gave Levon, before this event, a very high score for intuition. He's shown it in the tie breaks, defeating Hans Niemann, defeating Vincent Keimer, reacting. Yes, sometimes relying on luck, but always there, always fighting hard. When he gets a chance to attack, of course, he's fantastic. He will need every ounce of power, though, all of his energy to fight Magnus today.
And it's so much about how stylistically inclined these 2 players are. You know, we often speak about the artistry and creativity of Levon Aronian. And I think if he's able to get those kind of battles against Magnus, he will have his real shot. When it comes to positional battles, it's almost impossible. We saw what Magnus did in Game 1 against Sindarov. He just outclassed him when it was a strategic fight. So I think for Levon to try to get those positions out of the opening, the first 10 moves is going to be key.
I think it'd be wise for us to remind everybody at home what these players are playing for. Points, prize money, and, of course, overall tour standings. Yes, we mentioned that Magnus Carlsen has taken the top spot in the year-long battle, but there's still a competition for 2nd and 3rd there. So today is all important. That battle for 1st place is a difference between $200,000 and $120,000 just here in South Africa. Right? In 3rd place matchup, 80K, 60K, and, of course, those circuit points. Again, I think a lot of people might feel that those aren't relevant anymore because Magnus has already locked up the top spot, but 3rd place and 2nd place in the overall tour get 50 or 25 and 50 respectively, and there's still 3 people in the running for those 2 spots, David.
Exactly. For Levon Aronian, it's simple. Win today against Magnus, he locks up 2nd place. So not only the 80,000 difference between 1st and 2nd for this tournament, but also that 25,000 difference between 2nd and 3rd on the tour. So today for Levon Aronian, worth over $100,000.
Yeah, and Vincent, of course, and Fabiano are actually still in the running for a 2nd or 3rd place finish as well in the overall tour. There's a lot of possibilities, so we're not going to break all the different avenues for each of those players down for you just now. But here are the overall tour standings, just so you can take stock of everyone's current point totals. 85 points there for Magnus Carlsen coming out of the round robin. He's already locked up the top spot. It's Fabiano right now in the number 2 position. And then you're looking at the likes of Vincent, currently in 4th, and Levon, currently in 5th, trying to leapfrog their way up the standings and take home just a little bit more prize money.
Why not, right? The players, they want to win at the best of times, but they have so many extra reasons, especially here at Freestyle.
And, you know, this battle, this generational battle that we see in freestyle chess, I mean, you can see the end, the tour-long standings that we've got here. You've got the big 3s, Magnus, Fabi, Hikaru right at the top. That just goes to show how much experience counts. And it's also been a stage, a platform for the younger generation to shine. And 2 of them who kind of surpassed the others, you know, we had Nodabek, Gukesh, Arjun, so many of them, have been actually Vincent and Sindarov. Vincent winning Weissenhaus, Sindarov impressing us in the round robin there, his performance here, and they fight for 3rd today.
All right, let's dive into the head-to-heads now as we narrow towards our position lottery. We'll start from the bottom. We'll work our way up. It's that battle for 7th place. Hans Niemann, Parham Magsudlu. Quick thoughts there. Parham still struggling throughout the tournament, but Hans is also a person that now looks vulnerable in that 7th place matchup.
Yeah, it feels, of course, disappointing for both, but it does feel like Parham hasn't given up hope. Yesterday, he finally got a result, at least. He made it close against Fabiano. He got a draw. And, yeah, Hans, it does feel like, okay, if it wasn't going to be first place, maybe he just doesn't care as much anymore. So I'm going to say this is actually a 50-50. I think Parham is over the worst, and he puts up a real fight.
You know, both very streaky players, I would say, and I think I love watching Hans prove himself over the board, but Parham, with the performance he's had, my heart, my mind is rooting for him today, and I think it's going to be a close battle, but I hope Parham does it.
All right, from there to the 5th place matchup as we see Hans and Niemann making his way into the playing hall just moments ago, adorning that hot pink jacket and hoping to put on a hot, streaky performance here for us today. But it's Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi in the 5th place matchup. That might surprise some people based on the performances these guys have put up in past Grand Slam events. I would venture to guess that Fabiano is considered a favorite just because he's Mr. Consistency of, you know, times past. But Arjun is exactly the kind of guy and exactly the kind of player I feel like they can absolutely throw Fabi early in this round.
And I would say that Arjun's found himself in these 2 knockout matches pretty well, you know. He's fighting for these for the 5th spot right now against Fabi. They have a bit of history against each other. We see a scorecard that's pretty similar, 90 to 91. Their strengths as well, calculation, creativity. I think this is going to be quite a battle. Fabi a favorite on paper, but Arjun, he's capable of taking anyone down.
Exactly. He played really well against Hans yesterday, it has to be said. I went back, I looked at the games, and actually Arjun really brought his A game against Hans. So if he could do the same against Fabi, he's got a fantastic chance.
All right, well, now we can slow things down and talk about the 4 players who are fighting for podiums and better. Starting with our 3rd place matchup, 2 from the younger generation, is Vachier Sindarov up against Vincent Keimer. It's our first Grand Slam winner of the year. He showed us what he was made of in Weisenhaus. He showed us what he was capable of. Has not eclipsed that performance, of course, throughout the remainder of the year. And Vachier seems to be the opposite story. A slower start to his 2025, but ramping and peaking at exactly the right moments after the challenge that he put up to Magnus Carlsen just yesterday. I would hope he's still riding a high coming into this matchup.
He must be right. He left the playing hall with a smile on his face despite the result. He left the playing hall with his head held high, knowing that he outplayed Magnus Carlsen more than most people are capable of. Those numbers are going up next season. That is a guarantee. But yeah, I think it depends a lot on the first sets of games, the longer time formats. If Vincent can assert his style, get a position, he was a bit unlucky against Levon yesterday. I think Vincent's still a small favorite in the longer games, but if it comes down to the speed games, no doubt, Vachier, he's going to get them.
Yeah, that's Vincent's best shot to wrap up the match when it comes to that longer format. I think there is a favorite when we go into the shorter one. You know, Sindarov 5.5 out of 7 in round robin, super impressive. Takes down Parham Maksudlu without any problem in the quarterfinals as well. But for me, the most impressive performance of him was yesterday. He lost the match, but making that comeback in game 2 and almost doing it twice against Magnus, it just shows what this guy is made of. He belongs right here, the youngest ever World Cup winner. And I will say it's also stylistically a bit of a clash between these 2 players. I think maybe given the form, Vachier a slight favorite for me.
Okay, now you want to start putting some numbers on it?
Let's do
You
it.
want to start putting some numbers
Is it
on it?
70-30 again?
Is it a 70-30? Maybe a 60-40? Our favorite number, it seems to be on this broadcast. I'll go to you first, Tanya.
Yeah, I think 60-40. 60 for Sindarov.
60 for Sindarov.
Wow.
Okay.
I'll go 55-45 for Keimer.
Ooh. I'm going straight up 50-50 in the longer time controls. If it goes to tie breaks, I give it to Sindarov, and then I'm probably going 60-40 in his favor. And so my 50-50 indicates it will. I guess in the end, I am giving it to Sindarov, following my own logic in this moment. Okay, our marquee matchup, the fight for the top spot, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He's already done it twice. Levon Aronian, though, in peak form as well. He's done it once, and he's done it more recently in Vegas. Let's talk about these 2 and what we can expect on the stage today.
It's so tough. I was playing through various kind of scenarios in my head. I was thinking, okay, if it's the longer time games, I can't see past Magnus. I don't think it's going to be easy for Levon to beat him, unless maybe with the white pieces, Levon can get a start position where he is able to attack, able to make it a bit crazy. In the shorter games, I think it becomes much closer. So I think for Levon, 1-1, move on to the tie breaks, that would actually be a step in the right direction.
Today is our last day of broadcast for the season. It's our final showdown of the Grand Slam Tour 2025. It's emotional, it's historic, and I don't think we could have asked for more than this final that we've got. Levon Aronian, with everything that he's been bringing on the board this year, Magnus Carlsen just being Magnus, no one needs to say anything more than that, just his name. This is the clash that I'm looking forward to. I just hope, and what I really want is a massive fight. I'd love to see one Armageddon happen in South Africa. I'd love it if this one goes down to the wire, and may the best man win.
And could it just be our grand final? Man, I'm right there with you, Tanya. In the scoreline that you saw on the screens just a moment ago, I'll remind everybody, Levon is the only player yet to take a loss in this entire tournament. Even Magnus Carlsen has fallen down a couple of times to the likes of a young Vachier-Lagrave. But we know that when he steps into that final table, he assumes his final form. He kind of becomes that immovable object, that unstoppable force that we know him to be. Will he find that same form today? Hair check, Tanya. We do it every day.
It's the one he had on day one. Didn't go so well. But Magnus Carlsen, when he's got that slick back look, he means business.
He does mean business. And I tell you what, they spend 10 minutes out here in the sun analyzing. It might be all curlied and messied up by the time they make it back into the playing hall.
Yeah, both players entering with a smile on their face, though. I think that's a conscious thing. They want to be in good spirits. They've got their support teams around them. They know that nerves are going to play a huge part in this final, so they want to come in as positive as possible.
All right, we talked about how or why it happens, but now I want to know who takes it. Getting you both on record. David first, Tanya next, quickly.
Okay, 60-40 for Magnus.
60-40 Magnus, right here.
Oh my goodness, it's so hard to bet against it. I say Levon takes it.
There you go. Levon takes it. I'm just here to see a beautiful battle, and I know the fans at home are ready. We are ready as well. The players are taking their seats. We're getting set up on the stage inside our South African playing hall. Soon we go to find out the landscape of the battlefield for our 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour season final.
Hello and welcome to the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals here in stunning Groot-Bos. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host. Today is the culmination of our 4-day event. We saw some thrilling chess, and at the end of the day, we will find out who gets crowned the champion of our South African leg. Will it be Magnus Carlsen or Levon Aronian? But first up, let's see how we got here and take a look at the highlights.
The semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour at Groot-Bos Private Nature Reserve began once again under beautiful skies. The players preparing for the matches with a breathtaking view. With 3 Grand Slam winners in the semi-finals, the stage was set for intensity. And one young challenger stepped in with a chance to claim his first ever freestyle chess title. In the semifinal between Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian, the opening game ended in a draw. In the second, Vincent had Levon under pressure, but he missed his chance to convert the win, and the game ultimately finished level as well.
Our first Grand Slam victor and our most recent Grand Slam victor.
They don't know how to be in the final and not win the whole thing.
In the tiebreaks, Levon held his nerve and prevailed in both blitz games. While on the other board, the tiebreak drama was just as intense. Between Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen, it was a complete roller coaster. Magnus seized the advantage early and won the first game, but in the second, the young Uzbek struck back and forced the world #1 into a dramatic tiebreak. Carlsen won the first blitz game and produced a remarkable save in the critical second one.
This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode, and when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone.
After a win and a draw against Parham Magsudlu, Fabiano Caruana secured his place in the match for 5th. It was the only encounter of the day that ended without tiebreaks. Meanwhile, the match between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi was also decided in 2 blitz games, with Arjun taking the victory 3-1. After a whirlwind of pressure, precision, and breathtaking endgames, only 2 remain. The pairing for the final is set. Get ready for the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. All eyes are on the showdown between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, the winner of the Paris Grand Slam and the Grenka Open, facing the champion of the Vegas Grand Slam. Who will take the last move? Will Magnus Carlsen walk away with 2 trophies? Or will Levon Aronian add a second title after his win in Las Vegas? Stay tuned.
We're about to find out the first position of the final now, and I'm so happy to be joined by Danielle Stevens, who is a top player here from Gansby, just the next town. Danielle, tell me, how does it feel to be seeing the best players in the world playing here so close to your hometown?
It's really exciting, and I honestly think it's amazing. It's a huge honor to be here in front of you guys, and thank you guys for coming. It's really amazing.
We're so happy to have you here, Danielle, and you will have the honor of picking the first position. Are you ready? So it's going to be position number 454, position 454. Thank you so much, Danielle. The players will go to prepare now, and to the fans for the final day. Have fun.
Yeah, because I guess you guys were higher seed, so you kept your waiting for the position. So what was the position?
So it's rook, knight, bishop, knight, king, bishop, queen, white here.
It's close. I'm not sure which one.
Six is wrong. 6.
Wanted e4.
5. Come on, yeah, 5.
Here?
Bishop f4, c6. Knight b6, huh?
This is a good thing.
Maybe f6.
Okay, but now after e4, what's
Takes.
Takes.
26. Ah, knight c3. Ah, no. Doesn't work.
Game would be crazy if it works. Yeah, you always have to be careful for this kind of... Oh, maybe it's not. Sorry. Doesn't feel like it should.
Maybe we could go with this knight.
Then after f5, you want to do the same thing?
Bishop f4, this knight can go to.
It's nice, yes.
e6.
It's still
b4. Ah, this knight you have knight b5. Ah.
also e6. I mean, how do you react to bishop f4?
I was thinking c5. Too risky, huh?
No, maybe not. Just knight
No,
b5,
e6 is,
knight
is
a.
not, doesn't feel like the move e6, huh?
Yeah.
And
Maybe d5.
are there any other moves? How about the 5? Yeah, 5 was natural, yeah?
Still knight.
Yeah, but now you at least don't have before, yeah?
Could be kind of very bad for Leningrad. Like if you go g4 and you take with queens.
Yeah, I was thinking about g4.
It is something like this.
But maybe
I don't know.
g6.
Wasn't there a position like this in Grenka?
No, I don't.
Yeah, there was something very similar like this. There was something similar. Your game against Serrana.
No, yeah, I understand. Also, yeah, I played very similar, but Queen was not on G8.
That was similar. Yeah, where was the Queen? It was
like in E8, something like this. I don't know. I cannot remember. Also.
How do you? I mean, D6 looks strange to me.
Why not?
When it's like a bishop B7,
no.
Yeah.
Wait, why not knight C6? Yeah, they cannot play like D3 95 also.
D3 95.
Yeah, I mean, it should be not bad. Yeah, D3 95, 96. Huh?
Shouldn't be bad. But maybe like this C3 93. But I don't like committing to this. Like the bishop. I want to keep. You want to keep the bishop on a well, no, but this I thought was very annoying because you play here and then here. At least it's
No, I want to put bishop to C5. Why you?
Okay, bishop C4.
C3 A5. Yes. I mean, just to tell.
Okay, let's see first.
No, E4 is like looks not. Yeah.
Maybe D4. So you think D4 F5 is something?
No, D4 D5 by F5.
Still 3. Or knight C3 first, followed by F3. Maybe.
No, knight C3, yeah, also.
C6, E6. E6, bishop F4. That looks good.
Yeah,
or
64.
E4, yeah. Actually, yeah, C6 is also.
No, but wait, maybe it's D5 is.
Maybe F5 is correct.
Yeah, maybe 5 is correct. Yeah. Okay, I think we should need to put. No.
F3 for sure.
Huh? No, okay, we should need to put something
Yeah,
like this.
Bishop C4, quick.
C4 feels more correct, yeah?
So let's check this. I think it's interesting. Because D5 is, I mean, if it goes wrong, it can be very risky now.
Yeah.
Why do we not do this?
F3.
Or do we run into D5?
I don't know, I just... What if he goes fast? This one is kind of a target.
F3 protects us.
Yes, but then how do you develop? Because the other knight before can be unpleasant, no?
Feels good. This move. Okay, still you can just go knight C6 if you want.
Knight B5. You don't believe it?
No, you're right. It's just it's funny, no?
Knight B5, knight D4.
But maybe knight B5 and C4, yeah?
Maybe
no, there's knight
D6
D6.
is.
Knight D6.
Yeah, knight D6. No, knight D5, knight D6.
Yeah,
D5?
Knight D4.
Knight D4.
Oh, what this should be.
Knight A2.
And knight A3, yes.
Maybe this. We can go.
No, C2 is?
Yes.
Ah!
Also knight A3, yes. This is.
Yeah,
Aha.
knight D4.
Yeah, this is. No, this will not be. Knight A3 is good.
E3. On B5.
Just take it.
Takes, king D8, takes, queen E6. Knight C3, yeah? It's not in time.
I mean, this guy gets
Yeah,
out.
we're fast, we're fast.
It's a full piece. Oh, no, okay, so D6. But that's only
Position 454 for our first game of the day. And how about that? A striking similarity to a standard classical chess position with only two pieces trading their starting positions. It's the queen and one of the knights here for all of our players on the back rank that will hop and trade spots. Otherwise, everything as you would normally find it on a chessboard.
Yeah, while listening to the players, they have mentioned that the position could become the Italian game or the Dutch defense. They've been referring to kind of normal openings because of the similarities here. I think the big problem is the queen. The knight is actually quite well placed, centralized, very flexible, can leap either way forward. But the queens, how to get those into the game early, that seems to be the biggest dilemma for the players. And there hasn't really been a consensus on the best first move. The players have been discussing a bunch of them. E4, D4, F4, knight C3. What do we think, Tanya? What are the players going to be choosing, especially those with the white pieces?
If I had to make a prediction, I think we're going to see d4, the pawn in front of the central knight, move 2 steps forward. That's the move that I think everyone, even this board that we have in front of us, is looking at. Interestingly, Magnus decides to go his own way, sitting on the board solo there. He is the same color as Hans in this, so I think we've seen that follow up. Haven't seen these two analyzed together this whole event. 1d4, Magnus starts with the black pieces. I wonder if it is possible to have symmetry if you're playing black in that case. Vincent mentioned that if black was to follow up with the d-pawn as well moving ahead, it could get very dangerous quickly for black with one of the adjacent pawns of white moving 2 steps ahead with a pawn gambit early on for piece activity.
White could start throwing some pawns forward in the center. And a lot of the players with black have been discussing pushing the f-pawn just to get the queen out, or at least the queen has an open diagonal suddenly. It definitely feels like the players are having fun. Smile from Fabiano. I wonder who gets there first. Like, if it's Hans sitting down first, does that mean Magnus has to analyze alone? If Magnus gets to the table first, does that mean Hans has to analyze alone? Is it just a race to the tables? Because it looks like they've swapped roles as the tournament's gone on.
Also, Magnus is playing Levon, right? These are the two besties, the new camaraderie that we've got going on in this. Today they play against each other, so he doesn't have his partner alongside him, his partner in crime.
Yeah, a battle between friends, but I will say it worked out rather well for Magnus Carlsen when his back was against the wall against Fabiano Caruana just a couple days ago. Sat alone, and that seemed to be the initiative, the flip of the switch that he needed to keep his upper bracket hopes alive and his eventual run to the final table.
Yeah, looking very relaxed, Magnus. He often sits like this during a game. Of course, he's in his mind palace right now trying to figure out how to open with black. I think if he survives this game with black, then he'll be very happy, Magnus. But of course, it's one of those positions hard to make firm predictions.
It's been an incredible journey all year long that brought us here to the South African coast, where 8 players battled it out over the course of the last 3 days to bring us to this final. Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian about to stare down each other across the board in a best of 2. Who will take it? Who will be your South African Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion?
Moments away now. It's fitting that Levon's in the mostly white shirt with the white pieces, Magnus in the dark shirt with the black pieces, and soon the action will get fast. It's going to become very, very serious in that room any moment now.
And we've been talking about the similarity to the traditional chess position that we have handshakes, and we are off. It's game 1 of the grand final. He does start with the d-pawn moving ahead. This is definitely something that Magnus was also looking at, thinking about how quickly will he respond. And I wonder, the familiarity of this to 518, to our standard chess, who does that benefit more? Levon, he loves freestyle. I think he likes it a bit more chaotic, a bit more mixed up. Is he happy to see this pull of draw?
Not against Magnus Carlsen. No, I don't think so. If anything, this, I think, works in favor of Magnus. But this is all just assuming that the flip of the queen and the knight isn't enough to make things messy. And we know that sometimes as simple as a single move, a single piece placement can completely warp a game.
Exactly. All it takes is to neglect one piece, especially the queen, for a few moves, and suddenly you find yourself in trouble. I will mention that Magnus has been doing very, very well with the black pieces in the knockouts. He's been losing with white. He lost against Fabiano with white, he lost against Vachier with white, nearly lost the second time with white against Vachier. But with black, it's been business as usual. He's been quite efficient. He's been a bit of a counter-puncher, Magnus. So he's probably going to try and do the same thing, which normally means keeping tension and pouncing only later when the game gets towards the ending. And right now, Tanya, what moves are you predicting? What do you think is going through Magnus's head?
I like what you mentioned early on, trying to go for some sort of a Dutch defense, as we call in standard chess, pushing that f-pawn forward. Magnus, he does everything he can to get the queen as quickly out into the game as early on. I think that move also controls the center of the board. It's something that has been chosen by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the Dutch defense has a slightly dubious reputation in, at least at the very top levels in traditional chess. And there it makes a lot of sense as well. The black knight normally starts on the g8 square. There it can come out towards f6 and control the center. Here, the knight's maybe less well positioned for that, but it's just about the queen. I think it's purely a kind of, it's a two kind of shot thing here. You control one square in the center, and you control a very important diagonal, and that's enough.
where would the queen normally be in the Dutch defense in terms of, I mean, obviously I know where it starts, but where does it normally go?
It normally takes a while to get into the game. Normally black has to push a pawn forward, whether it's the d pawn, the e pawn, and then the queen might come out on this diagonal, and maybe she develops this way, maybe she slides across later and then comes into the game. But here she has immediate access, and Levon does the same.
Exactly. I think that question really directs that, right? In this position, the ideal spot for the queen can be achieved so quickly by placing it on that f7 square. You want it on this diagonal, while in the traditional Dutch, it kind of takes a little bit of a time to make that happen. So it makes a lot of sense, and Levon going for the most direct approach here. He wants to break in the center. He wants complete control. And I wonder if this is the moment that you need to close that down if you're black and take a committal decision by trying to now transform from the Dutch to the stone wall with pushing the d pawn 2 steps forward and saying, I'm not allowing that central break just yet, Levon Aronian.
Ooh, Magnus adjusting a piece.
Jadoub.
Jadoub. I adjust. And he's doing it again. He's picking up a piece to maybe get rid of some dust, a hair. There has been controversy in the past when Magnus kind of touches those pieces without saying anything, clearly just adjusting it, but yeah, sometimes touch, move, piece. Yeah, touch, piece, move, piece. That's what they say.
They do, right? But Lev's just not the kind of guy who would make a scene out of it. I mean, I can't imagine
He would never
that.
hold him to that. No, 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 no.
Okay, and Levon leaves, maybe to the confessional.
Yeah, perhaps. Here's my next question. With these early pawn moves made by both players on the right-hand side of the board, have we both already shown our hand in terms of which direction our king is eventually going?
Ooh, I think not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe soon.
Okay.
It very much depends on a move Tanya mentioned. If white does try and break out in the center, maybe there'll be some pawn exchanges, especially if the queen does step forward. There'll be an open line, and it's going to be difficult for white to castle through that. So if Levon kind of keeps his cards close to his chest, doesn't push forward in the center, then it's still more likely that he might castle towards the right. Very possible the players castle towards the other flank once the knights get out as well. Still flexible, I think, for now.
One of the things that we've seen Magnus do really often is to sacrifice a pawn just to get pieces active as quickly as possible. We've been talking about Levon striking in the center, and I wonder if on the radar, Magnus is thinking about being the first to get there, to the party, to open up that bishop next to it, to try to destroy the pawn formation in the center. Is e5 a move? And I do take a peek at our engines here. It is the top move suggested right now. It's very low depth for me, but the pawn sacrifice on the cards.
Yeah, it's interesting because something very similar was mentioned by the team with the white pieces when they were outside analyzing. Hard to know what was going through Magnus's mind since he was sitting on his own at the board beforehand. But the players with the white pieces were looking at something close to this via a slightly different move order. And just to put that on the board, and as Tanya mentions, the idea would be a capture here, and now for probably one of the black knights to come out to try and regain the pawn. And if white wants to keep it, then you might be forced to commit to moves such as this one, moving a pawn for a second time. And normally in chess, they do not advise that. Now Magnus would be able to break out with a d-pawn, with g-pawn. I don't think we'll see that, simply because it's high risk, but it's possible.
d5 and e5, the two top moves at a much greater depth here. And as Levon retakes his seat, I can confirm that he did make a trip to the confessional. So let's waste no time. Let's hear from the man.
Let's do it.
This position looks like real fun. Yeah, I didn't really feel like knight dc3 is the move, because it felt, I mean, we analyzed it, but it felt kind of artificial. So I'm thinking, you know, just to keep the position flexible, because generally I feel that I'm going to play with f3, so why not play f3 first? Yeah, I'm expecting some sort of e5 at some point, maybe some Gambito style thing, and I think the position is kind of interesting because there are many options for both sides.
So Levon right there calling out the possibility of an e5, whether it be now or later, and saying this is a fun position, which that to me comes as just a bit of a minor surprise, given the conversation we had earlier about its closeness to a standard position.
But like you said, right, the queen and the knight swap, what does that really mean? And he mentioned he wants to keep that knight development flexible as well. He's not going the traditional route by putting it on c3, finding other avenues for that piece. And I will tell you one thing, if Magnus does decide to go e5, the more he thinks, the more I think we might see that happen. Forget 5-1-8. We're in freestyle territory, if there ever was.
And Levon looks very, very comfortable. And yeah, very interesting that he was analyzing with the white team. He had ideas like this on his radar. I think Magnus perhaps just caught a bit off guard by this last move. Magnus doesn't like it as well when his opponents are flexible like this. He prefers something a bit concrete, so he knows where the groundwork is. He knows the skeleton of the position. Then he can start kind of outplaying his opponents, start showing his strategic hand. Here it's still so so many options open for both sides. It's hard to know exactly what is going through his mind.
All right, guys, predictions. E5, does it happen or not? The pawn sacrifice, the pawn gambit.
No, I think D5 instead.
You know, I like D5. It was really the first move that comes to mind, especially when your opponent plays F3. You want to control that square. But it does leave behind a really juicy post for the white knight to eventually find its way on E5. And I think this is what also Lev means when he says keeping that flexibility via F2 to D3 to E5. So you have a really nice path now towards the center of the board. You know what? I'll take you guys on. I think Magnus goes for E5 here. He's just taking too much time to make a cautious move like D5. I think if he had to do it, he would have done it 3 minutes ago.
This is what we were screaming at Vachier yesterday in his matchup against Magnus Carlsen. And now it's Magnus Carlsen, the one bleeding his clock against Levon, Aronian. And while he continues to think, let's go to the 2 board. We'll keep this one still on your screens, but let's just get a peek at our 3rd place matchup as well to see what that one looks like. Because it was Vincent Keimer who decided to go the direction that Levon said he was going to stay away from, getting that knight out nice and early, while we did still have that F5 pawn push there from Vachier Sindarov. Also now in the think tank on move number 2.
It's fascinating. Vincent spent his customary few minutes in the first 2 moves, and now Vachier's doing the same. And yeah, it feels like it's going at a snail's pace, these 2 boards. Only 2 moves for white, only 1 move for black, and we've already been playing for over 10 minutes. So we'll see. I'm predicting D6 for Magnus.
And I love that. Only happens when it's Fischer random, when it's freestyle chess. You've got the best players in the world, head in hand early on in the game. Again, the idea for Vincent, that's the right side of our screen, is to strike in the center with that E-pawn moving forward. How will Vachier find a way to control it, or will he try his own E5 with the ideas of D6 like you're pointing out? I will say one thing, with the knight coming out to the square, the other knight is actually interestingly headed towards the king side. So you've got a route to land to that F3 spot with the knight, which is currently undeveloped.
Yeah, very flexible. There are some big threats, by the way. There's one undefended pawn for both sides. That's the C pawn. And white's knight on the Vincent Keimer board now. It is hinting that it might step forward, attacking that pawn, coming with a fork. So some danger, at least some potential threats for Sindarov to think about. So I understand why he's tanking. For Magnus, maybe a bit more mysterious, since it's still so early and only pawn pushes so far.
True, but E5, if it was to happen, then we'd understand it, because there's no direct repetition, and I want to get our chat involved on this. What do they think? Will Magnus take the fight here with the black pieces, sacrifice the pawn early on, or will he choose another option that sort of keeps things under control? It's only a best of 2, right?
Yeah, which camp are you in? Tanya with the E5, me with the D5, or David with the D6 for Magnus and Carlsen? That's the big question.
Yeah, will he go direct? Will he play a bit more principled, or will he just play a really slow move?
Yeah. Or does he say, no, you all know nothing, and goes with the 4th mysterious option?
He'll move his queen. He always moves his queen on move 2.
It could be. It could be. It could be that just that slide up, right, to the F7 square that you had talked about earlier on in terms of getting it onto a diagonal she typically loves to be on in the Dutch defense.
Yeah, staying flexible, getting closer to castling, that would also make a lot of sense. It's unclear which pawns are going to push if he doesn't lash out now in the center. Looks like he's about to make a move, though.
He should. I mean, he's touching the 20-minute mark now. Move 2, Magnus.
Here's what I say. Whoever makes a move first, that's the board we go to. And we'll analyze a bit deeper.
Perfect. And as our chat is saying there, from Twisted Lemon TV, Levon literally can't make any new plans unless Magnus plays something. So Levon's in waiting mode. I think that's completely correct there.
That's a very good point, right? And maybe why. He has at times looked like he's just staring off into the ether. But either way, he'll be happy just to see the clock and the seconds ticking away for his opponent.
you know, I think that really counts for something so early on, and you have to make use of every single advantage, of every single plus that you can get when you're playing against Magnus. Levon on the board now. I think he is trying to come up with a plan for a response. And guess what, guys?
It's Tanya Sanstev who comes out on top with the E5 prediction.
Can't hear that applause just yet. Can't hear it. Can't hear it.
All right. Right there for you.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, but quickly, Levon says, I will take that. And he decides to recapture with his D-pawn Magnus Carlsen to quickly develop his knight and attack that pawn that is now offsides on his side of the board.
This is so high risk. This is going to work really well for Magnus, or it's going to work really badly. He's going to find himself a pawn down, or he's going to whip up some incredible initiative to compensate for the pawn. And I understand why he's doing it against Levon specifically, because Levon is the one who likes to be the gambitier, to be the artist, and to do something a bit unexpected. But shoes on the other foot this time.
How are we defending that pawn if we want to keep it on the board? Are we using our queen to bring it out? Are we bringing our dark squared bishop out in defense? Are we sliding our f-pawn up one more? That doesn't feel like a great call.
Yeah, that would lose a tempo, lose a very important move since the pawn has already moved once. Just to show why it is so difficult to make this decision, moving the bishop out, while Levon thinks, moving the bishop out would walk into pawn pushes such as this one. The bishop would get hit, and already if it keeps retreating, the advance continues, and next move, the pawn would drop. So I think probably Levon will be reluctant to lose time with his bishop for now. Moving the queen out makes a lot of sense, but it does kind of get in the way of the bishop and knight. I think this is very possible, though. And yeah, moving the pawn in this position is maybe the other option. Just to mention that there is that undefended pawn, so the idea of jumping with the knight to hit that is very realistic in this position. Magnus, it's kind of a twofold thing. He's gaining time against the pawn he sacrificed, but he's also at least hinting that he might leap forward.
And that leap forward doesn't only hit the undefended pawn, right? Suddenly the knight and the queen combine to also put pressure on the A2 pawn. So actually that knight jump comes with a double attack. So something to always keep in mind if you're white in this position. I do like the defense. I don't think you should just give up that pawn and sort of say I'd go for development here. The knight on E5 would be too strong. I would be very inclined to push that F pawn, really consolidate the center. And I wonder if Magnus actually wants to go for the idea that you earlier mentioned of just piece activity, striking with D6 instead of thinking about recovering the pawn with that knight jump. I think Magnus went for this pawn sacrifice, partly because he also did not want to give Levon a free hand in the center of pushing that e-pawn 2 steps forward. Complete space, complete control of it. And I just don't think he likes the alternative of going D5 and leaving behind those squares. Magnus is a player who really likes his piece activity. He likes the queen to come out. We've seen him gambit away the pawns quite a few times, even if it's a short-term sacrifice. So he goes for that, a very direct fight, a very brave approach, but it's just what he does.
I like it too. Like Levon, he used to be known as like Mr. Center. If you give him a pawn center, if, for example, Magnus had just played a bit more subdued chess and allowed Levon to strike earlier, then he would have been very, very happy. Yeah. So Magnus is trying to seize the moment. And yeah, just to put a couple of moves on the board, if the white pawn does step forward, Magnus will most likely challenge the head of the pawn chain and say, okay, I am a pawn down, but look at how active my pieces are. I'm 2 moves up in development. And also, if the king does end up castling on the long side, there's going to be a rook in this open file. There's another open file. The good thing about losing pawns is you get more open files in return.
David, we have a decision by Levon, and he decides to go for none of these options. He's just giving the pawn back. He develops the knight. He's inviting Magnus to capture on e5, which potentially could lead to pins along the E line.
Yeah, and it actually looks like this variation was played in another game. So we did see Magnus looking off at a big screen. That was the 5th place playoff between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana. And in that one, just to continue a few moves down the line, knight takes pawn. We did see the queen come out, I believe. And this type of idea with the white knight hitting this undefended pawn. And it was a slightly different variant to this. But yeah, this would just be terminal for black suddenly. Pinned and vulnerable to the fork. This would be horrible, horrible. So that was a slightly different idea, but slightly different move order, but same idea. And that is maybe why Magnus now looking at the screen again before he settles back in for a think. Shouldn't be touching this pawn yet.
No, that would just be game over if you went for that. Allowing the pin and the knight to jump forward, that would be a miniature. So if not that, Magnus has to continue playing with development here, trying to get his pieces out. Goes into a thing. I do like the speed with which Levon found this trick. You know, he didn't go for the approach of going on the defense. He's gone on the counter offense.
Yeah, very instructive that he used this knight as well. I was a bit confused. I thought, oh, the other knight, you know, you move it towards the center, always move towards the central part of the board if you can. But Magnus has set a trap here. Now he would have brought his knight forward, and suddenly really awkward to defend this pawn. You might have to defend it with your king, because if you bring the other knight forward now, you might just find yourself hit or pinned by the black bishop, and this would be, again, terminal. Already we see the bar drop. So there's traps as early as move 4.
Love it.
Both sides.
And that's the point that now Magnus has to be really careful about the knight jumping and attacking that c7 tender spot, because he's the one who's done exactly that. Now he doesn't have the resource of getting his knight to the edge of the board to defend it, which makes me think that perhaps he's going to use that other knight, bring it towards the center of the board to keep that pawn under check, and only then pick up the e5 pawn. You've also blocked the central line.
Yeah, very possible Magnus might just prioritize development here and activity over the material.
Wow, almost 17 minutes or less here now for Magnus Carlsen on his clock to the 27 minutes of his opponent. 10-minute deficit while he continues to think. David, you mentioned that some of the other boards more developed, of course, because they are playing quicker time controls. Our 5th and 7th placed matchup. So we're going to go to the 7th place matchup between Hans Niemann and Parham Magsudlu and take a look as we zoom in. Of course, this one far more advanced as a game. 2 minutes and 53 seconds to Parham's name. For Niemann, he's got just a little bit more time to work with, but it's a decisive advantage at the moment here for Parham with the white.
It's funny, the first place match, we've seen 4 moves. Here, we've seen 33 moves.
What?
They have been racing forward. Probably a glimpse into the mindset that the players know, okay, the clocks are ticking, it's a quicker time format, but also they're maybe not as careful with their moves as they were in the earlier stages. Here, white has a decisive advantage because it's material. He has an extra knight. Yes, black has 2 pawns in return, but a knight is a knight. And especially in a position that is quite blocked, the knights will be able to maneuver later. It feels like Parham should be getting his first win of the event. Still some work to do, though.
That is an extra piece. With the queens off the board, you're kind of getting closer to that task. The one thing that you would want to watch out for if you're playing white here for Parham would be that Niemann doesn't get a free hand on the queen side pawns with c5 trying to create those passers on the left flank of the board. You know, you mentioned that the knights are only as active as the posts they find. If we do the pick and drop method to see where we want to get that piece, the f5 square looks rather juicy to me. That's where you want the knight to land on. And I do see a path. It's a bit long term, but I wonder if the maneuver of, well, the other knight from e1 to g2 to h4 to f5 is trying to get that geometry into the game. If you will have enough time and try to achieve that, could be part of the plan. And look
so
at that.
So it begins a step 1 of a 4-step journey here for that knight.
I'm telling you, James, pick and drop. If you could pick any piece and take it to where you want it, if you ask yourself that question.
I'm coming back in 2026 with 200 points more elo, at least. I tell you that.
That is a beautiful path for the knight. There's one kind of pitfall, potentially, that the bishop is indirectly sometimes guarding that square, but you can support it. Once the white knight starts moving on over, you can bring the white rook across, guard the square, then continue the journey. So definitely on the radar of Parham. And if he wants to as well, he can start improving his bishop, maybe bring his bishop round this diagonal if he so desires. Lots to think about. He's got time. He's got a nice kind of bind around the black king. First he improves his rook, but he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. So where's the defense, if anything, here for Niemann? To my untrained eye, the advantage he has is maybe pawn structure, right? While down in material, he has more pawns to work with and far more of them feel connected and strong. But is that enough to overcome the piece advantage that his opponent has?
I think he might need a bit of help, Hans. He might need Parham to put his pieces on bad squares and allow, as Tanya said, the pawn advances. At the moment, it just feels impossible. The white bishop is staring at this pawn, meaning that the black structure is a bit fragile, a bit brittle, especially because he's had to put 2 rooks passive to defend a mere pawn. It does feel like he has to wait, maybe at some point bring his king closer and hope to push, but it's very much a hope game for Hans right now. His fate is not in his hands here.
It's a matter of technique right now. Maksudlu is winning here, but will he be able to sort of get the ball over to the finish line? Will he be able to finally get that match victory here? He's down to 1.5 minutes in this one. And again, you know, Hans brings the excitement. Love it when he proves himself. But somewhere I really want Parham to leave South Africa with a match win. So rooting for him, hope he gets this one done.
Yeah, he's got a dominating position, and maybe we can also move over to the other match between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana. Also a quicker time format. They're playing 10-minute games, and that one looks like it is in a player's favor as well. We'll break it down when we get there. A really fun material balance. Tanya, check it out. 2 rooks for 4 minor pieces. I've nearly never seen this configuration in my whole career.
That's crazy.
2 rooks, of course, worth 10, but 4 minor pieces, knights and bishops. Those are worth 12 in total. It feels like Fabi is the one in charge.
Yeah, but you add the extra pawns in that mix as well. Let's not forget that Fabi does have, doing the math really quickly, 2 extra pawns to boot in this position. Did I do that?
Arjun's got 2
Arjun,
extra.
sorry, has got 2
The 2 is
extra
correct.
pawns. The 2 is correct. So that means that it's a 12 versus 12 battle, really. So quite balanced like that. This is a position for all 3 results, but a big blunder there by Arjun. The 4 pieces, usually super strong.
At the very minimum, Fabi can give a check with his queen. There we go, and get the queens off the board now. It's just a matter of counting, I think. Once he's got the pawn, he's actually up material, but also 4 pieces will overwhelm 2 come the end of the game, surely. Fabiano doesn't even necessarily need to trade queens, but he does.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. With the majors, you just want to make sure you're not getting checkmated. Arjun has to just go for tricks in this position. He pushes the pawn. He's getting rid of the knight. I think once the queens are off the board, again, a matter of technique, Fabi will be up for it.
Yeah, and the key is that the knights are stable. He's going to get the queens off the board. He's going to move his bishop to safety. The knights are on very, very decent squares. The pawns will be blockaded, and it's difficult to imagine the rooks ever getting into the black camp. So Fabiano is, yeah, he's dominant right now.
The only time you've got an advantage with you when you've got this kind of a material imbalance of 2 rooks versus 4 minors is if you're checkmating your opponent's king. And that's not a reality in this position, nowhere close.
Yeah, black's king can easily hide if it's given any checks. We'll see that play out. Can even step forward if you feel brave, because the queens are coming off next move. Looking good for Fabiano.
Looking very good for Fabiano. Just has to put the finishing touches on it here with both players. About a minute on their clock or less to work with. Arjun Erigaisi actually down in those low double digits. Now we see the queens come off the board.
Yeah.
Watch out, forks in the air. There's going to be so many knight forks. There's going to be so many pins with the bishops. It's going to be hard to keep those rooks alive.
I mean, even if you have 3 minors against 2 rooks, you're looking at full compensation.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's 4 of them.
3 minor pieces, they often match a queen or they match 2 rooks. Yeah, it's just almost impossible to think Arjun's going to survive this.
Meanwhile, as the queens come off the board in this one, time's coming off Magnus's clock big time here. He's down to almost 10 minutes. And
Levon has 27 minutes against
putting
10.
Pressure.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to recap what's happened there. Only a few moves made since the last time we were there.
13 seconds for Arjun, and the clock isn't the biggest problem here for white. He pushes that B pawn. And look at the way the minors just take care of any infiltration squares for the white rooks. You're not being able to put pressure on a single pawn of Fabi here. He's the one going for the pawns.
He's the one who's going to pick them off, the white rook. That's a really clumsy square, but it does go into defensive posture there. And yeah, it's just a matter of time before the pieces combine.
Arjun hesitating first, puts it on B3, then changes his mind on D2. Just no good moves in a bad position.
No reaching for answers here against Fabiano Caruana, but knows that he's in a near dead lost position. Fabi will now start to bring those minor pieces forward, get them off the back ranks, get them a little bit more involved in the game. The white king's going to slide up and try to lead from the front, perhaps, but it's not going to be enough.
Just waiting. That's all he can do. Arjun, just wait. No real open lines for the rooks to use. And even if the rooks get to those open lines, the infiltration square's covered. We'll see the black bishop, the dark square bishop now finally enter the fray and pick off a pawn.
And once he does that, connects itself to F4. The knight will move forward to H4, pick up the G pawn as well. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Just throwing away pawns at this point, looking for something.
Anything.
Yeah, that's a good gamble, though. At least he's going to get one rook into the black half of the board. Nice trick from Arjun, but it's not going to pay off. Fabiano moves his king forward. Now he can even take the central pawn. There we go, and all the checks are covered. All the pieces defend each other. This is beautiful harmony by black.
I think Arjun's just going to resign, if not now, in the next couple of moves. Very little left to play for here. He does try to double down on that b5 pawn, maybe looking at sliding the rook over, but you've got so many pieces to defend everything.
Yeah, showing some fighting spirit. But it's not going to be enough in this one, so he'll go down 1-0 against Fabiano Caruana. And he'll look to fight back in the second game and force a tiebreak.
He could have forked the 2 rooks in the last move, Fabi could have.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He's going to skewer those rooks instead. We'll see resignation any moment. In the meantime, Parham Magzulu has finished his game.
That's right. He gets the victory, his first victory here in South Africa up against Hans Niemann. So he'll go into their second game advantage as we see the handshake between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. So 1-0 for both of our lower bracket bouts, 5th and 7th place. So what did we learn? That's the big question from these quicker time formats in the same position that we can apply to the slower time formats of our top 2 boards, 3rd place and 1st place. Let's check back in with Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. As you mentioned, it's the time, I think, that is the story of this match more than anything.
8 minutes against 26. That is a world apart in terms of the clock here. Magnus is also still a pawn down as we jump back in. We've only had a couple of moves.
6 moves in total.
Wow. We saw 40 plus moves in the other games. And yeah, just to recap, we've only had a few moves since we were last here. We did leave with Levon's knight jumping out. Tanya did correctly predict that Black's knight would also leap forward, defending the slightly tender c7 pawn. Now a break in the center from Levon. We see a trade, and Magnus slowly, calmly, very slowly on the clock, pushes his pawn forward to b6. He's going to fianchetto, and he's pretty much declared that he's going to castle on the left side of the board now.
But maybe a bit too slowly. Just the clock situation is terrifying, and while Magnus does that, I think Levon's stepping up ideas of his own. I won't be surprised if we see White as well do exactly that. Get the knight out of the way now that there's a square vacant. The other knight will jump to c3. Levon looking at a bishop development. Get the king over to the other side. The rook lined up on the open line. Even if Levon loses, which he will, that e-pawn, I think just better piece placement. You're looking at the f1 bishop sliding over to either c4 or to b5. I am really liking the coordination and the central control with the white pieces here.
Yeah.
Step 1.
Brings his knight out.
Bishop coming out next, king castling, the other bishop next. Just perfect development.
This is a dream start for Levon Aronian. James, you mentioned what we learned from the other battles. They were all quite chaotic. Hans Niemann losing a piece early on. Arjun giving up 4 pieces for those 2 rooks. And although they were quicker time formats, it shows that this start position didn't lend itself to equality, didn't lend itself to any symmetry or peace. This one is going to be a real fight.
Just now reaching our 7th move of the game here between these top 2 competitors. If you can believe it, our 3rd place matchup hasn't even eclipsed the 3rd move of the game. But that has meant Vincent Keimer has had plenty of time to dive into the confessional booth and share his thoughts on the position and his 3rd place matchup. Take a look.
I think the starting position was quite dangerous for Black. It seems like they decided to play f5 against d4. And then yeah, we had it's quite interesting whether to play f3 or knight dc3, and I'm not exactly sure which is better. I'm quite happy. I mean, he spent a lot of time after my move, and d5, f3. I'm now planning on playing e4. Knight c6, there are always some issues with knight b5 in some moments, so I'm not exactly sure what his move is going to be. Generally, I'm quite happy with the outcome of the opening, both from a position and also from the clock. So I think so far things are going quite well, but of course we just started the first few moves, so there will still be a lot more to play for.
Both players piloting the white pieces, Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer, echoing our sentiments that they must be very happy with the positions on the board and even more happy with their positions on the clock. And just as we come out of the confessional, Sindarov has finally made a move as he hits about that 10-minute mark. He is going to challenge for the center. E5 is the decision.
Wow, we've been playing for 33 minutes and we've had 3 moves. That is wild.
We've had 3 moves, and on both our top boards, we've got a pawn sacrifice at the center. So I think taking that time, and both players who are giving up, who are going for the gambit, are under 10 minutes now, or around. So it goes on to show how complex this is, and Sindarov with a similar idea to what Magnus wanted. But first, he did take control of that e4 square. He's also committed with the d pawn. What do we make of this sacrifice?
This is a proper sacrifice. It's no coincidence that that both Magnus and Sindarov spent the bulk of their time usage on the e5 move. Magnus spent ages before sacrificing the pawn. Sindarov's done the same. And let's just show on the board while Vincent thinks what would happen if the pawn is captured. I think it will, most likely, be taken. What else? But the idea, just like Magnus, is to bring a knight out to hit the pawn in the center. And if Vincent wants, he can cement that pawn as a passed pawn for the rest of the game by playing the move f4. There's no way you're getting that pawn back anytime soon. Unlike Magnus, who could challenge that pawn with d6, the structure's more locked. But I think the idea is to break out with this move, pawn to g5, and to fight from the side. And this opens up the black queen. If you take the pawn now, then the central pawn might fall. It is chaotic, though. And, OK, d4 as well, maybe a strong idea, either here or on the previous move with the black queen coming towards the center. I mean, he's going for it. He's arguing that white's pieces are all still at home while the action is really exploding in the center. So this is Sindarov really trying to fight on the front foot. But, I mean, it looks interesting to me. It feels a bit dodgy. But if he spent 20 minutes and he still believes in it with black, then I trust him. I trust him.
I like this approach in general because it's also Sindarov's style to create this sort of a chaos in the position. He does accept the sacrifice. Vincent does. The knight comes out immediately, hitting that pawn. We'll see if the line follows up. But I think it also plays stylistically against the nature of positions that Vincent likes to be in. You know, more strategic fights, more principled battles, where things are more under control and in his own control. But right now, I think none of that's going to happen. Knight c6 on the board. Kind of liking how this is being handled by black. The other knight can jump over to the e6 square as well at the right moment, but you have to be a little careful. The d pawn, tender, so watch out for that.
And it's fascinating. This is another big difference between traditional chess and freestyle. If the players had been given computers to analyze, you would see e5 played instantly. Vincent would come up with an immediate response, and this would be a 20-move variation, bang, 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 and probably it would just fizzle out towards a draw. But here, the players are really just on their own. They have no kind of patterns to just fall back on, nothing to compare this to in traditional chess. It's a wild position. Just two pieces switching places at the start, and fresh position, move 4 now. And hard to predict what's coming next. d4 in the air, g5 in the air, pieces flying out. This is going to be wild.
I'm going to take us back over to our marquee matchup, the battle for the top spot, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, because we have our first question mark on the board. Move 8, Magnus Carlsen goes for the long castle. Computer doesn't love it, and you'll see the bar creeps ever so slightly in favor of Levon Aronian.
Ooh.
Levon isn't losing his pawn back anytime soon, so he's going to have that extra material on the board. Look at the beautiful central control, not only just the pawns, but the knights consolidating each other. And I'm just expecting him to bring his bishop out, do exactly what Magnus has done, but that's not going to be a question mark. I think that's just going to give him a really good advantage. Healthy position, no weaknesses, no direct attack on any of his own pawns. Where is Magnus finding his compensation here?
Yeah, Magnus has to be really quick now. He himself has said in interviews and kind of post-game press conferences, if you're just 2 moves away from castling, normally you can get away with pawn grabbing. If you're 3 moves away, that's when the danger is. White is only 2 moves away here. Bishop out, castles. White is safe, pawn up. I don't want to say game over, but almost at this level. So Magnus pretty much has a 1-move window to strike. If Levon brings the bishop out, I don't know about the other side of the board. Maybe you could make an argument for moving this bishop out, moving the queen out, trying to castle the other way, but it feels a lot slower. So that would be a 3-move mechanism. Probably Magnus, in the meantime, has a strike. So the obvious move is to bring the bishop out. What is in store, as you asked there, Tanya?
I wonder if the idea is the g-pawn moving forward, something that you were mentioning on the Sindarov board as well, to try to strike in the center, because time is really of the essence. I'm not even talking about the clock. I just mean you can't allow Levon to castle easily here. So g5, would that be something that gives play in the center of the board?
That's a very Magnus-esque move as well. He quite likes this side kind of stabs towards pawn centers. The acid test now of that move would be this one. The big question, hitting the knight.
Jump forward.
Jump forward. And at least he's destabilized this pawn. But that knight does look a bit trapped. Oh, I don't know, G3 in the future. Maybe white castles first. This does feel really speculative. It's like Magnus is just fishing for something, but like white has no weaknesses. I don't know, I'm skeptical. I think Levon has got a dream start to this final. 20 minutes, I mean, he's 13 minutes up on the clock. He's a pawn up. He's got an objective advantage, which we see on the computer, but which he probably suspects. Oh, this is a golden opportunity.
It really is.
Yeah, he has to win this, I think, to win the final.
We're not going to leave the action on this board, but given the conclusion of our 7th and 5th place matchups, at least their first game, in the faster time controls, they are resetting. We had the position drawn just a moment ago with the arbiters and Seb, one of our tournament organizers. This will be the position they'll play out for their second round. 6-1-3 is the position for that 5th and 7th place matchup. They're playing 10-5 again, and they'll get started after a small time analyzing in their respective pairings.
Yeah, what are the odds on them finishing before finishing 2 games?
Oh, 2 games before we finish 1. That's an interesting question.
Or maybe before Vincent's even made 10 moves on his board.
Oh, lordy.
So one can understand that. I think this is just a fight that neither Parham or Hans wanted, right? It's for the bottom 2, but that said, there is still prize money on the line.
It's a 10 grand differential.
It's a 10K difference, 15 and 25K for 7th and 8th place. So quite a bit to fight for. But it's the mindset of these two players. I think they want that faster format. They kind of, they're just having fun right now with freestyle chess. For Parham, maybe, he wants to have a little bit more fun. He wants to leave South Africa with that 1 match victory.
Yeah, are you saying that they might be playing more freely in freestyle chess?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, you can't say freestyle without freely.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? But,
okay, there's that bishop move we were asking for, and it is the best move in the position here for Levon Aronian. A very sensible move, preparing to castle.
Yeah, the most natural one, really. G5 was speculative, like you said. I wonder what else he can do, because really it's a question of 1 move right now. Levon gets that castle, and he's in complete control here.
Yeah, like process of elimination, there's only 2 logical moves, I think. Like, you have to break out. Like, you have to do something. If white castles, it is game over. White just has a clear extra pawn, central dominance. You have to do something. The only other move, I like your G5, Tanya. The only other move I would consider is pushing this pawn 1 or 2 squares forward. Both of them probably force a capture, like this one especially, just because the knight is attacked, and black would want to step forward with a fork, double attack. So white would have to capture en passant, for example, and does this slow white down, take him with the bishop. I want to take this pawn, and I also wanted to kind of remind white that now you can't castle through check if you do trade off the bishops. I see the eval bar is not impressed at all, but this is the only thing that might make Magnus think twice. He's down to 5 minutes, though. This is crazy.
Oof. Yeah, this has gone into blitz territory already, and we are not even on move 10 right now. I really like this line, because it doesn't matter what our evil bar says here right now. You have to stop white from castling. From a human perspective, you can already feel the compensation here. The E line is open. No king safety there. Eventually, the queen and the rook lining up against that knight and bishop. The knight jumping onto B4, hitting that C2 pawn. You see this from far away. You evaluate it. You feel you've got something to play for here.
Yeah, I think from a human point of view, this is maybe more of a rational position, at least, than G5, where it becomes really chaotic. Just depends on how dire Magnus feels his position is.
5 minutes now to make a decision, and big questions lie ahead. A huge moment here, because he has to really combine how much time he's going to take. Which pawn break will he go for?
And actually, James, you just pointed out another interesting option for black here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using the engine to cheat on this one, because it's interesting to me that your 2 minds together have not seen this one as so natural. Queen to F7 is what the engine is asking for. Not even sure necessarily what this accomplishes, other than slight development and a more active queen placement.
Yeah, it does attack a pawn, so it gains a tempo, or at least half a move here. The knight and queen teaming up. In my mind, I was just thinking, okay, now the white queen echoes, and it feels like white's improved slightly. I didn't really know what it changed, but I guess it must be one of the pawn breaks here in the near future.
I have a question. It might be a stupid one, but can white just even ignore that threat? Simply because we've been talking about pins, this entire broadcast.
Ooh, have a decision.
Yeah, white can't ignore that threat, because that threat's not coming. It will be the D pawn that launches itself forward. He's going to attack in the center of the board. Magnus says, okay, it's time to fight. I've got 4 minutes on the clock. We got to start making some moves.
Okay, that was difficult. I mean, I quite like the queen move, actually, and I like the g5 idea as well, but neither of them look like they fully convinced, or it's still kind of hard to handle for black. And here we go. Levon just defends his pawn.
And Levon's playing on Magnus's clock as well now. You know, he doesn't want to take too much time. His intuition, I think, is one of the highest ranked on your player's card as well. He wants to rely on that. You want to use every single bit of advantage that you've got against Magnus, and the clock is the 17th piece here that you're fighting against. Queen f2, it defends it. He's now threatening to go long castle next.
Yeah, he's threatening to go long castle, but also he just needs one more move. For example, bringing this bishop out with a nice pin. Ooh. And he can even castle the other side now, Levon. Oh. He's not even telling Magnus which way he's going. So Magnus is a pawn down. He's oceans of time down. And he doesn't know where his opponent's king is going. I don't think Magnus Carlsen saves this.
He's under 4 minutes as well. If Levon takes the win in game 1, I mean, the odds massively shift.
They massively shift. You can never count Magnus out. We saw him do it against Fabiano Caruana, so we know he's capable of doing it against Levon Aronian. But like you say, Levon right now, he's playing with ease and comfort. It's spectacular chess.
Yeah.
Magnus is just trying to do too much from move 1, move 2. Like this e5 move, we said it was a good one, but I think he's going to regret his second move. Spending 10 minutes giving up a pawn, he hasn't won it back, and it's spiraled so quickly.
And the difference between what happened with Fabi and Levon, as you're talking about it, is simply the confidence and the form that Levon's shown here. He gets this first win in. I mean, against Fabi, you know, you could feel, okay, it's still a chance that Magnus has a huge chance to make a comeback in that one. But here, I would almost go on to say it would be an 80-20 to Levon if he gets the job done, if he gets over the finish line here.
Near knockout blow available here for Levon Aronian if he finds it.
Whoa.
That's another question mark for Magnus. It's been a series of small inaccuracies that have built up to this moment. And yeah, I mean, the strongest move, I've looked at the ending, it's also the most natural one. Yeah. It's the first move that I think would come to anyone's mind.
You already called it out as a natural move to follow, which would be that light squared bishop. All right, let's get all of our minor pieces into play. Let's go ahead and lock that knight up against the queen on that diagonal. And then again, still have two options of which way to go with castling. Levon, no surprise, he finds it within seconds.
Amazing stuff. What accuracy are we on is what I want to know for Levon Aronian right now.
Guess first and then I'll tell you.
Oh my goodness, you always put me on a spot. Okay, this has to be in the high 90s.
Yep.
I would say 97%.
Even higher?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's almost not missed a single step this entire way. 98.1% from Levon Aronian in a freestyle chess position. And perhaps more importantly is the 84.7% play out of Magnus Carlsen, right? That is uncharacteristically low for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, it was the type of position. Magnus doesn't thrive in chaos. We've seen it so many times. He gets a bit nervous. He tries to do too much. He spends a lot of time because it's not his instinct. Levon thrives in that, like, loves that. And there's a big threat on the board. Firstly, this was natural because it stops black taking white's extra pawn. The f-pawn now indirectly defended. But knight to g5 is the big threat. Just overwhelming the black pieces on this diagonal. So Magnus is going to have to lose another move now with his queen. He just has to get out of dodge. There's also a threat of pawn to f5, winning the black knight. He's going to have to just, I don't know, queen e7, queen somewhere. And then Levon can castle, pawn up, active pieces. Magnus shaking his head. This is almost game over. This is crazy after just 12 moves.
12 moves in under 2 minutes and a lost position on the board. Magnus Carlsen, this reminds me of his round 1 against Sindarov. Same story with the black pieces.
Yeah, Levon could go on a walk, come back to the table, and still have enough time to close this game out.
He's not leaving the table. He knows that when you're playing against Magnus, you need to finish him off completely before you say it's game over. Because this guy just needs half an opportunity to come back.
We saw yesterday, dead lost position. Magnus, he finds the only winning move, which was still, quote-unquote, losing by the computer's standard with a random A-pawn push, and he turns a game completely on its head and forces the draw to buy himself this final table. But a minute and 46 seconds, rather, to his name, in only 15 seconds increment, he's going to throw his queen into the fray.
Yeah, the key is that Vachier, when that happened yesterday, only had a few seconds left. Sindarov, he was in big time trouble, so Magnus gambled. Very good practical player. The thing is, you can't gamble when the opponent has 18 minutes, especially Levon, who's so sharp.
Yeah.
Magnus moves his queen, and I think the only question now is which way the white king goes. Both look pretty good.
Magnus does move it to an active square where suddenly the queen and the bishop, and he does go to the left flank of the board on the open line. Makes a lot of sense as well, because you want to trade off the rooks as quickly as possible, get pieces off the board as much as you can. You're up a pawn, you're up on the clock here as well. Great centralized pieces. 1.5 minutes to Magnus. I wonder how Levon's feeling right now. He spoke about this match as a great privilege to fight for the championship, getting to play against Magnus, against the world #1. It's a battle he loves to have. And I don't think he saw this coming, you know. Early on in the opening, 15 moves in, a huge advantage on the clock, close to winning position, the nerves on Levon. Is he feeling it? Is he still embracing his underdog vibe that he was yesterday with his I don't care attitude, or does he actually now really care about this?
He must be living on cloud 9, which I'm pretty sure is directly above us in the South African sky.
Exactly. And I'm so impressed, Levon. He's locked in, he's focused, he's not leaving the board, not doing anything special. Magnus moves his king away, and the bar shoots even higher. Is this just game over now? Magnus looked almost tempted to resign at that point. It's so shaky. Very minimum, you can take this bishop off the board, simplify things. You've got the bishop pair and an extra pawn, which is more than enough at this level. But there might even be tactics due to the weak pieces.
Exactly.
Pieces.
David, I think it's the queen and the knight combo. There have to be tactics involved, moves involved to hit that queen one way or another. The bar just says there's a knockout punch here, a move that would almost win on the spot. I don't think it's knight takes bishop. I'm not sure what's the way. Do you go g4? Do you bring the knight back? Do you move the rook forward to hit that queen? Magnus almost looks like he's resigned to the outcome.
Did you see what he mouthed to himself? I think he was swearing at himself.
Really?
And yeah, I will not utter those words. It's a family-friendly stream, but he was swearing at himself on the camera a moment ago, looking out into the distance. There were other moves. Tanya, I think you were right. There was a knockout blow. Knight to g3 was the winning move, and the black queen would have actually struggled to defend her knight. There were issues there. This is also good, though, attacking the queen. He's about to line things up. The black queen is actually still going to struggle to defend her knight.
Yeah, where do you go? Where do you move your queen?
This feels so instructive in terms of how to play a game, not just of standard chess, but freestyle chess as well. Like you say, bringing that rook into the game, setting up the doubling. You've now forced that queen to move multiple times. Magnus continuing to lose tempo in this game as the advantage here for Levon only grows.
Yeah, Magnus finds the only safe square. Otherwise, the queen would have just found herself trapped or attacked further. And now the question is, can he take advantage of this loose knight?
It's undefended. And Magnus didn't have an option. You can't fall back to the g6 square. There would be a fork immediately with the pawn moving forward. You don't want to voluntarily pin yourself to that bishop. And look at this. Levon finds it.
Some exchanges. The black rook had to recapture. Black had to keep this knight protected.
Now the queen gets hit once again. She's taken a trip around the world. She'll duck out of the line of fire of that rook, but now Levon has total control of the d-file.
Keep chasing it. You can even bring your knight forward and hit that queen. That's an extra pawn. That's a bishop pair. Magnus's rook at the corner of the board not playing, and he keeps putting pressure on that pinned piece, now with more threats. Levon's not letting Magnus Carlsen breathe.
1 minute 20 to defend this position.
You could have an hour on the clock, David.
Exactly. But, I mean, Levon, like the speed, the confidence with which he's pursuing this. There was a big turnaround in Levon's career. Like around 2020-21, he was playing a lot of online tournaments. That was the only way any of us could play chess. And he was like, oh, I didn't really enjoy online that much at first, so I started playing quickly just to get them over with. And then I realized I'm quite good when I play quick. and it's just working. It's a massive weapon for him now.
So something good came out of the pandemic.
Yeah. And here we go. Magnus has to somehow dodge the threats on the e-file. Gets his knight out the way to attack the white bishop. Levon drops back.
He can't mess this up. Levon has to bag this one. This is the most you can dream of against Magnus in a grand final. In the very first game. He comes back. Notice how he's still tying down that black rook, just not letting Magnus get it into the game. Now eyeballing the 8-7 pawn. Also threats along the E line with the F pawn moving forward and tricks all across the board.
How to defend, how to defend.
30 seconds on the clock, Magnus.
Eyes widened.
Seems a bit lost, a bit adrift.
He hits it.
It's got to be so hard internally not to give up hope here. Back against the wall, no time on the clock, hopeless position. I mean, F5 is the most natural move in the world here. Pushing forward, extending the length of the bishop's diagonal, but also gaining time.
And the knight doesn't have any forward squares. You go f5, it'll be forced to retreat on the first rank.
Oh.
That's ugly.
Suffering.
He does it.
Wow.
There's no stopping Levon in this game. He's all over Magnus's back, not letting him play one active move.
He's a machine right now.
This is, I mean, such an easy position to play, which is a bonus, but the fact that he's not even pausing, look at it, he keeps going.
He's unfazed, completely unfazed by anything that Magnus does.
Oh, must be tempting to jump in with the knight in the near future. That is a big, big weakness. No challenge to the dark squared bishop.
You know what Magnus did against Sindarov yesterday in that second tiebreaker, and agreed Sindarov did not have enough time. With this guy, you can just never write him off. And Levon knows that better than anyone. He's not going to lose his focus. Have you seen it? He hasn't gotten up once from his chair, despite having all this extra time on the clock, despite having a winning position.
And maybe a calm move here, just preventing that knight from coming forward any further. Yeah. Pushing that A-pawn up one square.
That would be very classy. Very sophisticated move.
That would be him showing us what we've asked so many other players to do against Magnus Carlsen in a winning position, right? Yep. Take the breath, slow it down, use the time you have to make sure you actually convert this advantage into a victory. Where others in a 2 or 3 point advantage, they get excited, they get ahead of themselves, and maybe offer him one opportunity back into it. It's the moment for Levon to show us that he's in near unbeatable form here today.
And that move that you mentioned, A3, is such a Magnus-esque move. It's what he would play. Just take away every single hope that your opponent has in the position. Take away counterplay. I think the other one that he is considering, more in the flow of the way he's playing, is jumping the knight forward to B5, hitting that C7 pawn as well. It's just when you have so many good options, you know, that can sometimes be a curse. He goes on the other flank, though. A different approach.
And another good option.
Also very strong. No bad moves in such a dominant position. He's arguing that the knight jump will just be a shot in the dark. He'll just move his bishop away. He can retreat it, he can move it forward, and black doesn't have any good follow-up. So he can still play this nice consolidating move here, pawn to A3. The added bonus is that at some point the black knight on the edge of the board might just get trapped. No escape squares for it.
What Levon was just hinting at was pushing G5, F6, and queening that F-pawn. It's a 3 versus 2 on the right flank, and he just wants to keep that going. And now he makes that classy move, taking away any counter chances that Magnus can be hoping for here.
That might be the clincher.
That's crazy when a move like A3 is the clincher. That's when you know what a performance it's been.
He took down Magnus Carlsen back in Vegas just to earn his bid into the bracket stage and ultimately challenge for the title and snag that Grand Slam championship for himself. Now he's here in South Africa looking to defend it, put 2 back-to-back just the way that Magnus did across Paris and Grenke.
Yeah, and a nice try by Magnus. He's given a check. If the knight is taken, then the black queen can grab white's light squared bishop. Probably still doesn't help, doesn't get closer to survival, but I'm more expecting Levon to just not give any hope at all, not part with his beautiful bishops and just shuffle his king towards the corner. The black knight is off the edge of the board, but that's the only thing that can be said for Magnus's little trick here. Doesn't really get closer to saving the game. Levon pausing though, very professional. I mean, it's beyond a miracle at this point if Magnus saves this. He would also need Levon to rush, and that's why Levon, critical decision now. It's a fork in the road, pauses, and moves his king.
Just best moves. That's just what this guy has been doing. There's one best move after another, just giving no chance. And there's Annie watching the action.
Wow. I mean, the composure, both Levon and Annie, to kind of stay calm and know that it's not over yet, despite how overwhelming it looks.
There's something to be said, right? Magnus and Levon are the 2 players who are here with their families. And here they are fighting out in the finals. Just how important it is to have that around you.
Support system can mean everything.
What happened to the dad tax? It used to be said that as soon as you have a kid, you lose 100 elo. These guys, if anything, they've gained. They've gained strength. Magnus, though, in big trouble. Levon keeping his bishops. Look how strong these bishops are. When we're first taught the game of chess, we're told, bring your bishops out to these diagonals. Magnus finally moves his rook. First time in the game.
First time in the game. Lines it up with the queen, but there are no infiltration squares. There are still no counterplay that you're looking at right now. This is Magnus just waiting for a blunder by Levon, and it does happen. You know, we've seen it happen, and it usually does happen when Magnus is the one who's waiting for them. So he just keeps the game going. As long as it's going, there's always that hope, that possibility that your opponent goes wrong. Magnus at a cool 77, despite being busted on the board.
Exactly. Magnus, better than anybody, right, at keeping games alive and laying little traps, leaving openings for blunders on the board. But Levon, not the type of player to fall into those traps.
Oh, he's going for it now, though. This Black Knight is almost trapped. It only has one safe square. I'm not sure you really want to play that move, though. Going back to the edge of the board, that would just invite White's pawn to step forward. Maybe now on the next move to fork the two Black Knights. This is Magnus's attempt. He moves his bishop, moves his queen forward. If there's a queen trade, the rook will fork the two bishops. But there are tactics. There are so many tricks.
I think I know where your head's at, David. There are a lot of tricks in this position, and I think Levon will find it, will show it to us how to finish this off. He's just played this out to perfection.
Magnus is ready to resign. He's getting impatient, fiddling with those pawns. One more accurate move will end it.
It might be on the next move, it might be on the next two moves, but it's coming. Magnus is about to lose game 1 of the grand final. Levon Aronian, I think he senses it. This is the moment. B4, what a move that was. Also assisted by that A3 move, the classy one that we were talking about. The big assist. Look at Magnus.
Oh,
so distraught.
Yeah, unhappy Magnus right now. He's just looking forward to the second game, a reset and an opportunity to strike back.
This is really impressive self-control from Levon. I mean, he's definitely seen some very promising moves, but maybe there are so many of them that he wants to choose between. He's still kind of sitting on his hands here, yet to put anything on the board. He can move his queen, he can take the queens, he can go for some flashier options. Everything wins. What's he going to choose?
The flashy one.
Well, he gets the queens off the board first.
And now, Levon, he goes in with a check.
Just to mention for everyone at home, it was also possible to play bishop takes pawn check a few moves ago. Still possible. If the black king had taken, there was a nasty knight fork hitting the king and queen. That would have also been a game ender. But he doesn't need the fireworks. He's going for a more measured approach here.
But here and now, he has to finish this off. You know, just don't give Magnus the possibility to keep the game going. I do like that idea of bishop takes pawn with the knight jumping in with the forking options. Still available. Is that the one that he'll go with? You could also hit that other knight on c6, which now is undefended with your own bishop sliding over. He does it.
Wow.
Don't take it. Knight b5. And Magnus?
Magnus does take it. Everything was lost anyway. Now we're going to see a knight check from Levon Aronian.
The rook will fall.
Magnus is about to resign any moment.
Here we go. The white rook will also fall on the next move.
And the knight is hanging.
And goodbye to one of your knights.
Levon's now 2 pawns up. A third is about to follow. Be careful, there's one check though, one fork to dodge.
You probably could still do it because the c8 bishop hangs as well. Just everything works in this position for Levon Aronian.
I'm surprised he went for this. I mean, it's so beyond winning at this point. 2 pawns, soon to be 3 is more than enough, but he probably could have been pieces up, not just pawns.
Going to be good enough to get the job done. 2 extra pawns in this endgame, the same color complex as the bishop, super active pieces as well. Levon will finish this off.
Surely.
Looking for that bishop to either slide out of the way or just the king to start maybe making his march toward the center of the board, become more of an active participant in the conclusion of the game.
Yeah, anything that dodges the fork. There we go. No more knight check. Magnus's pawn here on a7 is hanging, so I'm expecting him to move that. What else?
And he does just that, trying to keep every available piece still on the board. Inviting blunders from Levon, hoping, rather, for blunders.
You can even play this out really slowly, right? Centralize your pieces, get your king into the center of the board, just defend everything, then slowly start pushing on one flank, deflect all of Black's army on that side, on the right side of the board once you have a passer, and then you win the game on the other side of the board by creating another passer.
Yeah, it's 3 versus 2 on both flanks. So as you say, Tanya, like you can push everything forward slowly but surely.
It's coming.
Yeah, it is coming. Maybe not as brutal as we thought it would be. We thought Magnus would resign in the middle game, still with all the pieces on the board. Levon, yeah, he didn't want to think too much. But going into an endgame.
Doesn't that lose a third pawn?
Ooh.
Or am I walking into a piece trap here?
Another knight check and capture. I think that's very logical. It's just a question of whether he feels he needs to sideline his knight just to grab that pawn. Still minimal hope here for Magnus, despite it being an endgame.
I'd do it. Capture as many of Magnus's pawns as you can.
Yeah, yes, sir. Sarawan would grab that pawn as well.
Pawn grabber!
He would have captured it yesterday.
Yeah, that would have been an instant decision.
Yeah. 1 second on the clock spent. Okay, Levon, he isn't a pawn grabber by nature. He does go back, more centralized.
Levon wants to kick that knight away from e4 if he gets the option. Look at that. Magnus picking up on the speed now. Levon creating that passer that we're talking about. He has to get rid of this knight on e4 that Magnus has to make progress.
I'm slightly worried for Levon. I don't know. It's just it could have been so clean. Like this one is still totally winning, but he's going to need to show some composure. Like I can actually see how Black survives this game now, which is the first time I can say that in ages. Black can survive this game by giving up eventually a knight or bishop for all of White's extra pawns. At this point, you still need some exchanges of your own pawns, of course, but for example, a bishop and knight versus a bishop is a draw. A bishop and knight versus a knight is a draw if all the pawns disappear.
Levon is playing towards the dark squares, though, right? Against that light squared bishop from his opponent. This almost feels like it invites the g-pawn push, putting it onto another nice square.
He wants trades, right? Because that f5 pawn is a soft spot here, and Magnus wants to get rid of as many pawns as you can. So Levon might be forced with the decision to capture the pawn that's just moved, but then you double up your own pawns. You know, Magnus, I agree. After move 10, it starts feeling like this is the best position that he's had all game.
By a mile. And he knows it. And he's built up a bank of time as well, Magnus. So if he gets half a chance to confuse Levon, I don't know. It's not over anymore.
He's not shaking his head as much as he was just a couple of moments ago.
So he's offering up a pawn.
He's going to capture the h-pawn with his own bishop next.
And if the black knight does move, White can actually leave the attack on the bishop and just start pushing forward his own pawns.
It would be beyond human if Magnus actually saves this one. You know, you've seen, after so many years in chess, you've seen everything, but this guy just keeps surprising you.
He should buy a lottery ticket if he saves this game. I mean,
he loves proving us wrong when we call games over.
I don't know if it's about Magnus saving it, though, or Levon giving it if he doesn't win. I mean, he's still done everything right. G5 was a very nice move. Better to keep the pawns connected than doubled. And Magnus does allow this exchange to happen.
He does it.
This pawn would now drop.
One pawn back for the time being, but expecting the recapture that David just highlighted.
And how many players by now would have resigned and gotten ready for the next game, but not Magnus Carlsen. He just keeps making you sweat till it's not over. Till the last move isn't played. You haven't won against this guy.
Likely he still loses, Magnus, but I think he'll realize, okay, Levon wasn't perfect, at least. He didn't find all the killer tactics when they were on the board. He gave me at least some chance of survival. Minimal, but yeah, sometimes when an opponent doesn't show the best, most clean technique, you start to get a bit hopeful. In the reverse encounter, that might give him a bit more optimism.
Bishop's lines back, attacking the knight, currently undefended, so it either has to hop out of the way, or the king needs to slide aboard bishop coming back like it does in this moment to defend.
Not only to defend, it's also eyeballing that a6 pawn. You know, it's with an X-ray vision there once the knight does move out of the way.
Magnus using his knight as a blockader.
Comes back with it. It's time to get the king into the game. You have to do it sooner or later. In an endgame, you have to use all your forces. Get that king to that central square.
And now that the knight is kind of pinned over to the right-hand side of the board, feels like you just march up that dark square diagonal, right? You're not going to get stopped by anybody.
Exactly. He moves the knight first, which is totally fine. He was attacking a pawn. But now it is surely time for the king to start marching. That's going to be a very glorious march into the center.
An instructive defensive resource here. You're down pawns. What you really want to do as a defensive side is try to trade off as many of those remaining pawns on the board. It's much easier to fight the less number of pawns that do remain. So Magnus did it once on the right flank. Now he's doing it on the left side.
He is running out of pawns, Levon. And still a bit of work needs to be done to get those pawns through.
You know, and it's a far way off, but visualize a situation where, in the end, Magnus is able to sacrifice his knight for, let's say, a last remaining pawn of Levon. And you're left with bishop versus bishop and knight. that is a technical draw. You hold that position.
Oh my goodness. If we end up in that world.
Yeah, more likely we see bishop and knight versus a lone king, and that is not a technical draw. But it is a bit of a tricky one that Levon would know how to do. But
can you checkmate with bishop and knight in 20 seconds?
yeah, I've done it in a game. I think I had about 12 seconds left. Managed to do it.
All right, well, 2 more pawns leave the board, 1 on each side, but now the king has begun his march towards the center of the board.
Big threat.
Where he'd be to claim victory anyway.
Ooh.
And there we go.
And now he'll claim victory. Just like that, Magnus Carlsen sees no way out of this one. In game number 1, Levon Aronian comes out on top and sets himself up, poised to take the South African Grand Slam.
And what a performance, what a game it was. Levon Aronian on the front foot from the very start, out of the opening. Controlled performance there. This is the Levon that we've been seeing shine throughout the year. The Vegas winner gets the first win. And if you thought Levon Aronian was the underdog coming in today, think again.
Yeah, the expectations have surely been flipped on their heads with this one. Wins that game with nearly 14 minutes still on his clock. And that was largely the story from the get-go.
So impressive. And yes, it went down to an endgame, but never really in doubt that Levon would take home that advantage. Magnus, that just wasn't himself. The opening went a bit wrong, spent too much time on the clock. He will need to shake things up completely to strike back and prolong this match. What a performance from Levon.
It almost felt like Magnus was going to take a dip into the pool just to shake everything off and reset himself.
Seriously, cold plunge.
He is mad at himself with what's just happened, just the way he handled it. Never got a chance back into the game. Levon executed it to perfection.
Magnus been in this position once before, though, and we know that he can do it again. An angry Magnus, a wounded Magnus, is the scariest Magnus. So, can Levon, in high spirits, hold him off in a second game today? That question is yet to be answered. We have another question yet to be answered. Who will win the first bout between Vincent Keymer and Vachier-Lagrave? And as we get there, you'll see it is Vincent Keymer well within command of this game. Can he close it out?
Oh, he's so close now. Look at that black king. We talked about Levon's centralized king, beautiful, but a king on the edge of the board with so many attacking forces around it. We see Vincent Keymer leaning in, frowning, because he knows checkmate is near, but how to close the door.
But perhaps we jump back just a little bit before we get into maybe a flurry of an endgame here, because I think there were winning chances for both players at different points in this game, David.
There really were, and if we just rewind only half a dozen moves to this point, White was slightly better. White had a small advantage here, mainly due to the bishop pair and the active rooks, the black king uncastled. But here, after the knight came forward to f5, black missed his best chance. After castling, the bishop coming forward, he here should have just moved his rook out the way. This would have given black a very decent position. Still chances. He blundered, however. Bishop takes bishop, allowing this beautiful knight check, getting out the way, double exclamation mark of the white rook. And that is how we got here. After a capture, the black king has been chased up the board. And here we see Vincent Keymer just taking a pawn. Not the best necessarily, but good enough to keep the advantage. The main problem for black is that the rook in the corner is pinned. The knight in the middle as well. Just can't get in the game.
And usually the dynamic of 2 minor pieces against a rook, you're siding the side with the minors on the board. But here, nothing's playing. You've got the rook stuck in the corner, the knight on d8, not anywhere in the game. He's desperately trying to make a move, get that knight forward. He right now at least unpins it. But I think it's just too slow. You're going to lose the h-pawn. You're going to probably lose your king over the next few moves. This is a Keymer show.
How to deliver checkmate, though. He might get frustrated if he can't get that king in the next few moves. He might start to think, if I, how am I going to win this game? It needs to be checkmate.
Can you just double down on that h-pawn with your other rook from that f-line? Bring it closer. And that just feels like you've got this kill zone around the black king. One way or the other should happen.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks very good. You could also go from behind and grab that pawn. Probably you should go for it now, though.
Yeah.
Before the black knight is able to get off the back rank and the game begins again.
Yeah. Which might be the move that Vachier will have to make, either on f7 or on e6. Get that knight to either defend that h-pawn, even if it means that you're giving up some of your minors. But at least you keep the fight going. 20 seconds to Keymer now, though.
Well, the heart rate is high. He drops his bishop back. Already not the best. He's trying the same idea. Black's move is forced. Rook takes pawn would result in checkmate very, very quickly. So Black has to get the knight off the back rank and defend that pawn. Vincent there is going to just take that knight, I believe, with his rooks. So we'll see him be one pawn to the good, but could have been a lot more.
It felt like it should have been the king, right? Here you got your rook pawn endgame. The knight also can find its activity. White has got these double C pawn, not the ideal pawn formation on the left flank. There'll be work to be done there.
Yeah, big difference between this board and the other board, of course, is that both players have little time. You can see here Vachier Sindarov, clock just dipping between, underneath rather, 15 seconds. Basically akin to Vincent Keimer with a mere 30 seconds to his name. There we have it, the trade of the minor pieces for the rook.
Oh, Vincent stops. He's just pausing that there's no checkmate by taking the pawn, takes the bishop. Immediately, Javakir's rook comes into play.
This is not easy anymore. Activity, the black knight has a nice square to come to. The white king might find itself a bit uneasy with some checks nearby. This is the best position Javakir's had in, what is it, the last 10, 15 moves. Vincent
Absolutely.
getting nervous. We've seen it before.
It's because the clock's ticking as well. And Vincent has this feeling. He should have won this game. He should have checkmated about 5 moves ago. The black king trapped there, and Javakir now tries to get rid of the rooks. He does it.
Vincent acquiesces. There is a pawn hanging.
Yeah.
He takes
and
it.
He'll grab it.
You could try to trap the bishop, but the bishop would just slide over and hit the other pawn.
Yeah, the bishop had one way out no matter what. Normally you don't want to grab those pawns. Like 80% of the time, 90% of the time, they're poisoned. But here there was a way out.
Or at least he had the antidote.
Exactly, exactly. And here, 2 pawns is enough. If it's 1 pawn, I would say good drawing chances. 2 pawns, too much. Just like we saw in the Levon Aronian game.
Yeah, but show us your class here, Vincent Keimer. Winning position, you have to convert.
And I think the bar from a human perspective just looks like it's really overestimating White's position here. The knights are still there, which is super tricky. There's no clear passer on the board that you're about to push up. Black's piece activity, something to be said about that. Right now, Vincent pushes that pawn, takes control of the d5 square. The knight has another route towards the center of the game. Get it to f5.
King's getting more involved.
The king does have a path if it's not checked. The white king will just walk forward.
We're looking for the knight to jump forward then, cut off that d4 square?
Yeah. I think the best practical try at least.
All right, Javakir slows down just a little bit. Will he get his king into the defense, start running backwards, or will he move forward with the knight, trying to create some counterplay, some tricks in the position?
What to do? He's running out of options here.
And time.
And time. He goes back with his king, so he's going to try and track the white king's progress forward. If the white king goes, the black king's also going to go. And it's going to try to hold the door on that side of the board.
Racing back in the defense. But that's going to leave the right-hand side of the board a bit exposed. 2-on-1 pawn advantage, and there you go. Vincent says, fine, you want to go one way, I'll go the other.
Nice shimmy there.
I don't care which side of the board I win on.
It's usually the defensive side that's always overloaded. You can defend one, but you give up on the other. And that often happens, again, you know, using football analogies where you're distracting from one side, you pass the ball to the other, and then there's no defender there, and that's where you score the goal from.
Right, create some space by drawing defenders into one direction, and then play to the other side.
And especially when it's bishops versus knights. Bishops are so good. They're on both sides of the board. They can control everything. Knights, so short range that it's hard to control everything. There we see the black king step back to kick the white bishop, which will find a path back, not sure which direction. And eventually Vincent will start pushing on that right flank.
You're up a pawn, you're also up piece activity here, and that's the problem. Black knight and king completely passive, you know. If the knight had some jumps where it was actually targeting the pawns, you could look for tricks.
And here we go.
He's again tracking the progress, but now the white pawns are coming up.
Yeah, I'm expecting the black king to maybe at least gain a bit of time, prevent the white pawns from moving.
That's what he does.
There we go.
So either bishop has to move or has to be defended.
Yeah, we could see a case of Zugzwang, where, for example, the black knight is about to be forced back to stop the white king coming forward. But now the black knight is frozen, protecting this square. And the black king is also frozen, stopping the white pawns moving. If Vincent just waits, if he pushes a pawn, either the black king or the black knight will have to give way.
It looked like he was reaching for the king, though.
Okay, moving his king around.
Okay, thinks better of it, and he is going to go for exactly what you asked for. Playing the waiting move.
Very logical. Black never wants to touch pawns because they will end up on dark squares. Easy targets for the white bishop, so the king gives way. That's a nice trick. If white pushes forward now, we would see an exchange on that side, and the black king is still within touching distance. Vincent, it's that shimmy again. Moving on across. A knight check, though. Don't blunder. Don't walk onto a dark square. If the king moves over, there is a knight fork in the air. The trick against knights is to normally put your king and whatever other piece on opposite color complexes. If you put them both on dark squares, a knight can fork you. Both on light squares, a knight can fork you, but not if you keep one on each. So he's going to step back, most likely, with his king.
At least that gives some hope to get your own king forward as well, if you're black right now. Sindarov will keep fighting. He does go back. King goes forward, stops g4 for now. And now he's threatening it again.
You can see the difficulty, though, of the position still here for Vincent.
And the knights, again, they're just so tricky, you know. We're talking about checks. It falls back. d4, watch out for that square. Hitting the king and the white pawn.
It can be prevented by white's bishop dropping back, but first he gives a check. Making progress, and the king retreats. Doesn't need to take the pawn yet, because the bishop is hanging. Now Vincent will retreat his bishop.
He's keeping it pretty tricky because you retreat the bishop and he hasn't traded pawns, right? Which means there's a check from g5 hitting h3 as well.
Tricky guy. Sindarov, he saved some difficult positions at the World Cup through his resourcefulness. He's defending quite tenaciously here.
Look at that, a bird. Made its way into the playing hall. Everybody wants a piece of the action. Bird's eye view, best seat in the house.
Levon flying high.
It's Levon's spirit animal.
Oh, he's the lion. He's the lion.
You're right.
He's roaring here. He's roaring. He's soaring. He's doing everything right. Vincent retreats his bishop. And it's funny because Magnus resigned in a position where he was also down a pawn on each flank in an endgame. But there, it was easy for Levon to push all the pawns. Here, the tricky part is that Vincent's pawns are doubled on that queen side. So it's not as easy to make progress as he would like. And very, very instructive that Vincent gives himself, keeps a corner pawn here, the H pawn. Knights are notoriously bad at stopping pawns. It also promotes on a dark square the same color as his bishop. That is a very instructive move. I was thinking he would take with the pawn, and actually that was not as clear-cut.
Really nice decision there. And now a committal one by Sindarov. He really wants to get that knight to the center of the board, even if it comes at the cost of putting your pawn on a weakened square where the bishop can target it. But it needs to be done, otherwise white was just going to start advancing the pawns. He does it anyway.
Yeah, I think it's just so straightforward now, like for white to push this pawn. He's going to grab this one. Yes, he's going to part with one pawn on the queen side, but that is not the most important. The black knight's still dominated.
The two-square theory, you put your bishop on a two-square distance from a knight and you take away most of its jumping squares.
Exactly. Very important here. It's closer than ever, Vincent, now to the win.
Chances.
Wants to kick that knight away.
Doesn't want to trade off any pawns. Keep those pawns for later, future queens.
If you fall back defending the c5 pawn, the h pawn will continue its march up the board, threatening a check on e5. Sindarov is. You could continue trying to take control of the squares by putting your bishop on c7.
That'd be very classy, very controlled, and that's Vincent Keimer in a nutshell. He does play the move.
Just giving no chances at all.
Yeah, bishops just dominate knights so easily on open boards. That's the problem.
And now he's going to drop his bishop back, give a check, disconnect the black king from the pawn, and then start moving his own king up the board towards the left side of the board.
You can also wait.
Feels like you could just attack the dark squared pawn there as well with your bishop from behind.
Very nice.
Very nice. He waits with his king. He leans back.
There are no moves. Black's knight has to get even more passive in this position.
Yeah, if it drops back, then he'll move his bishop back, give a check, and only then will the white king start motoring on in. And as Tanya said earlier, the H-pawn's just a distraction, if anything. The Black King can blockade it forever on a light square, but he does resign. Game over. Vincent takes the lead.
Yeah, Vachier knows he must admit defeat in this position. Vincent Keimer, what a run he's made in the knockout stage. He proved himself in the quarterfinals why he should never be picked when you have your choice, and now he's run all the way to the third place matchup against one of the hottest players in 2025, and he goes up 1-0.
An up and down game, an absolute roller coaster this was, but Vincent Keimer, when he gets his kind of positions, he just doesn't let go. A beautiful convert there, but it was all eyes on this big matchup. And once again, Levon Aronian, the player of the moment, the player of the tournament so far.
And the true story of the day is how he's already dispatched Magnus Carlsen in one of their 2 games in a best-of-2. He sets himself up for success. A draw or better in their next bout means he becomes the South Africa Grand Slam champion.
I don't think Magnus has lost this many games in any of the slams as he has in South Africa. Losing to Sindarov in the round robin, losing to Arjun in the round robin, then going on, Sindarov bouncing back in their head-to-head as well, and the first game against Levon.
Yeah, he's lost 5 games in South Africa, Magnus. He's lost every day of play at least once.
Yeah.
It's been uncharacteristic. Levon unbeaten as a parallel.
Yeah.
Definitely needs to shake things up, Magnus. On the plus side for him, he's had lows, but he's also had very good highs.
There have been years when he hasn't lost 5 games, the entire year put together. And all of that's happened in South Africa.
Look at this. The chess doesn't stop for those of you at home. Wow, the top boards have just a few more moments to rest before being delivered their position for the second game of their battle. You can see here the scoreline was evened up by Hans Niemann in their second game. So we are in tie breaks here for 7th place between Parham Magsudlu and Hans Niemann.
We have 5th place decided in the meantime. Very, very impressive finish there. It was Fabiano Caruana who won 1.5, 2.5 over Arjun Erigaisi.
All right, so 2 players already solidified into their positions with Arjun Erigaisi taking 6th.
Fantastic performance by Fabi throughout the tour. I will say, yes, he never managed to clinch one of the slams, but let's remind everyone of the journey he's had, right? He finished runners-up, 2nd in Weissenhaus. He finished 3rd in Paris. He finished 5th in Vegas and 5th here as well. So that's been his, minimum finish that he's had. And that's a lot of money. I think it's been a pretty good season, a pretty good tour. And for a reason, Mr. Consistent, always very close. I think that one title is still missing. He's going to be looking for it next season.
Eyes on 2026 for Fabiano Caruana and his fans.
Oh, what happened here?
Oh, no. A giggle out of both of our players.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? What's in the tournament hall? And they reset. Parham, yeah, at least he's got off the board, though. He's got that 1 win. Yes, he was pegged back in this match. But, yeah, can he refocus? I'm expecting him to try and bring his bishop out and get castled. Okay.
The knight comes to the center. The bishop does come out following the plan. Yeah, you could see Hans's eyes darting around, following the movement there. But he's got to refocus. The bishop comes out. Liking how he's playing so fast. By the way, that means that Hans did make his comeback in this match to force a tiebreak. Won the second game. Bishop g4, I like this move. If you don't go castle just yet, you're going to lose the right to do that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, bishop takes knight will force the black king to stick its head out. That's not something you really want to do with queen still on this board. So probably most likely that is going to be blocked by a pawn, or the knight might try and move away. He does castle instead, so he's allowing some pins. Maybe he's just going to try and break it next move, given a question mark, but a very natural response from Parham. King perhaps just not safe on that flank with the queen and the bishop staring down these diagonals. Are there some tactics?
Yeah, bar definitely shot up a bit, but I don't necessarily see the way to abuse the decision here.
I don't think it's an immediate thing. I think perhaps the king was just not as comfortable as it looks on this side of the board long term.
You're also looking at ideas of the white knight jumping on via a4 to c5 at the right moment as well, with a direct path, hitting that bishop, asking for a decision. Parham head in hand. He's got about 3 minutes on the clock for both players right now. Should speed up. You know, Hans Niemann with less time, absolute beast. But both these players, very strong blitz players.
Very strong blitz players, but we've seen across a number of our matchups yesterday in the 5-2 time controls how messy it gets down the stretch when the pieces are flying and the hands are slapping for the clock.
2-second increment is not a lot at all. It disappears so quickly, especially if it's a pawn race and new queens on the board, as we saw with Magnus against Sindarov yesterday, or especially when it's just a kind of fight for the king. Go for the attack versus defense. Good decision from Hans Niemann to eliminate the knight, by the way, a key defender of the black king. He castles, given a miss. I think Tanya's idea there might have been slightly stronger to start with the knight coming around first. Essentially just to force the black bishop off the board, another defender, in order to use the white queen on this diagonal. It still looks pleasant for Hans.
Really nice position. And it just feels like, meanwhile, black's pieces on the right flank for Parham have got no targets. While Hans's have made great improvement. The queen looking good, the bishop doing its job, and there we go, gets rid of a key defender there. You could slide back your queen, take it with the rook as well if you want, but I like this move. It comes in with a threat. Watch out, a soft spot on that left flank. He blocks that diagonal, creates a bit of a brick wall, but it means the king is further weakened.
Yeah, that's quite an airy king. I'm also looking at a bad piece for black. The bishop is really blocked in. If you try to open it by pushing this pawn, you lock your queen in. If you push it 2 squares forward, the white knight gets a beautiful outpost.
And just in case anybody was wondering just how close we are to nature out here in South Africa, let's replay the moment. We saw both players crack in laughter. The bird nearly landing on Parham's chair for just a moment. Decided better of it, said, you know what? I'm not going to play distraction to these two guys. They need to focus.
Wow, we really are close with nature. A bird landed on my shoulder briefly yesterday.
No way.
Yeah, while I was walking, it chirped really loudly in my ear, and then it just flew off.
Maybe it was the same one?
Yeah, maybe. What a rascal.
He's just a chess fan.
Yeah.
Oh, big attack though. Hans Niemann in the driver's seat.
Really nicely done. You know, the queen does its job, provokes weaknesses first, and then comes back to a more active square, now tying down the rook to a very passive square. The knight can jump to e5, double down on that attack.
Yeah, it's looking tough. It's like the black position is just cut in half. The queen's on the wrong side of the board. The bishop's just stuck. White's knights are flexible here. And also open files to the white rooks. It just looks so pleasant.
Hans about to make his decision. He does use that line that you're talking about. Activates the one piece that wasn't looking great in the position. Brings all the toys to the nursery.
And Hans is especially good when he can make easy moves that create threats. Easy moves that improve pieces, kind of set up these nice tactics that especially go towards the opponent's king. So it feels like his type of position. Parham is a decent defender, but he likes to be a bit more active about it. And for now, that's not the case. Struggling.
But the one good news for Parham is that at least it's material balance. There's no deficit on that or on the clock right now. So Hans needs to be maybe precise to get the ball at the back of the net. He goes f5, and this is what the problem is, right? You activate your bishop, you kill your queen at the corner of the board.
Yeah, that queen is not looking like a happy camper right now. Literally cannot move. The idea will at some point be to move the bishop out of the way and shift the queen, but it's still not on a great circuit, still clumsy. Hans's last move, very instructive, stopping the black bishop coming out and pinning the white knight.
And you'd really want to plant one of your knights on e6 if you could, but it's not an easy route to get there. With the f5 pawns soft in this position, knight f4 is the move I want to make, but it's tough to get that going.
Hans was about to reach for a piece.
Goes the other way.
Yeah. Out to b4 instead.
Big threat. Knight takes pawn, would lure the black rook forward, and then the white rook is able to pounce on the 7th rank. And that is devastating due to the white queen just sniping from afar.
And you take care of that threat, Hans might be setting up another queen slide over to e2 and that a6 square. Get yourself closer to the black king.
Yeah, he likes those improving moves, especially with a hint of an attack behind it. Parham defends one, and will he be able to defend the other?
There's the e3 or e2 slide rather that Tanya just spoke of.
That is scary. Once the queen posts up, you can never breathe a sigh of relief until she's kicked away.
Don't see a good way of that happening as well, with so many of the pieces on the left flank for Parham in this position.
If you could just drag and drop and put the black queen like somewhere on the other side of the board. Black has got a very healthy position, but unfortunately doesn't work like that in such an open position with queen still on.
He's just putting pressure move by move. Very difficult to hold on. You know, you can defend it 1, 5, 10 moves, but can you keep it going? Keep everything under control? for the rest of the game. For
Is that
Parham, it's
clock
not
correct?
easy.
Just for everyone at home, that clock is not correct.
No.
Okay, thank you for calling that out. Looks like Hans Niemann was about to lose on time from a slightly advantaged position.
Now it's
that will
incorrect.
update, and now it's showing correctly 51 seconds to his name.
With bonus time of 2 seconds, if it comes to 1, then you know we've got bigger problems.
Exactly. I was like, well, we all let that one slip by us.
No, he's got a few seconds, whether it's 38, 51, or 1. He's got a few seconds left on his clock.
And he brings another force into the attack. And this time it's a pawn. It's not going to stop there. Given the opportunity, A5.
That's a tickle move. You just tickle the opponent, you see how they react. And maybe Parham might get uncomfortable. That black queen is just the biggest problem, though. It's probably the worst queen we've seen in a couple of days here. Freestyle chess. Black rook moves on over, though.
I would give in. Oh, I was going to go in with the queen. He goes in with the knight, hits the rook, and now is he going to strike with A5? Is it the moment?
Oh, he goes back.
He comes back. Has he decided, has he changed his mind that the queen belongs there?
He was just asking for a repetition of the position. But Parham says, no, I'm going to use that tempo to improve my queen. And maybe a small missed opportunity for Hans. He could have pushed his pawn. And now that option is not available anymore. A queen check, and the black king can just dodge.
Sneaky queen move by Parham, defending that B6 spot in front of the king to make A5 possible. And that's progress by Parham.
Huge progress. Hans there took his eye off the ball for 1 second, partly because of the clock. But if he'd pushed A5, if he'd got the white king off the back rank and swung the white rook across, that would have been deadly. Now it's a real scrap.
He just has to do it all over again. And it comes back to that move where he went forward with the knight and took it back. I think he was expecting Parham to just repeat. You're worse, you should be repeating. Parham said, no, man.
Yeah, we are about to be in a full time scramble, though, here.
Yeah, and the clocks will ignore those for a second. Parham has not run out of time, ladies and gentlemen. The white rook retreating in the meantime. They still have a few seconds left each, gaining 2 seconds after every move.
Takes control of the G line, coming on over to the 7th rank next, and Parham improving all his pieces. I mean, completely different story from 7 moves ago, when half of his army was on the right side of the board.
Yeah, the white rook has to stay on the 3rd rank, otherwise the bishop would take a pawn. There'd be a sacrifice blowing open the d-file. In the meantime, yeah, it just feels as if each side is threatening something, the other side reacts. Then it's my turn. Then you swap, you rinse, you repeat. They're going around in circles a bit at the moment.
And now it's a proper time scramble, playing on final seconds.
Oh, there was a trick. The black rook could not get off the 7th rank, and now he's moving forward. Hans Niemann, don't take that pawn with your pawn. There would be a knight fork.
Oh, he could still take on c6 and jump in with the knight. This is starting to look dangerous one more time for Parham.
It's creaking. The white rook is coming across.
And that knight finally landing on that e6 juicy outpost.
Oh, he's trying to trade it off, Parham, but that's not going to help. He's lost a key defender. He's lost a pawn as well.
But f5, tender in the position. Picks it up.
Now rook takes pawn. There are some tricks. Knight forks in the air. Be careful. Hans doesn't have time to calculate. He's reaching for the king. He drops his queen back instead, and maybe the moment's passed. Parham survived the worst, but still difficult.
He does it for the 2nd time in this game, and now he's looking for piece activity, but a big blunder as the rook comes in. That's going to be a checkmate. He wins the rook.
It's going to be checkmate. Yes, the black queen could have taken a rook, but resignation from Parham. Wow, game over. Everything defended. Hans Niemann wins.
Wow, shoes on the other foot all of a sudden. It was Parham who got the first win in their 10-5 matchups. Hans would equalize to force the tiebreaker and now gets himself up 2-1 in his matchup. One more game to go between these two to decide, 7th place.
This was a crazy, crazy blitz game. I mean, so many ups and downs, and Parham finally did give in. He had his chances, but you got big chess coming up in the next one with a certain world #1 on the back foot.
That's right, because midway through the day, it's Levon Aronian who's got the 1-point advantage over Magnus Carlsen. He did it with the white pieces. That's your grand final. Soon to do battle yet again to see if Magnus Carlsen can equalize and force a tiebreak scenario in that one. Let's flip to the lower bracket, where we would have a mirrored result in our 3rd place matchup. Vincent Keimer undoing Vachier-Lagrave to be up 1-0 in theirs. Fabiano Caruana, he got it done against Arjun Erigaisi already today with a 1.5 to half a point win. He takes 5th place with Arjun slotting into 6th. And of course, as we mentioned, still 7th place and 8th place yet to be decided. The chess doesn't stop here on the final day, though. I mean, from that one, now we've got to start kind of reframing towards the two top bouts that will soon have a position lottery and go back at it. But it's two players with backs against the wall who need to craft victories here just to extend things and find podium finishes.
Yeah, and what a start it's been. I mean, this is the final day of this season, you know, the year-long Grand Slam, the first ever freestyle chess tour coming to an end. And look at this. It's Levon Aronian who gets the lead against Magnus Carlsen. You call it at the start of the show, David, that it's a day worth 100K, more than that, for Levon as bonus money, and he needs only a draw to bag all of that. One draw away from his second Grand Slam title.
But do you play? This is the thing that always concerns me the most, is playing for a draw against Magnus, right? I feel like normally not a recipe for success, because you're going to give him his openings, therefore, to get the win and equalize. The one thing I will say, if I had to pick any player in the field of 8 who only needs a draw and won't play for it and instead will play for the win, it's going to be Levon Aronian.
Exactly, and that strategy has served him so well. That's why he's undefeated so far, Levon, because he's going for his types of positions. He needs to just keep doing what he's doing, and I don't think he's the type of player who's going to back down. He looked so focused, even after he won that game. He didn't look like he was celebrating. He knows it's still a big, big challenge ahead. Job's only half done.
You know, the titles that Magnus has won in this slam, whether it was Grenke or looking back at Paris, he's just looked unstoppable. He's played God-level chess in that. And we spoke about this, right? This has been a different narrative. He's made it to the finals, but he's had a lot of shaky moments along the way. Objectively, Levon has been the better player than Magnus Carlsen in South Africa.
Still undefeated. He might be the one playing God-level chess in South Africa. And we were lucky enough to get a word from him. Sfera standing by with Levon after his first win of the day.
Levon, how important was it for you coming into this game to not fall into the time usage of Magnus, but play in your own pace and keep ahead on the clock?
Yeah, I think the opening phase worked in my favor. I thought the starting position is one of those difficult positions that is not really easy to understand how to react against this d4. And I was thinking that e5 could probably be the option, but then after knight c3, I think the way Magnus went, I don't know. I was thinking maybe knight e6, e4, he should go for some queen f7, more like a slower approach. But once he played his b6 stuff, then I felt there is not enough compensation for his pawn.
You also had a massive time advantage, as we said, but we kind of saw that coming because he went into the confessionals and talked about that pawn sacrifice as the really only logical option. And so you spend all of Magnus' time really making your own moves then?
Yeah, I think my tasks are more or less easier. I mean, I had a clear plan to quickly develop, and Magnus had to understand if he should take the pawn and then be a bit passive, or should he kind of try to play for his development. But yeah, I mean, I don't believe that, I mean, just a general feeling that he can afford not to take the pawn.
Do you think we'll see a different version of Magnus now that he has to win?
Magnus is always there to come and fight, and I love that about him, and it's something that we all strive to be.
You talk about always, I will say never. Levon Aronian never loses in freestyle anymore.
No. This is, you know, so far I have been lucky. Let's see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
A bold claim by Sfera there. Levon Aronian never loses in freestyle chess. He hasn't so far here in South Africa, but a very humble Levon in his response, saying Magnus is always there. He's always someone to respect.
Yeah. He knows it. I mean, Magnus and Levon, you know, that's a story that you could write with so many books and chapters. They played each other an endless number of times, know each other so well. They're good friends off the board as well. I think Levon winning game 1, he knows the job is not even half done when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. But he's got to be feeling his peak, his form coming in. He needs only a draw to wrap this up. Magnus under pressure has to win on demand. Does he get it done? Does this go into tie breaks?
Job not done for Levon Aronian. Job not done for Hans Niemann and Parham Magsulu. While we wait for that marquee matchup, which will come a bit later on the day, we have to decide 7th place. So we're heading to the stage where Fiona Stahl-Anthony is standing by for the position lottery in our battle for 7th place.
It's also a very different way of pulling a position.
Tell me the number.
Oh, es ist anders, ne?
899.
8, sorry.
Okay.
899.
For the avoidance of confusion, position 899 will be the battlefield for our 7th place matchup. The tie break between Parham Magsudlu and Hans Niemann. Niemann currently ahead in this matchup. Draw or better gets it done for him here or now. For Parham, it's a win to force Armageddon, or he snags 8th place.
What are we predicting? What are we thinking? Can Parham bounce back yet again from another disappointment?
You know where my heart's at. You got to be rooting for this guy. I mean, everything that he's gone through in this tournament. I really hope that this does go down to an Armageddon. We're still to have that in freestyle chess so far in South Africa, so would love to see it.
It's tough to get there, right? In 5-2 freestyle, it's just too many openings, I think, for decisive victories. While Parham is undoubtedly a player capable of taking the victory and forcing that Armageddon, I think Hans Niemann, just in these faster time controls, plays with a little bit more ease, a little bit more comfort.
Yeah, especially the last 2 games. Parham started today really, really well, but Hans is suddenly kind of warmed up now. He was playing with speed. It always felt like he was the one kind of asking the questions in the previous game, slightly quicker than Parham as well. This starting position, though, with bishops already fianchettoed, I wonder whether it will give the ammunition required for Parham. Magnus has said he hates the positions with bishops already on the long diagonals because they kind of cancel each other out. Often all the bishops leave the board very quickly. Then it becomes more tricky, just about rooks and knights.
And I love how when Hans is analyzing the position, you know, he's moving the pieces around while Parham's doing it all in his head. He's just looking at the options that he's got with the white pieces while he's sitting on the other side of the arena right now. Hans looking pretty chill, needs only a draw. He's looking at an early central strike. I like where his head's at simply because he wants to open up the long-range pieces quickly for white. With the pawn moving forward in front of the knight on the right side of the board. That's something that you want to do. The G pawn going up the board, the B pawn going up the board. There are 2 undefended ones that I see as well. What's the first move intuitively that comes to your mind here, David?
Oh, G3. I don't know. G3 or B3. I'm quite timid. I like getting those bishops.
Just opening up the diagonals, right?
Especially with white, I quite like kind of asking the opponent which pawns they'll push in the center first and then reacting. But I don't know. It felt like Hans was looking at D4. How about yourself, Tanya? What are you predicting? First move.
I'd be so tempted to push one of those central pawns, but the problem with doing that is that you're going to end up blocking one of your bishops long run. And, you know, if you go E4, the light squared bishop. If you go D4, the dark squared bishop. So I do like that. I like the idea of opening up one of the diagonals and keeping the center flexible. I'm also thinking maybe G4, so that your knight can jump to G3. Knights behind pawns seems to be a pattern that usually works out.
Yeah, and we'll find out how aggressive Parham is feeling as he needs to strike back. Must-win situation. At least it would feel like some solace for him if he does get to the Armageddon and does maybe even end up getting 7th place. We're looking at these 2 pawn pushers getting the bishops out on their long diagonals. Most likely, if one of those pawn pushes forward, black will play copycat. So if G3, maybe G6, and a bit of a bind how to get the remaining bishops into the game.
You don't like G4, I see.
Or G4. I'm just not as brave as you, Tanya. G4 also very, very much on the agenda. That's more of a Parham move as well, G4.
You are in a must-win, so sooner or later he will look. And this is also the other thing, right? In traditional classical chess, when it's a best of 2 and a player has won a game already, it's so hard to imagine. You'll have to play something offbeat, something objectively not even close to good because openings have been studied so much. But in freestyle chess, you're guaranteed a fight here. So though Parham has to win on demand, he knows chances will come very, very quickly.
Less than a minute to go to game time here. Hans now maybe spending moments in his mind palace, looking to lock up a $25,000 prize over the $15K that goes to 8th place.
Not a bad payday.
Not a bad payday at all.
And Here we go. Will the birds interrupt the play this time around? Parham taking his seat. We'll see the handshake very shortly. And the games will begin. First, just adjusting the pieces, settling in.
I think Hans is looking for those birds. And there he is. He's giving you a smile right now, David. He's like, I heard you, man. Not around right now.
Only one piece needs to move in this position, right, for castling to become available on the left-hand side of the board.
True, just the white queen, and very likely the white knights will also move at some point, so even castling the longer side, this time towards the king side, the right flank, very possible.
But I like that idea that you're mentioning, James, of getting the king to the left side really quickly. And I
don't know if I like it anymore.
Not anymore. Just like that. Instead of g4, it's b4. Also makes a lot of sense because you not only open up the bishop, but there's a rook lift potentially.
Nice move from Parham to start this game, showing his intentions. Hans, as we predicted, would play copycat. He would open up his bishop if white opened his as well. It's now really tough for the cornered bishops to get into the game. So most likely it's going to be about pushing towards the center, maybe bringing some knights out in the next couple of moves. Bit of a weird one. We rarely see numbers as high as 899.
I'm also surprised that, you know, with the time that they had, Parham saw b4. He definitely had to have this reaction that Hans has had on his radar. And with a 5+2, you don't want to burn so much time on move 2.
Yeah, he's debating which pawn to push. I was going to say maybe the e-pawn, maybe some knights coming out first, but there we go. Hans copies. In some sense, it's easier to be black in blitz games. You just react, at least the first few moves.
And I think he's getting ready to get the king to that right side, slowly but steadily. Also watch out for the queen coming out early into the game. Centralizes the knight behind the pawn. d5, a target as well.
Near symmetry on this board.
Yeah.
97, and we have a jam-packed E-line.
Oh, congestion in the E-file there. I mean, it's also the most logical move, probably. So very possible that it's played. Hans is maybe just worrying what might happen if Parham lashes out in the center, but no, he does decide to copy. And just to highlight Tanya's mention here, the totem pole on the E-file stacked up, fully blocked.
Love it, with perfect symmetry, with the pieces as well. It's pawns, knights, and rooks. Are we going to see a breakout in the center now with either the f-pawn or the d-pawn?
It feels like now or never for Parham somehow. If he doesn't break out, if he just goes a bit slower, maybe pushes the pawn one square, gets the queen off, castles, then the moment might have passed. It might just become too symmetrical. So he wants something here. He wants action.
And he's got to go for action, right? He's the one who's got to win on demand to take it to Armageddon. So he wants to dictate that. You don't want to be passive for too long. But I gotta say that I like the way he's handled the opening so far. It just looks like you're the one who's going to break the symmetry first. You're also controlling a c5 square. That b4 move to start with suddenly makes a lot of sense in this position. More space.
Makes a lot of sense, but he needs to speed up Parham. And here we go. He does speed up the game by blowing open the center. No longer can Hans Niemann rely here on copycat moves. He has to do something. Most likely he's going to take. And we'll see a flurry of exchanges in the middle of the board.
And at the end of that, if that was to happen, the queen lands at a nice central juicy spot there. I think that is the line that's going to play out right now. Parham immediately recapturing with the knight. Also gives a free hand in the future for the f-pawn to start moving up the board.
Yeah, and if everything does come off as we expect, then white is the one who will be quicker to get the king across to the other side of the board to safety.
Yeah, White's queen has ways into the game right now, where Hans's queen is still kind of locked in by her own pieces.
Ooh, and Hans pushes forward. He's trying to open up the diagonal. He's saying, okay, the last set of bishops, I want those off. Not just that, but pawn takes pawn will be met by a knight recapture. And there is a pin on the e-file. The white rook undefended.
He's seizing the moment, the only one that he had, to actually break in the center with that f-pawn, taking advantage of the placement of the rooks. Not making it very easy for Parham to go shock castle, to castle on the right flank just yet with pressure on the e4 pawn.
If only Parham's b-pawn was one step back, then he'd feel safer about castling on this side of the board and just shuffling his rook over. Still a possible move, but now the b4 pawn kind of sticks out.
And suddenly the black knight also eyeing the c6 square where it could start hitting that pawn and the queen.
Exactly. Double attack incoming. Feels like it's been a success for Hans, this opening so far. He's not behind on the clock, and it looks like he's equalized the game.
And he needs only a draw to bag that 7th place, to bag $25,000.
And what's becoming a bit of a pattern here for Parham, once he realizes he's in a tricky situation, both the hands go to the forehead. He does make a decision.
Danger though, the queen is attacked, the pawn is attacked, there's tension on the bishop. So you could remove that black knight, but I don't know, the bishop in an open position, you ideally want to keep it. He feels he needs to. Black recaptures, and Hans still looking very solid here.
The one thing I think Parham is hoping for is to make it very difficult for Hans to connect his rooks. You've got to play against the king and the undeveloped nature of the majors in black's position here. Will he be in time? I mean, ahead in development, so it's really a game of momentum right now. If Hans consolidates, finishes his development, he's clearly better.
The black bishop has a beautiful square to sit on as well. That would disrupt white's forces. So, yeah, he just needs 1 or 2 moves. Hans Niemann here, but Parham trying to figure out what to do here, and now has cost him time on the clock. He's dipped below the 2-minute mark. He moves his knight.
Getting it forward. It's coming to f6, it's coming to e5 with threats.
I mean, can the queen come out with the double attack?
A check.
On the king, yeah, a check. And then
it might do now. Ooh, I was expecting that move, but just moves his king. Keeping it up his sleeve. I guess the knight was defended, so the white king could have just moved. He's kind of keeping it up his sleeve for later. Maybe the black queen has other angles it wants to jump in on.
Might be time to jump in with a knight to f6 to take care of that threat.
There we go.
Also a big move coming in. If black isn't careful, rook e8 would trap the queen.
Ooh, careful. Game-ending threat. So the black queen should just move.
But I'm going to take a lesson from Tanya that she's been telling us all tournament long. We see an opportunity to pin a piece. We could have gone all the way to the h8 square and pinned it against the queen. He thinks better of it.
What's the lesson called,
to put pressure on the pinned piece. First, we have to create a pinned piece, though, in order to build pressure on it.
Yeah, and you can still do it. You can still put the queen on the diagonal. Hans Niemann wants to get his queen in a different way, though. He's eyeballing this avenue, the black queen, on a long diagonal. Instead, he's opened up a file for the rook. Be careful, Parham. There's so many entry squares down here later.
I'm going to get you to say it at least once on the broadcast, James.
No chance.
Watch this space, chat.
Chance.
Parham on
there's
the
no
Parham.
teleprompter for me to be Ron Burgundy, so I'm safe until next year at the very least.
Okay, to take or not to take?
Oh.
I'm channeling my inner Sarawan.
Well,
You're going for it?
Then there's no question. Then you go for it.
Oh,
instantaneous.
very brave. Usually not a pawn grabber, David.
Normally, only if I can definitely get away with it and live to tell the tale. Here the knight is offside, the white king is really open, but my philosophy here, you have to suffer for something, and otherwise you're just allowing the black rook in, you're getting attacked, the white king is so open, you need something in return.
And in fact, it's the only move that's not zeros on the engine.
And I think very importantly, after a check on 8-6, after that move, you have a knight retreating move that blocks the check and saves the knight. So possible. He doesn't go for it.
He's not a pawn grabber, Parham Azulu. Shifts up his rook instead. But, I'm starting to get scared. This is a really awkward pawn. Sticks out so so weak here.
And I wonder if the idea is to slide the rook over to the b3 square to keep that pawn defended. If that was to happen, instead Hans activating his queen, defending both d7 and f7 as he does that.
The white queen almost feels overworked. She's on a lovely square center of the board, but she's defending the knight, defending that pawn that ultimately could be attacked, and that crucial a1 square where the rook might want to come into. But still, play focused on the right-hand side of the board.
But I like how Hans has done it. He needs only a draw, and now he's got 2 files to play for to infiltrate with the rook. The a1 control, he might shift focus to the other side of the board now.
Yeah, full board awareness. He can start coming in. It's not just that, but how's Parham going to win this? He might need queens off the board. I'm thinking long-term, the knight does stand decently against the bishop. It's on a cemented square, outpost, protected. And maybe you could use a 2 versus 1 on the king side later with the absence of queens. But I don't think you can hope for more while the queens remain on this board because white's king is just too weak.
Hans infiltrates.
Infiltrates, and the queen is blocked there now with the rook on b3. So I like this move by Hans. It defends d7. Ooh, watch out. g5 hanging, falling with a check.
Defended.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, the rook's coming in now from the other side.
And the position's slipping.
The rook. Oh, the king is running left and right, desperately trying to hide. But it's game over, apparently, if Hans delivers the correct checks.
Does it? You can run, but you can't hide. You're fighting against the majors. The queen about to join the party from the first rank.
And you're fighting against the clock here. Hans, so much more time to work with.
Mate threatened. Parham dodges it for now. But, oh, is it game over? There's another check here.
And the rook will have to block it. If the king moves, that would be checkmate. But look at that classy stuff from Hans coming in with the bishop.
The bishop's coming. The king's on a light square. Killer attack. This is just game over. The white knight is not participating in this game at all. King steps forward, but that doesn't feel like it's going to save anything here. A queen check from Hans Niemann. If the queen had blocked, the black queen could have taken another pawn. The rook blocks instead, but that does allow some nasty checks in the corner.
You could start with a check just about now. He does it, and not just the corner checks, the flank checks as well coming in with the rook. That's it. It's checkmate.
And there we go, handshake, and it is decided. Hans Niemann takes the win.
He gets the win in the tiebreak scenario, a position we would always call him favored in. He extends to the tiebreak, forced it after an initial loss to Parham Magsulu, and he'll lock up 7th place here in South Africa.
Hans there finishes the Grand Slam season on a high, a 2-2-0 victory in the tiebreaker, and he did it convincingly. I think for Parham, his best shot was in classical, but for Parham, he's just happy this is over, takes it as an experience, and I have no doubts he'll be back next year.
And we look forward to seeing him yet again and what his learnings might be. Have the right attitude this entire tournament long. Always showed us fight, even when things weren't going his way from day one.
Yeah, he's popular with fans, colleagues, everyone, Parham. He's on a steep kind of learning curve, as we all are in chess, especially when kind of this was the biggest, the first time he's really been able to challenge the real elite. But for Hans, yeah, it's kind of mixed feelings. It's like a good win today overall. He played very well in those last Blitz games, but 7th place, he would have wanted more.
Right, he knows what he's capable of because of what he did in Vegas. So while 7th is still going to be an extra $10,000 in his pocket, we can take a look at the lower bracket because another one of our matchups has been decided. 4 of our players are solidified in their placing. Fabiano Caruana is in 5th, having gotten it done over Arjun Erigaisi, who will finish 6th. Hans Niemann, he snags 7th, and Parham Magsulu will end the tournament in 8th. But we still have positions 1 through 4 to be decided. It's Vincent Keimer looking to end it here and now against Sindarov in their second game of the day in the battle for 3rd place. And of course, our marquee matchup, it's going to be Levon Aronian, who's got the point advantage over the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. They are slated to do battle in just about 30 minutes time, with the position lottery happening in 15 minutes. So we're going to head to a quick break, give ourselves a breather before we come back and see all of the action as it concludes here in South Africa. We hope to see you there. Don't miss it.
Just take me for a ride.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour at Grootbos Private Nature Reserve began once again under beautiful skies. The players preparing for the matches with a breathtaking view. With 3 Grand Slam winners in the semi-finals, the stage was set for intensity, and one young challenger stepped in with a chance to claim his first ever freestyle chess title. In the semi-final between Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian, the opening game ended in a draw. In the second, Vincent had Levon under pressure, but he missed his chance to convert the win, and the game ultimately finished level as well.
Our first Grand Slam victor and our most recent Grand Slam victor.
They don't know how to be in the final and not win the whole thing.
In the tiebreaks, Levon held his nerve and prevailed in both blitz games. While on the other board, the tiebreak drama was just as intense. Between Vachier Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, it was a complete roller coaster. Magnus seized the advantage early and won the first game, but in the second, the young Uzbek struck back and forced the world #1 into a dramatic tiebreak. Carlsen won the first blitz game and produced a remarkable save in the critical second one.
This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode, and when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone.
After a win and a draw against Parham Magsudlu, Fabiano Caruana secured his place in the match for 5th. It was the only encounter of the day that ended without tiebreaks. Meanwhile, the match between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi was also decided in 2 blitz games, with Arjun taking the victory 3-1. After a whirlwind of pressure, precision, and breathtaking endgames, only 2 remain. The pairing for the final is set. Get ready for the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. All eyes are on the showdown between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, the winner of the Paris Grand Slam and the Grenka Open, facing the champion of the Vegas Grand Slam. Who will take the last move? Will Magnus Carlsen walk away with 2 trophies? Or will Levon Aronian add a second title after his win in Las Vegas? Stay tuned.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
The world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
The stakes couldn't be higher. The Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
World, are you ready? This is Freestyle Chess.
8 of the world's strongest players come together for a compact, high-intensity competition where only one of them will emerge as champion. Here's how the tournament unfolds. Day 1 features a complete round-robin stage in which every player faces all 7 opponents. Each game is played with a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. The final ranking is important, as players can win decisive Grand Slam points. On day 2, the tournament moves into the quarterfinals. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time control increases to 30 minutes plus 15 seconds per move. Before the games begin, the top 3 finishers from the preliminary round receive another strategic advantage. They each get to choose their opponent for the quarterfinals from among the players ranked 5 through 8. First the leader, then second place, and finally third place. The 4th ranked player receives the remaining opponent. Day 3 brings the semifinals, where the winner of quarterfinal A meets the winner of quarterfinal D, while the winners of quarterfinals B and C face each other. The players who lost their quarterfinal matches are not finished yet. They enter the placement playoffs for the 5th to 7th place. Everything culminates on day 4, the decisive final day of the event. The 2 semifinal winners compete for the championship title in the grand final, while the semifinal losers battle for the podium in the 3rd place match. Both played with 30 minutes plus a 15-second increment. At the same time, the lower half of the standings is resolved through the 5th place match and the 7th place match, which use the quicker 10 plus 5 time format. 8 players, 4 days of freestyle chess, 1 champion. Who will take the crown?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weissenhaus, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour?
Get ready!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in South Africa. It's our season final, our grand final between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keimer as well, still battling it out for third up against the likes of Vachier-Lagrave. We, of course, saw the lower bracket bouts come to a conclusion, with one of them going to tie breaks just before the break. It was Hans Niemann who would come out on top and snag 7th place, while Fabiano got it done earlier in the day for 5th. But this is the marquee matchup right here. Levon Aronian, and the story of the day, perhaps the entire tournament, alongside the likes of Vachier-Lagrave. Undefeated still he remains. And again, just most recently taking a win over the world #1, poised to wrap it up here and now.
And I think that result was something that few would have predicted at the start of the day. And the way Levon did it, it wasn't just the scoreline here, but his level of play incredibly high. Never really gave Magnus a chance in that first game. And I think the same is to be said for the Fabiano-Arjun matchup as well. Incredible performance by Fabi in that one.
4 players are still looking to fight it out, though. Vincent Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave both want that podium finish, get third, share the stage with those other 2 guys at the end of the day, David.
They really do. It's just about how much is left in the tank for Sindarov. World Cup, such a long tournament. This one, he's had the highs, he's had the lows. He needs to bounce back against Vincent, needs to win on demand. Not going to be easy. I think Vincent now is the favorite to come third.
Now, if anything, you want to rely on both players with the white pieces. Won game number one. That means Vachier and Magnus get the white pieces. But if I'm to read into, something that you called out earlier in the day, one, the number of black wins we've had across the tournament, but in particular, how Magnus has fared, unwell with the white.
Yeah, I think that's maybe kind of because he's been caught in two minds with the white pieces. Often he's in the lead, he wins first with black and then needs to bounce back. Or in the first game, he starts with white, doesn't know how hard to press. Now he knows, at least, it's clear. Only one task. He has to win. He has to attack, has to do something to somehow shatter Levon's armor, which has looked almost unbreakable so far.
The strongest player in the world, Magnus Carlsen. The second strongest player in the world, a wounded Magnus Carlsen. With his back against the wall, it's pressure that doesn't break him, it wakes him up, We've seen it time and time again, just every time how he bounces back. I think with white, he's happy to have this opportunity. Yes, he's had a bad result previously, but he gets to dictate at least how the game shapes up. So much will depend on the draw of the position right now. Will Magnus get his kind of position at the start, or will it again be chaotic? Will, again, Levon Aronian shine?
Now it's time to play Tanya's favorite game. Let's put some numbers on it, shall we?
And number game.
First, I'm going to preface it by using one of our partners here, our marketplace prediction partner in Call Sheet for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And as I check in with the numbers live, as they've been updating for the first time in this entire tournament run, Magnus Carlsen is no longer favored by the market predictions. 67% of people think Levon Aronian at this point is going to take the top spot after that initial victory.
What can I say, James? The community knows. They believe in their man, Levon the Lion, to get the job done. Undefeated in the entire South African leg, in the entire slam so far. That is just, let that sink in with this field. Not a single game in the round robin, not a single game in the knockout stage. 67%, I would even go higher. I would say 70-30 in this one right now, 70 to Levon.
All right, giving it even more so in favor of Levon. But David, what we know of Magnus Carlsen is how capable he is, especially when his back is against the wall. He's already shown it to us once in this tournament, but can he do it again?
He's capable. He can. I think a lot will depend on the opening. A lot will depend on Magnus just waking up out of the trance he was in, on the clock especially. It felt like he just wasn't in the flow. He needs to play quicker, needs to somehow get a position where it's more strategic, rather than just like bam, bam, Levon's a pawn up. He needs his type of game, Magnus. But, the odds, I think it's fair. There's one result that suits Magnus. He needs to win. There's two results that suit Levon. The draw and the win here. If it goes to tiebreaks, I think Magnus again will be the favourite. But this one game alone, I think it is fair what the odds are saying.
So what's the number the desk boys are giving here? James, David, both of you.
I said it, 1/3 chance for Magnus.
Okay,
33 versus
so you're going 33. I'm going to go 60-40. Still in favor of Levon, right? So I think we're all favoriting Levon. I'm still giving maybe the best chances here to Magnus Carlsen. Do you feel like it has to happen, though, here now for Levon, as opposed to going to the tiebreak?
100%. I think if Magnus is able to bounce back in this one, he takes the tiebreakers. He did it twice against Sindarov yesterday, 2-0. He has to get it done. This is the golden opportunity. This is the moment. He has to give it his best. The one thing, of course, it's freestyle chess. Anything can happen.
Well, we're poised for a brilliant fight between the top two contenders, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. It's Vincent Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave battling it out for third, but $200,000 in the title of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam South Africa champion is on the line. Out to the arena for the position lottery.
Welcome back to this final day. We saw two decisive results in Game 1. Wins for Levon Aronian in the final and a win for Vincent Keimer in the match for third place. We're ready now to draw the next position. I'm very happy to be joined by Connor Opperman, who is the highest rated player from the Overberg region. And Connor, just a few days ago, you played against Levon and Hans in Stanford. What was that experience like?
It was good. It was good. The games didn't finish, but yeah, they definitely had the up advantage. But it wasn't completely losing. But I really enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you.
Maybe the game will be completed someday. You are now, you have the big responsibility of drawing the next position. So let's find out. Okay. So it's going to be position number... Oh my goodness, you just drew a joker! That is our second joker of the day. A joker, that means that a donation will be made to a youth chess in South Africa. You can actually hand me the joker and you can draw another position. If I can just hand the joker. And we'll try again, and this time it is position 807. 807. Connor, you are the first person to ever draw a joker on the big stage at Freestyle. Thank you so much. Players, best of luck.
Why? D5, E5, F6. No? D5 you take? 6 here? Not sure about this. Takes, G6, knight D3. Okay. And if I go here, you go F4 or what?
I think 3 moves here. This, and this. But probably a D4 should be fine. We take. I would get out of F5 quickly.
It's not that easy though. Knight F3.
Which one? Which one?
Knight F3, let's say. F5, E5.
I was more thinking whether we can make such things where we
But I'm thinking you should keep the bishop h6 as well. So like knight G F3. So maybe D5, no?
I think this has to be fine.
Should be.
That's no, maybe this is.
One more. And if I, let's say, do some symmetrical business. D3, F5.
It's very complex.
What about this? No, not too scary.
Check. Okay, I guess we go symmetry against everything. F4, F5.
What about D4? Do we go F5 or what? F5 looks logical.
I'm just wondering. Like some
But
quick-
you cannot play E4 then. So I go G6.
We can, but also we can just get some. And White also can just develop that surely. Yeah, I'm not sure we want anyway. We also want first game. We don't need to go crazy.
But we're not going crazy, just trying to be logical.
Well, I do feel like we can do worse. Like generally.
But why? It takes so long for you to pass it. It's like a Sicilian.
Yes.
No? You don't like F5?
Okay.
So you think D5?
I don't think it's a bad move. I don't think it's...
You don't think it's a good...
No, I don't think it's a good choice for the situation.
Uh-huh. Yes. Probably we should. This kind of stuff can be passive, that's all. That's my only worry. Ah! Makes sense, blocking the bishop. So you should go h4 probably. Yeah. G6.
Wait,
G6, C5. Yeah, 5. 5. I take on h4, you go g3 and b5. So
yeah, maybe it's actually the solid option not so solid. I mean, okay, also I'm not sure. We just copy what's the
it's okay. But d4 is unlikely because f5 is also fine.
No, I think e4 feels like the right move.
So let's say e4 here. So what about knight d3 is too slow? No. Okay. Knight d3 you want to play.
What d5?
Knight d3 d5. Knight d5 d knight is kind of stuck.
Position 807 could decide it all here in South Africa for both of our boards. The battle at the top. It's between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Levon needing a draw or better. Vincent Keimer needing the same. Vachier-Lagrave left to his lonesome here to evaluate the position, while Magnus Carlsen does the same. Both of them backs against the wall, needing a decisive victory just to extend their chances in a tiebreak scenario.
Lucky number 807, that's what they have to hope for. It's not going to be easy, I think, with this position. We see the heat map here. Symmetry is likely to be expected, maybe the best course of action for the players with the white pieces, but that goes against nature. When you want to win, you want to create chaos, they'll have their work cut out in order to create that.
And with Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer needing only a draw to wrap things up, 807 could be the final position of our entire 2025 season. That's what these two are hoping for. That's the case that happens at the end of it. They will start with the black pieces here. And to your point, if symmetry cannot be broken, they're probably feeling better about their chances to get a more strategic, more in-control fight. As we look at what they're analyzing, a lot of pawn moves by both these players. Our heat map also confirming that opening up that bishop in the corner is one of the most played moves in the position, or the one on the other side where you push the pawn in front of the queen and get the long-range pieces active as quickly as possible.
Yeah, do you want control of the center, or do you want the long diagonal secured nice and early?
Yeah, and if it does become more strategic, on paper that favors Magnus, although yeah, it's unlikely he'll be able to whip up some direct attacks, and maybe that's not the type of thing he'll want in a must-win situation. I think it's also good news for Vincent Keimer, so it means he can control things a bit more against Sindarov. Just needs a draw. If it is controlled, symmetrical, that suits his style. So we'll see. I think maybe Vincent's maybe the happier of the two if we compare him against Levon here.
Who do you think has a bigger chance of making a comeback? Is it Sindarov or is it Magnus in the matchup?
Magnus.
It's Magnus.
It's always Magnus.
It is always Magnus. Until it's proven otherwise.
I mean, on paper, it looks like Levon, he just almost deserves to win the tournament at this stage, unbeaten. He's been so consistent, so good, kind of head and shoulders above most of his opponents. Yeah. But always it comes down to single moves sometimes that define titles, and it will come down to a moment where he has to make a correct decision, or where Magnus has maybe a half chance whether he can take it or not. It feels like that's going to decide this game.
You know, you mentioned our Kalshi community said 67% to Levon Aronian by the end of game one. I gave it 70-30. I think, David, you were close to it as well, giving the odds in favor of Levon. And then you asked if Magnus makes a comeback, what happens? I think then it completely switches. I would go as far as to say Magnus becomes another favorite by 90-10 this time, just simply given that he makes that comeback. Momentum will be on his side. So for Levon Aronian, he needs to get that draw in this game.
I would absolutely agree. And as the players are up and out of their seats and into the playing hall, we are mere minute away from seeing these players locked in battle. It all started here on the African coast just 3 days ago as we kicked things off with the round robin. It was Vachier Sindarov and Levon Aronian who really separated themselves from the rest of the field with undefeated performances and locking up the top 2 spots. Their choices of opponents. They proved their initial picks before Vachier would run into the brick wall that is Magnus Carlsen, almost undoing him, but Magnus would strike back to earn his bid against Levon Aronian in yet another Grand Slam final.
Moments now. The gong will sound. The games will begin. Can Magnus strike? He needs to play faster. Does he have the energy left in the tank?
And Levon said it, that it's a great privilege to play against Magnus Carlsen in the grand final. Can he do it? Can he win the grand final by taking down Magnus Carlsen, the final boss of chess?
No better person to get the win over and cement yourself in freestyle chess Grand Slam history. You could be as well a back-to-back Grand Slam winner, just like Magnus did earlier this year.
That would be incredible. Doing it once is just so difficult, especially such a field, a stellar cast of stars. But to do it twice in a row, Levon would be the first one to do it in these kind of knockout stages as well. Magnus won that opening Grand Slam, so impressive, but it feels like this is an even more just incredible feat.
It's just amazing. I mean, when you've been undefeated, this is not the moment you want to change that narrative if you're Levon Aronian, not for this game. And I wonder if it's a bit telling, you know, when the position was getting pulled out, a joker
That's
got
right.
pulled out. And we know who thrives in chaos. It is Levon Aronian. A bit of a circus of a position always suits him just fine.
And maybe a good omen for the Armenian Lion.
Okay, Magnus, what is your first move? Still thinking. Does feel like he's a bit more hesitant today than we've seen him in recent times.
Have the clocks been started?
They have been started. Fret not. The clocks won't update until the first move is made, but there you can see
There it is.
about a minute spent on that initial move. He's going to go for something that was less sought after in our heat map, and this is an F-pawn push, 2 squares forward.
I did wonder about this. Magnus played the Dutch defense in the previous game, not with much success. He pushed his F-pawn forward with black. This time he's going to try to do the same thing with white. So with an extra tempo, can't get worse. It has to be a better version. It also helps a knight. I'm not sure which knight, but one of the knights to develop behind the pawn.
I'll tell you what won't happen is that if Levon responds with d5, Magnus isn't sacrificing that same e-pawn twice in a row. D5, e4, any chances of that happening?
I tell you what else won't happen. 10 minutes will not be spent on this first move or second move by Levon Aronian.
D5 though.
And there it is.
Yeah, they didn't seem to discuss it in much detail, this F-pawn push. Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian, but of course, even a surprise, he reacts within a good 15-20 seconds. And yeah, this is, I think, normally the antidote to pushing the F-pawn. You want to occupy the center with your D-pawn. And this is regarded as quite a healthy setup when you have the black pieces, no matter pretty much the piece configuration on the first ranks.
I'm also expecting one of the flank pawns to move forward quickly, and specifically the one on the left side with the rook next to the king tucked away in the corner. We've seen that pattern. And something that Magnus likes to do very early on, activate the rook, but not through castling. Get that a-pawn moving, do a rook lift. Right now, he opens up the diagonal of the bishop, setting up the idea of striking in the center with the e-pawn.
He's learned his lesson. No sacrifices. He never got that pawn back, ever, in the first game of the day. So he's preparing it, protected by his bishop. It looks like Levon was about to move. I wouldn't be shocked if he brings his knight out to cover that central square. Or maybe he'll allow it to happen and just open up his own bishop. Very healthy as well.
I like the speed with which Levon's responding. It seems to indicate that, well, nerves, he's doing well there.
without a doubt. It seems like he's very comfortable. And again, I think just not falling into a bit of a trap that could come back to bite him later in this game by affording Magnus too much of an advantage on the clock. So he's going to keep the pressure up. It worked for him in game number 1. We'll see if it can work for him in game number 2.
Yeah, there will come a moment to slow down. The top players, they sense the critical moments so well. But for now, Levon is happy to just trust himself, and why not? He's been making such good judgment calls, instinctive decisions, and it is very much up to Magnus to decide how to play this position. Either he blows open the center quickly, as he tried to do in the previous game, or he slows it down, just brings out some pieces. It's just about maneuvering, and the tension will be postponed to the middle of the game.
Yeah, I do expect that central break to arrive sooner or later. Just like you said, 2 different approaches to it. You keep the threat in the air. For Levon, I think he also knows the importance of time against Magnus, specifically what happened in the last game. Magnus down on the clock, you know, he wants to put pressure on that, so trying to get that early lead. It's been successful so far. Magnus thinking once again. I'd say he goes for e4 sooner than later.
Very soon. Good call, Tanya. And I think the problem was, if he delayed it too much longer, Black would have been the one to break out in the center with a quick e5, and White might have been the one finding himself cramped. The reason it's so desirable here is because White has a nice wall of pawns already. If he gets a bit more time, he might even set up another wall of pawns on the dark squares and just render the Black bishop in the corner a bit ineffective. So here, Levon will be looking to strike back. I'm not saying e5 necessarily here, but that type of idea, just to fight for space.
Speaking of omens, James, last game I was talking about e5 as a move, expecting Magnus to do it. He did it, did not turn out well. He's gone for the e-pawn one more time.
Yeah, but this already to me looks like a more confident Magnus, right? Yeah. Around his position, his pace of play. The players did have a substantial break between the first and the second game here today. Earlier on in the tournament, Magnus kind of voiced some initial frustration with having to wait between a game 1 and a game 2, but then even recognized in that very same answer saying, in fact, though, I think it was good for me to have that amount of time to really reset my mind and come into it in more of a winning position or winning mentality. Let's see if he can do the exact same thing here today.
It's funny. He started 3 of the 4 days here in South Africa with a loss. Like it's just been a pattern. It's the slicked hair we've been joking about and all that stuff. But normally he ends the day quite well. So it's just about whether it can be that day of 2 halves, whether he can kind of get the energy going now. And he's at least visibly made a conscious effort to speed up. That's the main thing.
And Levon did it in Vegas, right? He won 2 blitz games against Magnus, knocked him down to the lower bracket, gets the first win done today. So he's got to be feeling that the invincible, you know, the unstoppable Magnus, maybe he's just got his number in this format. You know, Levon, he thrives in the chaotic nature of freestyle chess. His imaginative self comes out in the best of ways. David, are there ways for him to create those kind of positions right now, given the opening position that we have, to kind of lend itself to his style?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think he wants to do something quick before White is able to, with or without dropping the bishop back, just build that center, build with the pawns, maybe with a knight. Once White gets that, it's going to be very hard to do anything to at least create those open lines. So I'm looking at ideas of maybe pushing the f-pawn, maybe pushing the e-pawn, just trying to create the energy, at least release some tension. That will at least make his job as well a bit easier if he's able to trade off more pieces.
In one of his interviews, he very highly speaks about the concept of symmetry in freestyle chess. So if that's the point, the move that probably is on his radar is the e-pawn moving forward. Magnus has just done it, and it would be the way to keep that balance. Does that work? Because that's really one of the primary aims for Black out of the opening for as long as possible. You keep the symmetry.
Well, if it's an effort to hold the symmetry, then it does look like a fairly solid move.
I don't see an immediate way to refute it.
Me neither. We'll put it on the board. This is what Levon is likely looking at. Magnus probably will take that pawn and the symmetry here between the bishops. The thing is that White does have a bit more pawn shelter on the side his king stands. Black with a little less with the 4 versus 3 on this side. I'm not sure really who this favors. Magnus is up and out of his chair. I wonder whether he'll be telling us his thoughts in a moment. This looks fine to my eyes. I think this is what Levon should be doing. And just to kind of compare that to a position such as bringing the knight out, maybe just bringing the other knight out, it's kind of natural moves, but not really kind of concrete stuff. it does feel like the black bishop now just far less active. White is the one who controls the center with the pawns, with everything. I think now is the time Levon should be trying to strike.
This is what Magnus did in his match against Fabi as well, if you remember. Losing that first game, second game, he comes back, he sits by himself, analyzes everything, and very early on starts getting up from his chair. Starts walking around a little bit. You know, you also mentioned, David, that's one of the psychological ways of putting pressure on your opponent. And I just saw him do exactly that right now.
Yeah, up for 10 seconds, back over, pouring the water. Keeping the blood flowing, though, keeping the energy in his system, right? Because he has to not get lulled as well by the switch up in pace here from Levon. Levon does decide on a move. It isn't going to be looking for that symmetry that we talked about. Instead, the knight comes forward, hitting the bishop.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised, just because now black's bishop is locked in. Of course, it's one of the most natural moves. He gains a bit of time, and that's a gain of tempo against white's bishop, which has to now just retreat. Probably it goes back a couple of squares. But, yeah, I think slightly surprised by that one, at least.
I'm surprised in one sense and not in another, right? Which is that I'm hoping Levon is playing for a win. Don't play for a draw, right? And to that end, he's going to throw his c-pawn forward now, completely weakening his king over on that side of the board. But I think that this is a Levon who just says, yeah, I'm going to fight. You know what? If I'm going to win it, I'm going to win it in style.
The best way to play for a draw is to play for a win. And I think Levon's hinting with this last move that, in fact, he wants to get his king to the other side of the board. Castle all the way across. You know, it does vacate a really nice square for the queen to jump over, the one the pawn's just vacated. You put your queen on c7, you bring the other knight out towards the center of the board, you take your bishop out, and starts looking like a very healthy position once you get that castle in.
Yeah, he's also relying on traditional chess openings. We talked about the Dutch defense that's pushing the f-pawn forward, normally with colors reversed, but often the pawns in the center do get exchanged, and this is the exact structure we end up in. Normally, you want a black knight kind of on this square, just drag and drop to control the center. It's a very well-known structure, so he's relying on that. It's just a question of whether Magnus can strike before black gets time to clear the back rank and run away with the king. I agree with Tanya. If black can get his king that side of the board, very happy.
And I like what Levon's doing as well. He's saying, you can get up, so can I, buddy. Not taking that psychological stress that you are trying to put on right now.
That's exactly right.
He always wins when he visits the confessional booth, Levon Aronian. He normally does it early, gets it out of the way, maybe just releases some of the nervous energy from his body, chats to us, and then he goes back. He never joins us again. It's always once, but it's a winning recipe.
No, you're voicing my thoughts and hopes, though, is that is where he went. And if he does, don't worry, we'll get you all of his insights. But he could just be taking a stroll of his own around the playing hall.
Because it's so important right now to just keep calm. Keep calm. And play,
carry on.
And carry on. And keep doing what he's been doing so far, because it's worked to perfection. But nerves are the biggest factor right now. Biggest factor at play right now when you're playing against this guy and you need only a draw.
Yeah, Magnus is looking for moves. The most natural would be to bring one of the knights out. You could choose either of those. He, okay, just as I say it, does attack this pawn. I don't think that pawn wants to continue advancing where it has no support. That would also allow the white knight to leap into the center, continuing to attack it. So I think Tanya's move is almost forced, just to use the queen to defend.
It just feels like the square you want your queen on anyway, clearing up the back rank as well. Queen c7. Can't push the b pawn. The bishop's lined up against the rook, so that's out of the question. I completely agree with you. The c push does not fare well. Just feels like you're overextending. And Levon, at the end of it, wants to keep it under control for as long as he can. Yes, he loves the chaos. Yes, he'll take the opportunity if he gets it. But if he isn't pushed to it, Magnus is the one who needs to make a push in this game. So let Magnus bring the fight.
All right, let Magnus bring the fight. Let Levon bring the confessionals as he finds his way back to the chair. We'll come back to see what move he'll make. But first, we'll see what insights he has about this second game of the day.
The position feels kind of solid. A lot depends if white manages to put the pressure on the c5 pawn quickly. Otherwise, my plan is very simple. Knight d6, queen c7, just bishop anywhere. Let's say f5 and castle. Once I'm castled, I mean, structurally, it looks like white will spend too much time to develop his pieces before there's anything. So. Yeah, I kind of think this should be fine for black.
thinking it should be fine for black and calling all of his shots ahead of time. He says the queen's going to come out to c7, the knight's going to come out. We've already seen those two moves in play. Bishop could go anywhere, and then looking for the castle. But so far it feels like Levon just has a feel for freestyle chess, has a feel for the positions here in South Africa more than anyone else.
Just starts to look very healthy for Levon, this position does. And I think that's exactly what we could see from his confession there, that he's happy with what he's gotten. You know, Magnus really doesn't have a way to stop that plan that we've been talking about, that Levon's also setting up right now. And it's not so easy for Magnus to do the same. Because of that F-pawn push, getting the king to the right side of the board doesn't feel just about as safe, with knights jumping to e4, knights jumping to g4. The question will be, where will Magnus's king find safety in this game?
Yeah, how to get out the bishop from the path of the king as well. It's blocking things up at the moment. If you push the b-pawn forward, whoops, you might walk into some danger on the diagonal. Maybe you have to move a knight out the way, a pawn out the way, a bishop out the way, and and then the king here. But that takes 4 or 5 moves. Levon's just quicker. I think this opening could very much go in Levon's favor if Magnus isn't able to find a direct threat in the next couple of moves. Levon said bishop out anywhere, probably f5. Let's take his word for it. And if he does bring his bishop out, what is white's next move? Tanya, it literally looks like a reverse Dutch defense, just a very healthy version for black.
I'm loving Lev's position so far. The only threats that I see that are possible for Magnus to make are against the c-pawn. Once he's moved his queen even further, either on f2 or on e3, trying to target that pawn along with his knight, so making sure that at least Levon doesn't get the castle in on the next move. But it just doesn't feel like it has the same firepower. Black could use the knight to defend that pawn. You could also think about pushing that pawn one step forward, Levon reaching out. And I really like that he's not taking that much time. It's very important for him to keep pace on the clock with Magnus in this one. He does choose a different option, and to me, it feels like a slightly riskier one.
Yeah, a riskier one. He's opened up the long diagonal, but if he can make it work, if he can get one more move now, it's another thing he said in the confessional, it's just such a pleasant position. One more move. He fianchettos his other bishop. The bishop's on beautiful diagonals, knights are nicely centralized, and then he's castled. The king is gone before you know it. The longest possible castle in chess, the king moving across 6 squares. It's within touching distance now.
When Levon said the bishop could go anywhere, he literally meant anywhere. We were looking at only one diagonal on the board, and Levon says that he's got enough time to even play b6. And let's mention that that also consolidates that c-pawn, that slightly soft pawn that we were talking about. So now Magnus's idea of potentially attacking it with the queen comes to nothing. Is there a good knight jump here? Because that's the first thing that you have to be keeping your eyes on.
Yeah, just for viewers at home, the first move that might come to mind is this knight jump, threatening the rook in the corner, threatening some knight checks. But everything is solved so easily by the black bishop just moving, challenging its counterpart. And actually, this white knight in the center is perhaps misplaced, about to be hit by the pawn as well. Tanya, I think Magnus has got to be careful not to be worse here. Sometimes you just need to equalize before you can dream of being better and winning a game. And to fight for equality with white, that is a nightmare. I think Levon's odds are growing.
The way he's handled this, it almost feels like Magnus Carlsen, king of chess, versus Levon Aronian, king of freestyle chess right now. Just the understanding of this last move, not going for the obvious other diagonal that was present there, took barely any time to understand that once the bishop's there, we speak of this Dutch setup that's on the board. That bishop, the fianchetto bishop that Magnus has, is the one you want to neutralize. So really finding the right square to do it via b7. Beautiful pawn chain as well on the left side, controlling a lot of knight jumps from white.
Yeah, it's like almost symmetry, just kind of on the opposite flanks of the board. The 3 pawns connected versus the 3 pawns connected, and yeah, somehow Magnus is just behind in development. I don't know how it happened, but the white bishop sitting here at home, unmoved, just doesn't contribute. And it feels like, yeah, it's, it's his king with the issues. Which side to go? I think this is turning already in Levon's favor.
It starts to feel like that.
At least in practical terms, it's so easy. Like, you can almost pre-move bishop b7 against everything. Like, unless white does something crazy, move your bishop out. Then next, you can castle against nearly anything. Your next 2 moves are given.
And he hasn't done anything insane to achieve any of that, you know? He's just simply put his pieces on the right square, found that right point, kept control on the clock, and once again leaves the board feeling confident. So the knight jump was played, expecting Levon to play bishop b7 in under 10 seconds.
once
as soon
out,
as he's back.
Yeah, once he's out from confessing more to us.
He's been making very few sins this tournament.
Exactly, but he's still got time to clear that conscience, cleanse his mind, and once he returns to the board, I think 5 seconds, bishop to b7.
All right, let's wait while that happens. Takes into account the move. Only way to actually stop that threat. I mean, you could make an argument for the c pawn, but why? Keep it flexible. He does it. Bishop targeting. Levon with a flex lean back there.
Yeah, and I just struggle to see how Magnus is getting his own dark squared bishop out. Like, I think he wants to play b3, put the bishop on the long diagonal to challenge, but apart from the fact it's going to be almost symmetrical, just, again, opposite flanks. Black is castled. Before you know it, Black has got a knight out. Black has got rooks in the center. Black is playing for the advantage. Magnus is trading off pieces here. This is a very mysterious play from the world number one. He's allowing Black's queen now onto the long diagonal voluntarily, and now he's offering Levon the chance to castle. I think it's almost a given that he gets to this side of the board, Tanya. This is always the flank he was destined to sit on.
Do you think that there's some hope in that? The fact that you might even Magnus decide that he keeps his king on the on the left flank even. You've got these opposite sides, and then Magnus hoping that there would be a potential attack, a race to each other's king with maybe, and he does it, there it is, the longest castle possible, slides the king all the way across. Magnus continuing with development. Are you expecting Magnus to go right side as well, or will he try to make an attack, to make a case for a race against each other's king?
Yeah, I think Magnus would love to keep the king where it is and just go push, push, push and start going towards the Black King pawn storm. But I don't know, it just feels like Black is a bit quicker. Black can already start, as Levon does, he beats me to it, start bringing his rook across. Now b5, c4, the White King is a sitting duck. I think Magnus has to go the long way as well, castle all the way over, and just looks very, very level.
Beginning to feel echoes, though, ripples from the first game to the second, to more comfortable, physical, Levon Aronian right here, where Magnus now a little bit more glued in, perhaps a bit more uncomfortable, this far developed into the game.
Yeah, I think Magnus, the big mistake was spending that 10+ minutes on his second move in the first game, kind of self-destructing, losing a pawn, going to a position that wasn't his type. On paper, this is Magnus's type of position, but that doesn't mean it's an advantage. That doesn't mean it's enough to win. It's barely enough to create anything here. Black is just ahead in development. How did that happen? White starts first, but Levon is, has just somehow outmaneuvered Magnus already.
Just no problems at all out of the opening right now. And for Magnus, no easy decisions regarding his king. You know, if he gets it on the right side, it's impossible to attack the Black King with any further pawn pushes. In fact, I'd even make a case for the light squared weaknesses in front of Magnus's own king if it finds itself on the right flank. If not, you're saying b5. I'd say that Levon might even think about throwing in the c pawn without having to prepare for it. With that hook on b3, a target already, he set up that idea. So it's Magnus who's got questions to be answered early on in the game.
Yeah, Magnus has been much quicker. That's been clear, but I don't know if the quality of moves is necessarily matching yet. I don't know how Levon does it. I was impressed before today, but I was thinking what could happen if Levon strikes first. It was going to be a nervy fight either way, but he's shown zero nerves.
And that's been impressive to watch by Levon throughout the event, whether it was round robins, whether it was the knockouts. Just never seen him anything but cool, calm, collected Levon.
Cold as ice. Ice running through the veins, if you will.
Oh, Levon iced tea. c4 in the air. If Magnus stops that himself, though, if he wants to push a pawn forward, then he leaves behind holes that the Black Knight could easily jump into a bit later. That also feels strategically so risky.
So pawn push, one option. What else are we looking at here?
I mean, Magnus, he could castle his king across, but I think Tanya might be right. Maybe Levon doesn't even need to prepare anything. Just boom, blow open the center. And that's going to favor the black pieces, which are already poised. I think it's one piece that can be improved, and Levon is just ready for all action that could happen.
Exactly. And the point is, if you stop that c-pawn from moving forward by pushing your own c-pawn 2 steps ahead, you're looking at different breaks in the position. With your king stuck on that side, it's going to be the b-pawn that does the job for Levon now, for opening up the lines to infiltrate.
Tough.
Very tough.
This is probably a good moment for Magnus to stop and think for 5-6 minutes, come up with a long-term plan, and make sure he doesn't kind of lose the thread in the short term. But that would mean big time investment and on the back foot.
And good on Levon for putting him in this position, right? He said, the clock worked to my advantage the first time around, so let me start asking questions of my opponent.
You know, I think in my head, from 70-30, this is now a 75-25.
The more you think, the worse it gets here for Magnus Carlsen, and it appears the same thing is taking place in his brain right now. The more he thinks, the more he dislikes the position.
Yeah, especially the fact this is a longer game now. If this was Blitz, you can probably forget the objectivity about it. You just play quick moves, throw some pawns towards the Black King, and you hope, and it becomes random. But Levon, with 23 minutes in the bank, this is not going to become random at all.
And it almost seems like Magnus is looking at all these options that we're thinking about and not liking any of it. He's not feeling this position. He knows that a draw isn't good enough. He has to find a way to keep the imbalances, keep his chances. The one way to do that would be to strike on the right side of the board, but it's his king that'll be under fire before Levon's.
I'm really surprised he traded off those light square bishops so quickly on Black's terms as well, letting Black put the queen on this lovely diagonal. I'm really surprised Magnus as well didn't use his other knight. This knight is just a target. This is just inviting a pawn storm, giving Black an obvious plan.
And David, you know Magnus best. Is it fair to say that despite winning the overall tour, bagging that bonus extra 100K, having 2 slams under his belt, he's not a happy man right now?
No, he will be furious with himself. He'll probably smile afterwards. He respects Levon a lot. And he knows that Levon probably will deserve it if he ends up winning the slam. But yeah, inside, Magnus will be like, I just wasn't anywhere near my best this whole event. I don't know what it's been, but we can already say that, losing 5 games and maybe more to come.
And if Levon comes away with the victory here in this Grand Slam, you can take nothing away from him in his journey to the Grand Slam title, right? Again, the undefeated round robin, proving his pick in Hans Niemann in the quarterfinals, and still having to go through Magnus Carlsen on your way to it, right? The way you would want to do it, the way he has been vocal about wanting to do it.
Absolutely, and he did exactly that when he took his slam in Vegas. He knocked down Magnus, he beat Hikaru in the knockouts, he beat Hans Niemann without a tiebreaker in the final. So, you know, his run, his race to the title has never been questionable. It's never been about luck. It's always been about his form.
Yeah, and the problem here for Magnus is it's the type of position that he can just never whip up an attack. I just don't see any way he can turn this into his favor. Maybe a long game if Levon doesn't seize anything soon. It becomes slow, it becomes an end game. That's where Magnus comes out of his shell. But for now, still so many pieces. It's tough. He's spending a long time as we predicted, but struggling to find any energy in this position.
Magnus plays to win everything. A second place finish, anything but first is trash for Magnus Carlsen. He's not going to be happy with that performance. Yes, 120K, 100K for the bonus of the overall winner. But he wants this title. He wants his third slam.
That's right. Already guaranteed 220 grand coming out of South Africa, but it could be 320 grand and both titles, the Grand Slam champ and the Tour champ.
That'd be an incredible sum of money. In the meantime, I think Magnus has learned not to push his F-pawns on move 1. He did it in the first game. He's done it in the second game. He hates his position here. Leaning back now. Magnus looks just devoid of hope almost at this point.
And he's falling incredibly back on the clock as well. I mean, now under the 16-minute mark, that is more than a 7-minute advantage on the clock for Levon. And a really nice position to boot, one which is quite simplified in nature. It's not a blocked position, but there are no tactics in sight. There's no way to actually create an opportunity for white unless black goes wrong.
Yeah, it was the 10-minute deficit in game 1 where we really started to, harp on it. This is where you need to start to be concerned about the time you've afforded to your opponent. So maybe a couple more minutes here for Magnus to make a decision in a critical moment in the game. But for Levon, things are looking good. Of course, all that said, we saw what Magnus is even capable of, yes, in that loss against Levon, but things started, as you mentioned, in the late game to come back into a point where maybe Magnus would have a way into it. Levon held him off.
Exactly. And I think that's what Magnus needs to do. Like, he's not got a great position here. He's probably a little bit worse with white, but it's not terminal. It's nothing decisive. Just needs to play moves and hope that Levon gives him a chance later. He can't just will something out of nowhere and just into existence here and now. So spending the time beyond this point feels too risky. For anyone at home wondering why we're so excited about Black's position, Black has a simple plan. He's going to push the head of his pawn chain. Magnus now stops that by retreating. White can never push the head of his pawn chain. Too well defended. So the symmetry suits Black. And retreat mode for Magnus Carlsen.
For now, and Levon can continue making healthy moves in the position, bring the other rook to the open line is one idea, maybe even improve the pawn formation on the left side, a storm, get that B pawn, C pawn idea. You said it, Magnus retreats to stop C4. You could reinforce the threat with B5 immediately.
Levon, I think he just wants easy moves at this point. He's been playing so quickly. If he's going to make a move in the next 30 seconds, it's probably going to be this one. But maybe he'll go into a longer think and come up with something more creative.
Is Magnus trying to set up some sort of a knight jump on G4, eyeballing that 8-6 square, if it can just land there? Maybe an H4, H5 in the future?
Well, if that's the case, maybe we just bring our dark squared bishop out, right? If Levon notices that, just say, hey, I'm going to stop that before it even happens.
I love it.
Good point.
That's a very healthy move.
Maybe a bit more difficult to find. So like you said, David, if he wants to keep the clock pressure up, especially while Magnus is out of his chair, make that improving move. It's not going to be the rook sliding over, but it's the other one that you talked about. Maybe the B pawn just makes a step forward.
And I think it's the more aggressive of the two as well, because it comes with a direct threat. He's saying, I'm going to get C4 in if you don't do something about it. Move your king, get your king out of there while you can, Magnus Carlsen. But if he does that, Magnus does. He's losing all hope of an attack on Levon's king.
Such a Levon move.
Love it.
Just continuing to provoke.
And the tempo he's playing at, the speed, the confidence. Like, we talk about the Magnus effect, and on the younger generation, I think it slows them down a bit. We saw Sindarov use a lot of time, whereas he'd never been behind on the clock at all the whole tournament until he met Magnus. And wow, okay, queen trade offered. Magnus effect, will he bully Levon into a queen trade in an endgame, or can Levon keep the queens on?
Magnus has to win on demand, and he's voluntarily getting the queens off the board right now.
First step to winning on demand is not losing. I think Magnus just wants to avoid getting attacked. So he wants the queens off. And I don't know, it's not a bad move taking the queens off. Far from it. Probably it's the most logical, natural one. But in the back of your mind, you've got to think it is Magnus. In an endgame, there's no safety. He's going to play for as long as it takes to try and get me there. So does Levon keep the queens on?
Most difficult decision he's had to face yet in this game?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think here Levon will take a little bit of a think, because you're kind of tempted to get the queens off the board if you're playing anyone else except Magnus, needing only a draw. You know, you don't have any pawn weaknesses. It's an end game. You feel you're getting closer to that. And Levon does go for it. Ooh. And immediately strikes with C4. What
Didn't seem that difficult to him.
Whoa, what a guy.
I don't know. If he doesn't save or doesn't hold this game now or win it, Levon, then he might look back at that decision and regret not spending a couple more minutes on it.
Yeah, I think we'll all be looking back at this moment as being the inconspicuous one which potentially decided it.
Yeah, it's not a bad move. Like, Black's position is still super healthy. He's pushing forward. His pawns, his knights are really well entrenched. No weaknesses. If anything, I would probably take Black still. but it is Magnus. It's a style thing.
What a power statement it would be by Levon. One, if he gets it done, to win the final Grand Slam by defeating the world #1 and defeating him in an endgame.
Again, yeah, if you had to do it, if you had to craft the best storyline, the best feeling way to come away the South Africa Grand Slam champion, that's just about it. A dream scenario here for Levon Aronian. With queens off the board, we're heading towards an endgame.
And I like it. I mean, objectively as well, right, David? We're talking about no weaknesses. Yes, there's a one-mover threat right now. You could defend it, and he does it. He brings the knight to the center of the board, a very healthy spot, offering another bishop trade there, get more of those pieces off the board, looking at certain ideas of doubling up the rook on the C line, threatening to open. There's already a tension on that C file with the two pawns and a face-off. In fact, if anything, I think it's Black who looks more active in this endgame right now.
Black is very active, and it's not quite an outpost, but this Black Knight is going to be defended by a pawn. It's going to sit there for a long, long time in this game, so I totally understand why he's doing this. But yeah, I do think suddenly the White King is actually the better placed of the two, especially if there's a bishop exchange right now. The Black King will be in the corner, and the White King is, I don't know, closer towards the center at least. It's actually controlling some pawns. Yeah, I mean, probably it's just objectively equal. It's objectively level, and that's enough. But we've talked about it before. Playing for a draw, playing towards safety, not necessarily a draw. Playing towards a position that isn't really necessarily his nature, Levon could come back to haunt him.
If Magnus gets his comeback win in this one, I think that's just going to reinforce the idea in everyone's mind, in everyone's head, never trade queens against Magnus Carlsen if he grinds this one down.
Yeah, we've said it 100 times, but people keep doing it. They never learn. Maybe Levon will buck that trend.
Magnus is a grinder. We're not in grinding territory just yet. 3 minor pieces in play for both players, 2 majors with the rooks still on the board. Equality when it comes to the pawns, except for we have a 3v4 on one side, 3v4 on the other.
Yeah. And knights, I would say, for now, blacks are stronger, but they could just neutralize each other. They could all easily get traded off those knights. Rook endgame, probably. Wouldn't be desirable to Magnus. Maybe he'll want to keep at least one set of knights on, just because rook endgames have such drawish tendencies. Just trying to look ahead and think about what Magnus should be aiming for.
Yeah, so now if Magnus doesn't trade bishops, I can't imagine that Levon will either, right? That's just allowing the king to slide up, connect the rooks, and give that a-rook a pathway into the game.
Exactly. White would love to step forward. I think the reason Magnus might trade is because he might be scared of the pawn stepping forward and blocking in his bishop.
He might even reinforce that threat with b4 and then get a c-pawn moving forward so that you can really clamp down on the entire left flank.
So the bishops will come off at some point. The only other option I see for Magnus might be to try and plant the bishop in the center of the board. But no, he does trade. And what's next?
It does put Levon's king right at the edge of the board, so making it further away from the center. You know, king is a piece in the endgame. And now, is he going to step up his own king once the capture happens, or will he jump forward with his pieces? Knight to e5.
Knight to e5, knight to e4. King to b2. There's lots of options for Magnus, but...
Are there any happy ones?
Yeah, that's the question. They're all kind of neutral moves that don't change too much. This is going to be a long fight. I know it's not grind territory yet, but it's going to be a grind either way. Just don't know if Magnus is going to be able to be on the front foot of that grind. Maybe he'll be on the defensive side of it.
He is the greatest endgame player of all times, Magnus Carlsen, apart from being the greatest player of all time.
Full stop.
But it's amazing how he's just changed the concept and the perception that exists around endgames. And I think this started happening around 2011-12, you know, when he broke into becoming the world #1 and sort of never left that ranking from there. There were positions that players would just agree for a draw, would not even play out, would not even fight it out, the top grandmasters. And then Magnus showed that you could really squeeze water out of stone in this. And he'd do it time and time again. Just keep playing on and on with what appeared to be nothing on the board until there was, and then the draw would just slip out. And I don't know how many games he's won like that in his career, really cementing his place as a player you want to avoid end games against at all costs.
Yeah, first he started squeezing wins out of draws, and then he started squeezing wins out of losses.
Exactly. And the average number of moves now at top-level tournaments is so much greater than it used to be because people just never give up. And it's become more of a sport. He's turned it into that sport. It was kind of regarded as more of a science beforehand. It's like, if you get an advantage, you can play on. If it's equal, it's a draw. We both go home. Yeah, not much else to say. But Magnus was like, no, it's stamina, survival of the fittest. I'm going to outlast you no matter what.
Well, it was an obvious recapture as Levon retook his seat at the board. So the king is now cornered. A quick response here from Magnus as he was able to use his opponent's clock to think about what his response to be. He's going to bring that king up, tuck it in, fianchetto it, if you will. And now the rooks are connected. He's a little bit more in play.
It is. He's going to play this out for a long time. And as Levon sets up the idea of doubling up on that C line, eyeballing the C2 square. Again, just loving the pace that Levon's keeping on the clock. He's not letting that advantage on the timer slip out. While Magnus is on a thing, should we check in with our fight for third place? You know, Vincent Keimer also needing just a draw. And I've got my one eye on it, and it looks like he's doing a pretty good job of that so far, keeping things under control.
Yeah, let's take a look. Far fewer pieces in play as we arrive at that board between Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer. The two guys duking it out for third place here. Their spot on the podium just below those two top dogs. It's one minor piece in play per player. By my quick count, we do have equivalents in the pawn numbers.
Bit of a weird structure, though.
Very strange structure. Doubled pawns mirroring each other.
PP on the PP, or is it FF on the FF here? It's like all the doubled F pawns.
I'm glad someone said it. It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
And I think the king side, like this right half of the board, all of the doubled pawns actually help black to prevent white from making a passer. None of the white pawns can easily bypass the 3 black pawns there. So the 4 versus 3 advantage for white doesn't look so relevant. Whereas the 4 versus 3 for black on the other half, on the left half, it's easy to imagine the black pawns advancing.
Is there any danger of black's bishop beginning to get caged in, though?
Yeah, definitely on this side where a pawn would just advance. But I think he's creating a new avenue for it.
There it is, right there.
Back, then forward.
In fact, I think if anyone's going to push this endgame, it has to be black for all the reasons that you pointed out right now. Once that bishop comes into play, starts targeting the pawns on the right flank, you create a passer on the left flank, your king active as well. Also, not a kind of a Sindarov fight that he always wants in the game. You know, he wants those tactical middle games. He wants to be the aggressor. Vincent Keimer, a very fundamentally principled player. I think he's very happy with what he's gotten. In a game, he needs only a draw.
It's always interesting, the storylines as well. And the previous game between these two, Vincent won. It was bishop versus knight endgame. Now he's got a bishop versus knight endgame. Pawns on both sides of the board. And yeah, it looks like storylines might just repeat themselves. It's clear bishop's favored by Vincent, knight's favored by Sindarov. And it looks like the bishops here will win out, or at least guide Vincent towards safety and winning the match.
It's fascinating how we've got these two battles for the podium finish. You know, at the very top, we've got the battle between, well, the two stalwarts, the old gods, so to say, Magnus versus Levon, and this one, a fight between two forefronters of the new wave of chess, the golden generation here, the German #1, you know, the Uzbeki superstar now, Vachier Sindarov, the youngest ever World Cup winner. What a year he's had, and what a year Vincent Keimer has had, climbing up the rankings, now currently world #4. A great performance throughout the Grand Slam as well.
Yeah, both of them in their chess careers in general, but particularly on the freestyle stage, two of our top performers in that younger generation.
And we should mention, like, Tanya, you said German #1. Now there's a huge German kind of surge. There's so many grandmasters. There's Bluebaum in the candidates. There's Donchenko nearly made it there. There's the Svana brothers. Sindarov, part of another generation. It feels as if the country just kind of, the luck of your location, the luck of having rivals, it kind of spurs you on, pushes you to new heights. And Sindarov, given a 3-bedroom apartment in Tashkent, in the capital, from the government just for winning the World Cup. I wish I was from Uzbekistan these days. It seems to be almost a guarantee that it helps you become a better chess player.
And he might have more than one house in Uzbekistan. Now, I don't know how true this is, but I heard that after the Olympiad back in Chennai in 22, there were also a lot of gifts coming from the government for the Uzbekistan gold medal winning team. And Sindarov was a part of it, was a key part of it, along with Norderberg Abdulsattorov as well. And apparently they were also gifted a house back then.
Not too bad.
Not just homes.
They live like kings,
well,
real heroes.
Play like kings.
And Vincent may be gifted an opening in this game. The deeper engine lines really like bishop to c5 check here.
A check, and if the king does move, then probably the pawns just start pushing, right?
Yeah, you're looking for that A pawn to start rolling down the board. You force the king all the way over to the other side. Your king is already on the side of the board that you would like to support the pawn march with your 4v3 pawn advantage. This could be the recipe here for Vincent Keimer.
Sindarov, he's probably going to go for it with his king and just hope that he's quick enough, but it takes so long to go and grab a pawn with your king, to follow it up with your own pawn, and in the meantime, black is so much quicker.
So much quicker just with the D pawn, right? The bishop assisting that and getting it all the way up the board if that idea was to come at play. And to think that it's Vincent Keimer who needs only a draw. It's the ideas we were talking about, right? Bishop coming into the game, start advancing the 4v3 majority that you have. It's also the most human approach in the position. And meanwhile, the other side, how are you even making a passer?
Not looking good for Sindarov, although he is standing up, trying to maybe use those mind games as a weapon. And okay, they have had a couple of moves. Actually, a check was thrown in, and here we stand. Vincent trying to decide which pawn to push.
Double F, double F. A lot of pawns on the F line. While Sindarov tries to do that, moves on the other board as well. Should we go up to our marquee matchup? The fight for championship here at...
No better
South
place
Africa?
to be than the marquee matchup. The fight for the top spot, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian. Again, it's Magnus Carlsen who needs to get a full point, a decisive victory. A draw will not do against Levon Aronian. But as more pieces have come off the board, the question is that working in favor of Levon's draw's chances? Or is Magnus starting to craft the typical end game that he's going to maneuver to a victory? As we get there, we'll check in with the board state.
Tick-tock goes the clock for Magnus. He's now under 8 minutes. He's on the move as well. The last one, a small a6 played by Levon Aronian. And Magnus further defending the c2 pawn.
Interesting. It feels like a game of chicken at this point. Magnus could and maybe should have pushed his c-pawn forward over the last few turns, but he was scared of Levon blowing open that side of the board. And Levon could and maybe should have pushed his pawn forward over the last few turns just to stop white from cementing things over there. Just feels like neither side willing to commit. Levon doesn't need to, of course. He's happy to maintain the status quo.
A game of chicken between the two guys who were discussing chicken stuff all tournament long.
Exactly.
How kismet.
Levon's not one for chicken chess, though, but maybe it's the match situation. I will say, though, Levon has committed all his pawns to the light squares, keeping the idea of c3 in the air. A check that would ask questions, some trades to follow, opening up the c line. Is this the moment that Magnus stops that forever? Does he push the c-pawn himself? He doesn't. Falls back with the knight.
I told you, they're just unsure about who this favors. Magnus wants to push this pawn, but doesn't want to allow a hook the opponent can use to drag the position open. And Levon, reluctant to push his pawn, although I don't really understand the downside for black to pushing this one. It feels like that cements the black knight in the center forever. So I think it's a matter of time before Levon says, okay, you've tempted me too many times. You've given it to me in the last 8 moves, and finally I will say yes.
If you have to win an endgame, there is the principle of 2 weaknesses that you need. You need one that your opponent needs to defend, and the other one that you use as the one that's overloaded and cannot be defended against. Looking at the position that Levon has, I don't even see a making of half a weakness in his camp right now. All the pawns defended. Beautiful pawn structure. Knight at the center of the board. Rooks ideally placed.
Yeah, this king move logical because of where that knight was rerouting to go. Maybe threaten those pawns on the 7th rank so the king slides up in defense of those.
And for Magnus, I think he needs to, at some point, decide what to do on the queen side. Wow, I'm really surprised he hasn't pushed his c-pawn. That would have supported the b-pawn push, a-pawn push, at least some kind of grip on the position. But now he's offering some exchanges. Why would you offer the black rook to come in and get more pieces off this board when you need a win? It's not a bad move, just a surprising one.
Right. The recapture here expected from the rook as opposed to the pawn.
The pawn recapture would just create weaknesses like you're implying here, James. So Levon does go for more trades and also keeps his pawn formation intact. The other rook lands. In fact, if anything, it's Magnus's a-pawn now that can become a long-term problem with the rook and the knight combining against it.
Yeah, Magnus has the isolated pawn after that little transition, and that's why black didn't take with the pawn, because then he would have had 2 isolated pawns himself. But Magnus, his most active piece was his rook, and that's been traded off for a black rook now. I don't know. Still a lot of life left. It's still not over. There's enough, especially with the knight still on, enough for a Magnus squeeze, potentially. But at the moment, he needs a lot of things to go his way.
Right, but I could beat you to the e-file now with the rook if I wanted to. Threaten coming in on the 2nd rank.
Oh, that's a good move.
I like that.
Right, obviously you can match me because the knight could recapture there on the 1st rank. But even still, that means more major pieces come off the board, and that might work in favor of Levon in the long run.
Closer to safety.
Is Magnus potentially, if Levon wasn't to play that, take away that chance and try to create a passer with d3, c4 coming in, push the rook back, push the knight back, just simply because he's desperate here, right?
he has to create that imbalance. He has to create that passed pawn, give some problems for Levon to solve. Rook e4, I think, also solves that problem, because after that move, if you were to push the d pawn, suddenly there could be potential double attacks on the knight and the pawn. So I really like your idea, James.
Yeah, and we've seen, though, Magnus, he's gone for those desperate plays when he needs to. He's one of the players who's very willing to say, okay, again, might not be a good choice, but it's the only choice, and he'll find those.
Yeah, I think he would have rather gone for the desperation with Levon having a bit less time on the clock, but that's where Levon's been so in control. 17 minutes, and yeah, it's still a bit of a long shot, even if white gets d3, pushes the pawn, creates a passer. Even then, it's tough to imagine black being in too much trouble. So for now, it's just about keeping control. He drops his knight back. Another good move, threatening a check maybe, and covering any advances that the white pawn might want to make later.
I like it. And Magnus's rook, the more passive one, still has to find inroads. Is it time to try to take the e-file under control, rook e1, but where do you even go from there? You could get it all the way up to e5 and there's not much to be done.
Yep. He's going to bring it across, very likely. Maybe he'll push the pawn as well, although that would allow some nasty knight checks that he might just prefer to dodge. So yeah, it feels like improving the white rook. He's moved the knight around too many times. Cutting out that option of the black rook getting active looks very logical. And the chase will go on. It feels like Magnus will be trying things and Levon will be running away from them or preventing them. And still a long grind ahead.
Yeah, so of course we will be back to watch the conclusion of this one as the two players jockey for position. But we're going to go check in with our third place match where Vincent Keimer looks poised to do it, to snag third place over Vachier-Lagrave. He found the move he needed in the most recent board state to continue putting the clamp down. He gets the connect four that David Howe always longs to see, gets the X-clam as well, and a very decisive advantage on the board.
That is beautiful, Tanya. Even giving up 2 pawns, connect 4 is so strong. White can take either of these two, but black is poised to make a new queen. This is reminiscent of a tactic, an endgame study that we're shown when we're kids, just giving up a pawn to create a different passer.
Yeah, that's beautiful. This last move by Vincent Keimer is a big contender for move of the day that David Howell will have to pick. And it's your idea that you're talking about, right? Vachier can take any of the pawns. That d-pawn will not stop there. You will further deflect defenses there, eventually queening one of the 2 pawns on the other flank. Beautiful stuff here by Vincent, as Vachier's king and knight is completely offside from defending the left flank.
Imagine he's going to be 2 pawns down here. He's given up 2 pawns, but that is unstoppable. The knight is so bad at traveling those long distances. And likewise, if the other pawn is captured, same thing. D3 and B3 is going to be this pawn. This is the square the white knight can never control. The king is too far away as well. And yeah, it's just inevitable now. This is almost a pre-move at this point for Vincent Keimer.
This is amazing. I mean, to clinch third place in this lineup, Vincent Keimer, the way he did it, 80K, 80 grand to boot here. And to do it with d4, with this kind of an endgame, I think this is masterful to watch. And this is the kind of chess Vincent really shines and thrives in. You know, when things are under control, beautiful technique, executed to perfection, plays with all his pieces, all these fundamental ideas and principles passed down by Peter Lecco at their best.
Yeah, all while recapturing the brilliance that he put on display in the very first Grand Slam of the year, where he took the top spot.
Yeah, he's been consistent too. Other than Las Vegas, where he wasn't quite at his best. I mean, Weissenhaus first, Paris fourth. Here it's going to be third, most likely. It's still fantastic results for Vincent, showing his mastery of this format. And yeah, it's that connect four. It's the bishop versus knight that he's kind of he's piloted twice now in a row against Sindarov. Yeah, this is just game over, pretty much.
And David, I'm just wondering if Sindarov tries to get either the king and the knight closer to that left flank, trying to at least fight against d3, I don't even think that works. I think you still sacrifice a pawn, and you're powerful enough with your a pawn to win the game.
Yeah, I think this is decisive here. If takes, I'm wondering which way to take. Do you capture?
a3?
Yeah, probably run as far away as possible as you can. The white knight can get back, but the bishop will just step forward and say, probably take a time out first. Don't want to drop the bishop with a check.
Almost.
Whoops. I was about to play this just for everyone at home. Whoops. This would come with a nasty surprise. The white knight drops back, but the king moves first. And next move, the bishop comes in, inevitable.
Beautiful.
And the white knight will be lost to this pawn.
Amazing.
Yeah, but showing that anything can happen on the freestyle stage. And even in an all-important matchup, Vincent Keimer even willing to jump into the confessional to share his thoughts. Let's go to him as he seems poised to take third.
What I'm about to say could end up being very embarrassing, but I think this pawn break will just work. You know, it's the kind of break you see in some endgame books for pawn endgames, and I think I can use that here. The knight is too far away, so if I calculate everything correctly now, there's not even a way for him to make a clean draw, and I only need a draw, so I'm very happy right now and just hoping that I didn't blunder anything, and then that would hopefully mean that I will take third place.
Well, there you have it, kids. If you want to be a top-level pro, don't forget to read your endgame pawn, your pawn endgame books, because that's what has brought Vincent Keimer to this very moment.
No, Vincent Keimer will not sound stupid at all at the end of all of this. I think everything on point, the analysis that, David, you just showed, echoing Vincent's confession there, that he thinks he's got this in the bag because of that D3 critical break that's just going to tear apart White's defenses on the left side.
Yeah, this is pure domination. I think I found a way to stop an immediate promotion, but I mean, it's just going to allow the Black King in. One final variation here, just to show how in charge Vincent is. A check we saw taking earlier that allows the Black pawns to walk the other way and bypass the White guardians there. But the King can step back, and at the very end, it looks like White is guarding everything. The White King saving the day, stopping the pawn. But then you forget that you're a king down, and the Black King just walks into the center. And this knight is actually trapped. It's pretty much got nowhere to go. The king is going to control it, the bishop's going to come in, and all the pawns on the other side will just be lost.
Wow.
Domination.
Pure domination on the board. And you can see it in Sindarov's kind of paralysis here. He has the same recognition that we do. He read the same endgame books.
Dvoretsky's endgame manual. That's the one.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Sindarov struggling here to find a way to even keep the game going. I won't be surprised if he just decides to end it here and now. It's just impossible to fight this threat. Might play on for another couple of moves, but one way or the other, either the king marching up, gobbling up all the pawns on that right flank, or a queen appearing for Vincent Keimer. This is going to be Vincent Keimer's match and a podium finish for him.
All right, well, again, expecting the victory here. And of course, Sindarov still 10 minutes to give a think and to maybe reason a way out of this one. We'd be remiss not to go back to our top table where a number of moves have been made. We're still in equality, but as we get there, you can see a number of the pieces have been shuffled. That white rook has found its way to the E file, a slightly more active position for it. The Black Knight has now jumped in. There's a bit of rerouting happening. David, maybe we walk it back. Let's take a look at what happened.
Let's do it. Quick action replay of the last 5 moves since we were here. We left it with the Black Knight transporting itself back. And here, Magnus did indeed take away the E-file, more importantly from the Black Rook than anything. The Black King improved itself. Magnus's Knight stepped forward. The Rook retreated. Bit of a dance with the Kings, the pawns, and the White Knight kicked back. And when it retreated, Black leapt forward. Big threat on the board. And we just saw Magnus push that attacked pawn forward. A Knight check. And now he's just shuffled his king to the side. If the knight checks continue, then Magnus's king might be tempted to walk even further up the board. You've got to be a bit careful, but watch out for the white king to start making a real journey forward later. He wants to create a pass pawn in the meantime. A capture, Magnus will take back with his pawn, and although it's blockaded, at least the first hint of activity. A pass pawn is like gold dust in these endgames.
And I hear you about the activity, and Magnus is definitely trying for that. But it looks like on the D line, after the trade that you're pointing out, it's Black's rook that might get to that active spot before Magnus is able to put any pressure on any of the pawns or the pieces. You take, and he does give a check. Magnus will not repeat. Drawing is as good as resigning in this position. That king not going back to B3, you said up the board, David?
I don't know. I'm a bit scared of the knight coming in and behind. You've got to do some calculation. It's beyond my pay grade. 5 minutes, though, for Magnus. He could retreat and then go back, but that gives a bit of ground.
And also makes the c-pawn look even weaker with no king defending it.
Difficult here for Magnus to find a safe square.
Yeah. Getting it on the D-line only invites further checks by the rook. Magnus Carlsen has to win But there's not even an iota of an advantage of where you can fight for in this position so far. Levon keeping everything under control.
Yeah, none whatsoever. It's got to be a king move here. So the question again is up to B4.
Okay,
he decides just to
repeats.
go back.
Levon will give a check instantly.
Easy repetition for Levon.
And he comes back.
Okay.
Yeah, Magnus would never agree to a draw here while there's still at least a few pieces left. And yeah, the king isn't as well placed, but at least there's no immediate draw, no immediate checks. And yes, the white pawn is weak, but for now, not easy to get at it. White would love to use his rook maybe on an open file later. Still enough life left here. I've seen Magnus win far worse endgames than this one.
I'm trying to force matters here if you're black, right? So the idea of taking on c4 and then getting the knight exactly back where it was, opening up the file of the rook against that pawn on c4, is there a better way to defend it than with your king and a potential repetition at that point?
Good question.
Maybe with the rook.
Yeah, maybe with the rook. We'll just put that on the board while Levon thinks. And just Tanya's idea here is to bring the knight back. Attacking this pawn, maybe with the knight, but that's very, very passive. And if the king moves forward, again, the knight continues checking, continues dancing, and not easy at all.
The problem with the rook move is, which I initially thought was the way, David, to try to at least keep the game going, to defend that c-pawn if you just back up one move here, is that then black can probably, potentially Levon can divert his attention on the b line, rook b7, rook b2, infiltrate from the other side.
Yeah, that does not look pleasant for white. The rook coming in with so many targets. So yeah, Magnus up against it still. Levon trying to find the most accurate path. A lot of time in reserve for him. 12 minutes in the bank. He's using them wisely.
Well, with 12 minutes in the bank, Vachier Sindarov has finally made a decision on how he's going to approach this endgame against Vincent Keimer. It's the pawn endgame, so over to that matchup we go. You can see a number of pawns already traded off. Let's walk it back real quick, David, because it is following one of the lines that you already showed us, but let's go through it one step at a time.
Yeah, we saw the pawn break. Vincent talked about this one in the confessional. Unless he was going crazy, he thought he was winning on the spot. Exclam proves that he was correct. The king dropped back. The king needed to act as the guardian for the pawns. A check. And rather than step back with the king, we saw passive king would allow the black counterpart in. He decided here, Sindarov, to take the pawn. A capture, and now the only decision for Vincent, very pleasant choice, is whether to push the A pawn, promote on a dark square, and it's further away, so I think that's going to be the choice. Probably taking here as well, equally strong. But yeah, this one, either way, it feels like whichever pawn he decides to push, he's going to win this endgame.
Yeah, both great options for him, both winning options. Pawn to A3, though, substantially stronger.
Mm-hmm. Substantially more natural, I would say, as well. It's kind of the first thing you learn about knights is that they struggled against the A and the H pawns because they can only stop them from one side of the board. So the further away, the better.
Doing his due diligence, though, right? Even when he knows that he's in a winning position, he's got plenty of time on the clock to just make sure there's nothing missed, nothing given back.
Yeah. And just to follow through this line, we showed it earlier, but the white knight is the only one now that can stop the pawn. And when it finally gets to this square, the black king will just move, and the bishop will come next to help the pawn promote. Sindarov's going to try some kind of gamble on the other side with his pawns, but it's too slow. The black king is easily within touching distance, and it can even run back. This is going to be game over within a few moves if he is accurate, Vincent Keimer. And he will be. Surely.
A twiddle of the piece, a somewhat resigned-looking Sindarov on the other side, usually a little bit more active in his seat.
Mm-hmm.
And what's been awesome to watch in the tiebreakers between, in this matchup has been just simply, not the tiebreakers, but in this matchup has been just Vincent Keimer getting his kind of positions, right? In these endgames, just keeping everything on the check. Sindarov, who loves those tactics, who loves the middle game, who likes that chaos, was just never granted any of that. So Vincent doing Vincent things. And I think his principled approach in standard chess, the way he plays that, his strategic understanding of where the pieces belong, is a big USP of his when it comes to freestyle. And he's shown that in this fight for third.
He showed it once again by finding that best move. A3 was the push.
He does.
Knight jumps over. The bishop's already in position to protect the promotion square.
Gonna slide it one step forward, keep everything on the check, and controlled. And nothing's going to stop the a-pawn from moving forward. Bishop c3 resigns?
Yeah. Yeah. Hard to make an argument for not resigning at this point. Maybe the white king can try walking forward and push some pawns, but it's hopeless. You're playing without a knight already, without even having the chance to sacrifice it for this pawn yet. Yeah, I think this might be the clincher. The bishop in. There's two threats, so I guess you could also defend the bishop and pawn with your king. But yeah, all roads leading to victory. At this point, he's going to move his bishop. There we go.
All right. There's a stab in the dark here by Sindarov, throwing his d-pawn forward to allow his king a square to come in. But the a-pawn is one step closer to promotion and trading itself off for that knight.
And I think he can just go for it. You know, White's king isn't going anywhere too far. Black's king is beautifully placed to defend any infiltrations, and eventually the bishop will reroute itself and start targeting the pawns on the right flank of the board, specifically that F pawn. That'll have to be guarded if White's king moves too far across on the left side.
Yeah, and the problem is, if it's king and bishop versus king with all the pawns, black can just wait at some point, and the white king's always going to have to give way, always going to have to lose moves. And as long as black keeps his b4 pawn alive, protected by its bishop, then he's got a potential future queen. You can trade off the whole of the right side of the board, but you keep that queen up your sleeve. We'll see a bit of a repetition here. The king go back. The knight will have to retreat, and then Vincent will go for it.
He might just put the king on maybe a slightly more ideal spot on that d6 point and then say that I'm going to force the same position.
Perfectionism.
Lovely call out.
Now, new queen, please. Or rook. Or probably a knight as well. Don't try a bishop. Like, they were just getting each other's way.
But it's legal.
It's a legal move.
Legal.
Yeah. Probably you could also wait and just push the h-pawn or something like that. But no, he's going to put a queen on the board.
Yeah, nothing fancy about it. A pawn for a knight there.
Yeah, I'm expecting handshakes any moment. Could happen right now as well. White has to fight against the black king stepping forward. But the thing is, you're going to run out of moves.
Yeah. But if the white king steps forward, the black bishop just retreats and waits until white has to give way. This one is almost over. Any second now, surely.
It's really unfortunate, the pawn formation that Vincent has with the 4v3 on the right side. He's trying to break it free open. You could even just ignore it, but I think he's going to try and trade those pawns.
Yeah, Sindarov not wanting to say goodbye to his hopes of third place just yet, which you can appreciate, the fighting spirit, leaving nothing to chance here. But Vincent, cool, calm, collected. He's going to attack the base of those pawn chains there on the right-hand side with the dark squared bishop.
And that is it. Either white needs to take a pawn and triple up his own pawns. That is just an ugly structure. Never going to create a new queen like that. Or the white king has to give way. And then the black king marches in. And yeah, that method will repeat itself until the black king is in and gobbling up those pawns.
Again, this last move, just pure perfection by Vincent Keimer. He's giving no chances at all.
Nothing to be done. We're waiting. The heartbeat is rising for Vincent, but he knows he's done all of the hard work. He can finally celebrate tonight, that third place.
And he does push the pawn. Sindarov does. It's only delaying the inevitable. Vincent can even step up with his king one step forward to that c5 square. Again, passing the ball to Vachier-Lagrave, who's out of moves. He does it another way.
Just need to wait. A king alone cannot lose a move. Bishops can. And there we see a resignation from Sindarov. Vincent Keimer takes the win.
2-0. Vincent Keimer, after becoming our first Grand Slam champion all the way back in February in Waisenhaus. He will find a podium finish to conclude his 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season.
And what a year it's been for the German Grandmaster. Just impressive start to finish. Starting the year with a Waisenhaus victory, has gained over 50 points in his ratings, climbed up to world number 4, one of the best in the world currently. A true breakout year for him. and he finishes it off in style.
Stellar performance for him. Third place, $80,000 heading his way. And now he can go take a seat and drink in the remainder of this battle between our top two. Levon Aronian having Magnus Carlsen back against the rope. 2 minutes to his name right now in an endgame, but still plenty of pieces on the board. It's a knight and a rook, and it's 5 pawns apiece. This is exactly the kind of situation where while the bar says relative equality, you have to believe Magnus is still capable of working some magic.
This is the best position Magnus has had all game, all day, all final. But, of course, still miles ahead. The potential victory, he still needs a bit of a helping hand from Levon. At least he's got a pass pawn, he's got an active king, and now he's got an attack. Tanya, can he do it?
You know, it's sort of starting to have the resemblance and the making of a classic vintage Magnus endgame, this one does. Out of nowhere, he suddenly got these trumps that you're pointing out, and there's an imbalance in the position, right? The 4 versus 3 right now comes to nothing. All of Magnus's attention is on the left flank of the board. It's the king assisting the c-pawn. The white knight beautifully guards any threats against that pawn. The rook is getting active, and this is when pressure starts to be... Levon starts to feel pressure. And that can lead to cracks. That can lead to mistakes. Magnus has made progress 100% here, and I think he's sensing it. The only problem, the clock.
Body language completely mirrored between these two.
And so different. Magnus leaned back hopelessly at the start of the game, you know, not getting anything. Trades the queens and kind of just resets himself, resigns himself to this thing that, okay, this is going to be an endgame. I need to grind this down. And now he's locked in. When Magnus is in a locked-in situation, you know that he's feeling it. He feels that there are chances. Levon will have to be careful in this endgame.
This is difficult. This is anti-Levon chess. This is how to get him. He occasionally does lose games where he plays a bit passive. If he doesn't have his kind of typical charisma, his energy that we've seen throughout this tournament, if he has an off day, this is how he tends to get caught out. So, I don't know. I think Magnus has great chances here. The black rook is now really passive, and Magnus steps forward, kicking away the knight. The white knight now is free. This one is turning in Magnus's favor. How many times have we said that before?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you start feeling it. You've got to be feeling the tension here. Magnus, completely different Magnus from what we had 10 minutes ago. The white knight about to land on d4 to kick that rook out to further the march of the c-pawn. More than us, I mean, everyone, the fans, Levon's got to be feeling this shift in energy in the playing arena right now.
Yeah, it's a rarity that you see him again head in hands, right? He's usually so comfortable, so loose, and now you can start to feel the tension creeping into his body.
When he took those queens off the board, this is exactly what Magnus envisaged. He was like, okay, it's going to be a long game. Probably I have no objective advantage for the next 20, 30 moves. But eventually I'll get a chance. Eventually I'll scare you into going passive. I'm going to get an active king. I'm going to get pass pawn. And good luck defending. That was essentially the narrative. That was the question Magnus asked. And Levon said, okay, I'll take the queens off. I'll draw it anyway. But you have to put your money where your mouth is. And he finds a good square for his knight, gaining time on the white rook. He's going to go back around. I think that's the important thing. The black knight needs an outpost. It's thirsting for one. But still, the big questions are ahead.
And as you can see within the gallery, every angle of this game being covered.
Magnus trying to play on every angle of the board. You know, he wants to get his knight from the right side towards the center. The king and the rook beautifully combining to put pressure. Levon's arguing that I've created a fortress. With my rook and my pawn, your king can't go anywhere forward. My knight will do the counter offense once it reroutes itself. Magnus is far away from any tangible advantage here, but he's definitely got something to play for here. That c5 pawn, the white knight looking for inroads.
Anyone else we would say, oh, it's just level. But Magnus, we're like, oh, it's somewhere between clearly better and much better. That's the type of position. But he does have under 1 minute now.
Yes.
So that could trip up Magnus. You need to be razor sharp. You need to be so accurate in order to win these types of positions. And as the clock ticks down, Levon's still with a bank of 9 minutes. Not going to be easy.
Levon's been so smart with his clock management. The thing is that Magnus, with little time on the clock, there's a huge chance those inaccuracies will happen, and Levon will have enough time to cash in on those. But he'd have to be super alert.
Yeah, it's the type of position. If Magnus makes one small inaccuracy, Levon might be able to force a draw on the spot here or in the near future. Magnus moves his rook across. Very logical, defending his pawn. The white knight just needs to get in. Knight c4, knight a5. something along those lines, and Magnus can turn the magic on. But he needs time. Levon has a couple of moves.
The one thing that I think Levon has to avoid is a creation that Magnus might be aiming for a passer on that right side as well. The C pawn, and eventually maybe dreaming of a trade on G5 and then to push that H pawn if Levon was forced to capture towards the center. And I think those are the kind of endgames, if you're Levon Aronian, you really want to avoid. Pawn takes pawn, H takes pawn, and then the H pawn moving forward.
Yeah, playing on both sides of the board. One pass pawn or one avenue of attack, often not enough. Oh, it's so tense in there. We see the audience as well. They don't know what to expect. They don't know which way it's going. They know it's a typical Magnus position, but the stakes are higher than ever, and the clock is lower than ever for Magnus.
He's squeezed with less than what he has on the board right now against Levon. And this is definitely something to play for. And it's amazing how you can look at him and you just know how much the position has shifted.
Yeah, that body language, as you said, James, for Levon now, so locked in because he knows that the next few moves are crucial.
Yeah, it's like mirrored physicalities, but one gives you a slight sense of despair and the other one gives you a slight sense of hope.
Yeah, it's like the hunter. He smells a bit of blood. The other one is being chased. Oh, is he going to be resistant, though, to this squeeze, the Magnus press?
The wound isn't big enough for a lot of blood dropping just yet.
That feels pretty committal.
Takes a decision.
Yeah, be careful. Magnus might take with the pawn now. And there we go. There's a weakness. Here, Levon has two isolated pawns. Both of them can be attacked by the white rook. They're on opposite flanks as well. The white rook is such a good long-range piece.
And Black's rook can defend one, but who's going to defend the other one? It's time for Levon to get that knight into the game. Find some targets. Get that piece on the d5 square. He goes the other way, hits the rook, inviting Magnus. But rook h3, does he want to go for knight jumping onto e2, putting pressure on f4? Is that the idea up Levon's sleeve?
Potentially, that is the idea. Maybe he wants to also break in the center. He wants to push his e-pawn forward, cement his knight, defend with his rook across the 6th rank. But that does also feel a bit flimsy. Magnus is going to go pawn hunting. There we go.
Exactly. It just feels like he encouraged Magnus to go after that pawn by threatening with his knight.
Oh my goodness. This is starting to get very shaky for Black. And Levon has to take some decisions.
One way to defend it.
Oh, if he goes back with his knight, then both of his pieces are on defensive posts. That feels wrong. Then the white knight is going to start breaking the blockade, kicking the black rook away. He has to go active, I think.
So instead we counterattack. Which pawn are we targeting?
Can only really target the f-pawn now. That's isolated without a defender.
You have to go on the counter offense. I also like the idea of creating that e-passer, and hopefully laterally the black rook will defend both pawns if there's a trade at the center of the board.
It's not just that, but getting pawns off the board here. I think the end goal for Levon Aronian is to get a rook and knight versus rook endgame. If he's able to trade off all of the white pawns, even at the cost of his knight, it's a draw. Rook and knight versus rook. Very straightforward draw at this level. So there is light at the end of the tunnel. So I think e5 achieves a couple of goals. It defends maybe along the 6th rank, but it also gets one more pawn off the board. Magnus will only have 3 left.
I believe what Levon potentially is calculating is because after that pawn moves forward, Magnus will be forced to trade. You don't want to defend that f-pawn, you don't want to give it away. And after that trade, you've left behind this d5 square for the white king to infiltrate via. So the line that's going on potentially in Levon's mind is takes, king marching up towards the right side, threatening to dislodge the black rook, attacking the pawn as well. And this at least looks dangerous from far away.
Looks very dangerous. If I didn't have the eval bar in front of me, I would say that white already has quite a big advantage, especially the trend of the game. The psychology, I mean, where it was, he does play this move e5, but where it was half an hour ago compared to where it is now, it looked like 0 danger for black. Now, big danger as Magnus needs to move quick.
Yeah, almost immediately recaptured.
He's got very little time on the clock, so Magnus under 30 seconds has to make quick decisions. Pawn takes pawn has to be the move here.
You just saw him check in with his clock. Now down to 20 seconds, makes a move back up to 35. He decides to snap that pawn off. That does mean there is an e-pawn that could eventually become a queen, but just as you said, Tanya, he's going to use this opportunity to bring his king towards the center, maybe dislodge that rook.
It's a very clear path in, and then the white knight has a beautiful square at the center of the board. Levon preempting it, wants to look for rook activity on the 2nd rank.
Problem is, as soon as the black rook gets active and starts kind of going to munch pawns, white's king is moving in, white's knight is moving in, the white rook is going to get up to start checking the black king. It's an active king against the passive king. Checkmating ideas in the air.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is Magnus 101. This is where he thrives. The king has entered.
The last 20 moves, it almost feels like Magnus has outclassed Levon in this endgame.
Yeah, there would only be one square for the king to defend, but it could easily get kicked away by the knight soon after. So instead, if you want to defend this, you have to give up one of your pawns on that 6th rank. Instead, he's going to drop his knight back.
Ooh, good move. Threatening a knight fork, and Magnus is saying, do you dare trade? Rook trade offered. Wow, that is brave. He's saying he has enough pawns left to win this.
It's very famous, right? Knight pawn endgames are almost like king pawn endgames, and that's the feeling that you get. If rook's off the board, Magnus should have a close to winning advantage with that very active king, a super passer, the e5 pawn under check right now, the knight poised to jump on to e4. Rook takes rook could be a losing move here.
Rook takes rook looks really bad.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if one extra set of pawns were off the board and you could just focus on one half, but while pawns are split so far across the board, knights cannot fight, especially because Levon will end up a pawn down there. So if not that, then what? If he moves his rook across, the white knight is coming with gain of time. If you give some checks, the white king is just gobbling up the pawn in the center. Levon might have to give up a pawn to hold this position. This is so difficult now.
And the thing is, we've got the bar telling us things are still under check for Levon. It's still in the balance, but he's got to be having the feeling that things have completely gone out of control for him.
Yeah. Spiraling. It feels like this game.
Yeah. I think both players in their mind know that white is clearly, or they assume that white is clearly better. We see the eval bar in the center. That's because black probably has a really narrow path of maybe half a dozen or more accurate moves in a row just to hold in the short term.
And it's either of those knight checks.
It has to be a knight check.
He gives
finds
one of them.
At least there, his knight will not get hit when the white king takes this pawn now.
I mean, Magnus is about to go up a pawn. That's the first tangible advantage he's gotten in the game.
Yeah, this is great defense, though, from Levon. He finds the best way forward. He's getting his rook active. That is the key. You cannot defend passively. The black knight and black king are passive, so he needs one active piece at least to compensate.
That's very brave as well, because the white rook is also ready to jump into the 7th rank, giving checks of his own. Magnus Carlsen up a pawn. Will it be enough? He goes to the other side of the board.
Okay, it looks like he wanted to go towards his pawn, but there might have been some nasty knight checks in the air. This square at least helps the king cover the knight jump in the near future. Levon, how does he justify the fact he's a pawn down now?
Well, it feels like it's got to be what you said. Get that rook in.
Yeah.
To the 2nd rank. Hit both knight and the h-pawn at the same time. Instead, he's going to slide over for another check.
And maybe another one as well, asking a question again, which side do you want to go with your king?
Ooh, but another check now. At least white would be able to guard the 2nd rank, and there'll be no infiltration. So is it now or never with the black rook?
He
decides it is. Oh, that's what's on the line right there. $200,000 and the title of freestyle chess champion in South Africa.
Magnus about to do Magnus things in this endgame is the feeling that we're getting right now. The rook comes in, attacks the knight and the pawn. But Magnus about to play with all his pieces. He gives in a check. The king has to fall back to defend the knight.
Yeah, he is closer than ever, though, Levon. He's going to get at least one pawn on the next move once the white knight saves itself. Then he's probably going to get the other pawn on the other side of the board. And then it's just a question of whether he can sacrifice his knight for white's remaining pawn, the powerful c-pawn. If he can sacrifice it, get all of white's pawns off the board, he's going to draw.
My heart's beating out of my chest. I can only imagine what these two players are thinking and feeling in this moment.
Especially Magnus down to 20 seconds.
That's right.
And Levon knowing that it's just so close. Magnus has to make a move. Now under 15 seconds for him.
Time always a factor.
He wants to jump in with a knight, but where does he go? He gives a check instead?
He wants to buy himself some time.
Ooh, big question for Levon, though. Can he improve his king, or does he just have to repeat the position? Can he go towards the white pawn in the near future? That feels a bit scary because you'll also be walking closer to the white knight. I think.
Yeah, For Levon, the best part is that he's got time on the clock for these difficult decisions, these difficult questions that Magnus is posing on him right now. Levon has time to navigate these decisions. You know, with everything on the line, the pressure, the nerves of the title being so close for Levon, playing against Magnus. If he gets this draw, it would be a massive achievement.
He's looking for this, you know, the storybook finish against Magnus Carlsen to put him away in an endgame, right? To have done already what is the unthinkable and take the decisive win in game number 1. If you can hold him off here in game number 2 and get it done, he's looking for it. And he decides he's going to just slide his king up to the e7 square. Another point of safety, getting 15 seconds back, says Magnus, you're the one who has to win. You're the one who has to take a stab.
Okay, he repeats, but he's not going to do it again. The king falls back. Magnus adds some time to the clock. 10 seconds. The knight jumps forward.
Okay, Levon is going to grab one of the 2 pawns. I'm not sure whether the order matters here, but you have to get those pawns off the board. They're potential future queens, and he knows that survival lies in an endgame without those white pawns.
But Magnus is heading towards that black king, right? Knight landing on d4, coming in with some checks. The white king also closing in via e5 and d6, looking for a mating net.
Maybe, but the black knight is such a good defender. The white pieces will need a lot of luck to coordinate and get past the king and knight combo. I think Magnus knows that he just can't create any threats in time. Levon, though, double-checking everything.
But that's the hope, that's the dream, right? Magnus does need a little bit of luck to take this to tie breaks.
Decides the h-pawn is the one that he wants. Magnus is going to use his single passer to move up one more square, kind of clamp down on the black position just a little bit, less opportunities, or options rather, for the black king to go to. And yes, threatening that check from the rook as well.
The black could just snap up that a2 pawn, right? And then Magnus has to go for the kill.
Yeah, Magnus, I don't know if he's bluffing or not, but he's trying to set one final trap here. And that's always how it works. It's still a level endgame. It has been the whole time. But Levon's been on the back foot the last few moves, but there will come a time where there might only be one move for survival. Magnus is going to try and narrow the path. He's going to hope that Levon's down under the 1 minute mark, and then he's going to say, okay, you have an only move. If you find it, draw. If not, good luck. It's a check first.
Yeah, he doesn't go pawn grabbing.
Wants to go behind maybe in some positions. Yeah, if the white king steps up, then the black rook goes, I think, behind. It's still scary. There are some knight fork ideas in the air for both sides.
Yeah, very interestingly, the white king can't land on that d6 square because of the defensive resource of knight jumping back to e8 with a fork. So Magnus falls back with the king, controls that c4 square.
Yeah, very important to stop the black rook going behind. It's another check.
Where do you go, David? Because c5, if you get your king to c5, there's a knight e6 fork. You get your king to d6, there's a knight e8 fork. Where is Magnus's king finding inroads?
Maybe he doesn't find inroads. Maybe this is just a fantastic idea from Levon. When in doubt, give a check. That's what I was told when I was playing a lot of blitz chess, and it was a rook endgame. And yeah, here, the white king just cannot bypass. Even if it steps forward, it will get checked again. And as Tanya said, there's no way past the 5th rank. The king is so passive now, though.
Does he keep checking? Does he continue? Or will Levon get his pieces into activity? Magnus Carlsen, a little bit of frustration there as he goes under the 30-second mark. He's done everything to create his chances, but Levon up to the task.
Stalwart as ever in his defense here, Levon Aronian, against the endgame master of Magnus Carlsen.
This is why he's been unbeaten throughout this whole week so far. Levon defending some difficult positions, but always doing it confidently, actively. He can keep checking. That looks fine too. He can move his knight. I think those are the 2 candidate moves here, the 2 candidate ideas at least. Which one's it going to be?
The one path I see for the white king could be via c3, b4, a5. You go diagonally to try to infiltrate on the other flank. If Levon was to keep checking, and maybe that's why he's taken a pause.
Yeah, Magnus has an idea up his sleeve. He always does. But now Levon's clock is ticking under 3 minutes. He's about to decide. He moves his knight finally off a really passive square. Great decision. Now the white king is so far away, the black rook and black knight can fight the enemy pieces. He's got enough in the action. He gains time against the white rook.
And you've got to keep that rook on the 7th rank if you're Magnus Carlsen, not allowing the black king to step up.
He's going to give a check. King will slide out of the way, but still blockading that promotion square from that pawn.
Hits the knight. And Levon. Is he going to go back all the way next to the king to put pressure on c6, or will he bring it in front to block that c-pawn from moving forward? I don't think you want to go offside on that right side of the board. You want to keep that knight as close as possible to the white pawn.
I think he can force a draw here, or at least a drawn endgame. There we go. He goes back. If the white knight now defends its pawn, he can just attack the knight. There's no way to defend because you can take that knight off the board. If the white king steps forward, there's going to be a knight check, a knight fork.
Wow.
Worst case scenario, you give up your knight now for this pawn and you just go check and you take the a2 pawn and it's rook and knight versus rook. That's a draw.
And it's the same story if the knight defends from a5. You could give a check or you could slide it all over to a3. So with no defense possible, Magnus pushes the pawns moments away from Levon potentially winning the Grand Slam.
And quick responses here from Levon as well as Magnus continues to reach for resources, continues to extend the game as he's so classically known to do.
But Black's found the perfect way to just separate the white army. Look at the lack of coordination. The white rook now so far away from the knight. The pawn has been distanced. Now he's going back, Levon Aronian. He's going to slide his rook across, going to bring it back. He's going to eliminate that white pawn. That is going to secure the draw he needs.
That is stunning. That is so precise. He stops the white knight from jumping in. A single check on Levon Aronian would be game over for him. He's making sure that Magnus's knight isn't going anywhere. Look at the way he's dominating, and there it is!
And he does it. Levon Aronian, undefeated run through South Africa to become your 5th Grand Slam champion and to go back-to-back to close out his 2025.
Wow. Levon Aronian, look at the celebrations. He deserves it. He's going to be rewarded with a kiss there. And yeah, that was just a fantastic display of determination, focus, endurance, everything.
This is amazing. Levon Aronian just defies the odds. He takes down mighty Magnus, wins the final Grand Slam. That's 2 belts for Levon Aronian, finishing 2nd even in the overall tour standings, as does Levon. The only thing that makes this sweeter is the feeling of overcoming the final boss in chess.
What a relief that must be. But he said it's how he would want it to happen. To go to the grand final here in South Africa, no better opponent than Magnus Carlsen. He gets it done in game number 1. He knows all he needs is a draw. He finds the end game. He's still pushed in just the way that Magnus Carlsen is able to do, but he holds strong defensively, and he gets it over the line. $200,000, the title of the South African Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion, and he'll take 2nd place in the Freestyle Chess overall tour.
Incredible stuff. And his creative genius, fighting spirit, triumphed over an ultimate opponent in chess. I mean, what a performance by him, start to finish. Undefeated in South Africa.
Yeah, 99% of players, even grandmasters, would have cracked against Magnus in that endgame, but it never really looked in doubt. It always felt like he would find the best moves. He always had enough time on the clock, and he's still remaining so calm. So impressive, so in control of himself, as well as the joy we've seen from him. Always with a smile on his face, and yeah, what a day it's been for him.
What a day, what a week it's been for him. But these are the highlights from our final round. It was a battle for 3rd, it was a battle for 1st. Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian found themselves in the same position. A draw or better gets it done. The handshakes were extended, off we go into the play. For Levon Aronian, it was not an easy road.
Amazing stuff. I mean, Levon versus Magnus, a dream final for the chess world, given the performance of the two. You know, Magnus shaky, but he always finds himself at the top, makes it to the finals. But Levon Aronian, peak performance, peak confidence, gets it done, takes the first win, doesn't even take it to tie breaks there, and holds an incredibly difficult endgame against Magnus Carlsen. What a win, what a story. This is a script no one could have written in South Africa.
Playing with poise and a sense of ease here in South Africa. And there it is. Magnus Carlsen knew there were no more options. The Kings go to the center of the board with the draw. We'll start in the lower bracket where things are all decided. Hans Niemann, he took 7th earlier in the day with Farhan Maghsoodloo ending 8th. Fabiano Caruana 5th with Arjun Erigaisi in 6th. Keimer, though, he gets it done for a podium finish. 3rd place is his, while Sindarov drops to 4th. But if we flip to the upper bracket, that's where all eyes were. It was our grand final between Levon Aronian and and Magnus Carlsen. Both had such difficult roads to the final, tremendous opponents that they had to overcome just to be in this situation. But a 1.5 to half scoreline in the end for Levon Aronian as the draw was offered by Magnus Carlsen. He is your 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam South African champion.
I mean, the first game of the day, that's where he got it done.
Yeah.
That was one of the most impressive, most one-sided games we've seen this week so far. And yeah, to do it in that fashion, to take the lead and still hold strong. Not many people can hold a lead against Magnus. Magnus has been weak. He's been shaky on the first games of the day, on multiple days. But not many people could hold him off. Levon did.
I mean, this whole match could come down to that first game, move number 2 by Magnus, giving up that e-pawn and never winning it back. And just how clinical Levon made it look after that. He just never let Magnus in the game, finish it, executed it to perfection. You got to feel it, right? This is our first season of Freestyle Chess, and Vincent Keimer takes the first one with this guy, getting the final one done, getting Vegas 2 back-to-back victories there. King of Freestyle Chess, I'd almost call him.
Yeah, just about. King of Freestyle Chess, and sharing his victory with his family, who is here in support for both of his Grand Slam wins. From Vegas to South Africa, back-to-back champ is Levon Aronian. Of course, with our event decided, that also means our year is decided. We can take a quick look at our overall Grand Slam standings. Magnus Carlsen, he still takes it. He had built such an insurmountable lead that even with the second place finish and 121 tour points, he will get the top spot, $100,000 being added to his prize purse. But Levon Aronian will slot into second, very importantly. 50 grand goes his way. And Fabiano Caruana, he'll get away with 25K for a third place finish. Vincent Keimer, though, no slouch, all the way up to fourth as well, and will round out the top 5 with Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, it's so inspiring, I think, for people at home, seeing experience pay off, showing that you just have to play with a smile on your face. I think that's just the key. That's the winning recipe. We've seen it throughout the tour. Vincent was just happy to be there in Weissenhaus, played with a freedom, home fans behind him. Magnus, of course, and then Levon. Just enjoying it, and that gives the extra 10% that you need at this level.
And maybe the secret ingredient, have your family around you as well.
Just maybe. You know, we've only had 3 Grand Slam victors, and all 3 of them finished 1, 2, and 3 in this tournament as well. So I think those, as a triad, are starting to define themselves as the guys to beat within the freestyle universe.
Exactly. There's something about it, like, and it's all such different styles. Magnus, universal, of course, can do everything, but Vincent, very strategic. Levon, just a ball of energy, always.
And I think Levon's style is what speaks and lends itself to freestyle chess. And that's why he's always spoken about this format. He loves it. He loves to play it, whether it was back in St. Louis before the tour even started and then coming to it. He called it, this is the best game ever invented.
Yeah, exactly. He has so much joy when he's playing freestyle chess. And that joy lends itself to freedom, and freedom on the board lends itself to creativity, the kind of creativity that lets you take down the likes of Magnus Carlsen. We have some time before the closing ceremony, some words from our top 3 finishers. So David, I turn to you. Let's go back and relive some of the highlights of the day, either from Levon Aronian or Vincent Keimer, in how they crafted such beautiful wins over their opponents.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring us back all the way to the start of the day when we saw a fascinating opening. This was the final position, but fascinating opening between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. Magnus with black, after 2 moves, spent over 10 minutes before deciding to gambit a pawn. I think in terms of fateful moves, fateful decisions, this was the one that cost him Magnus, giving up a pawn. And Levon just said, okay, I'm going to take it. And as we saw play out, he never got the pawn back. It was a few moves down the line, Levon clinching it pretty much with this move. Pawn to f4, he was a pawn to the good. And the rest of the game, Magnus never stood a chance. At some point, we saw Magnus down to 1 minute against almost 20. From there, it was clear who was in the ascendancy. Levon never really letting things slip. And in the second game, again, final position, I'll just show it. The reason Magnus gave up hope in this position was because Levon clinched the drawing motif. He's just sliding his rook across, check. He's bringing his rook back and eliminating the final danger, this pawn. attacking chess, defensive chess, he had it all.
That's the thing. Both things kind of equally impressive, right? You had to play the attacking chess to get the win, and then you had to defend against the best endgame player in the world. So you really proved I have it all in this moment.
Yeah. No, just the strength of character that Levon showed. Complete control of nerves, you know. While the position got difficult, while the endgame play was on, Magnus putting pressure move after move, Levon was clearly up to the task. He never showed that he was shaky. He was cool, composed, found the precise moves. And I have to say, the same for Vincent Keimer. I mean, his endgame finish was stunning.
And so instructive. And for him to hop into that confessional booth, say, I hope I'm not made a fool. And he definitely was not made a fool. Let's go back because it was so instructive. Again, he's saying, go read your endgame books, kids.
Exactly, and I might be doing this prematurely, but I'm going to award his move the move of the day.
Go for it, my friend. Go for it. Go for it.
That clincher against Sindarov, it was very instructive. He won 2 endgames against Sindarov. Both he had a bishop versus a knight. Often it's tough to force through pawns, especially here. It looks like such a blocked board, but it's all about the connect 4. That's the extra reason, the cherry on the cake. White here had prematurely pushed a pawn forward, and Vincent said, I spot that your king, your knight are just too far away from the real action. And by pushing this pawn forward, connecting the 4, it wasn't even about that pawn. It was more about this pawn. He's trying to help the corner pawns promote. And as we saw, it would have been the same thing if White had captured, but the next move was a check, and the black king threatening to come in. If White takes, it was the creation of the outside passer, and this pawn cost the White knight its life, and he went on to win the game. Beautiful endgame mastery.
Yeah, this was amazing to watch, just the way he executed this, Vincent Keimer, getting that podium finish. You know, guys, honestly, this has been such a historic day in so many ways. Levon getting his second slam there, the way he did it, taking down Magnus Carlsen. But it's also so emotional because it hits you that our freestyle Grand Slam tour, the first one, comes to an end today.
I know. Can you believe it?
It's crazy, right? We started back in Weissenhaus, across 3 continents, across 4 countries, and here we are. It's the final day. You know, James, we do this thing with MVP that you do with chat, where our chat gets to pick. I just want to say, for me, with all the joy, the roller coaster that this has been, the amazing moments that we've had, I think the MVP is Bobby Fischer right now for inventing this format. It's just amazing, you know, the visionary that he was, that he saw that the opening preparation might someday become the biggest roadblock in chess, and to come up with Fischer Random, which has led us to this point right now. So shout out to Bobby Fischer.
I like the shout out to Bobby Fischer, and you can see again just the joy on so many of the faces of these players, as you know, it almost brings them back to their childhood of, you know, of discovery, right, of relearning certain elements of chess because so much is unknown.
Exactly. We see it when they have the player discussions before every game begins, once the position is drawn. We see it even at dinner. We see it in the mornings when the burden of preparation isn't as intense as it is in regular chess. And yeah, it provides the freedom, it provides the creativity, it kind of the excitement for us as well. We have this ongoing thing every day about predicting the odds. If it's traditional chess, it's 50-50, 90% of the time. Here, it's all gloves off. It's so hard to predict. It's all about form. It's all about the moment. And ultimately, it was those 3 in the end, the standout from this season. But yeah, so many stars along the way.
All right, I'm going to start getting sentimental.
I know.
So here we go. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about favorite moments from this event, and we're going to talk about favorite moments from throughout the year. Anybody have one that immediately comes to mind from this event or from the year as a whole?
This event, I'll say yesterday, the last game, Magnus against Sindarov, just the drama, the last few moves, the kind of mutual queen promotions, the checks, and then the slap of the hands. In terms of games, that was it for me. For the whole season, I need a bit more time. Tanya.
Yeah, that's all right.
I think that's a great pick. I mean, that was such an epic fight, an epic battle, and I think seeing the overall performances this one with Levon and Sindarov, everything that they did. Looking back, it just feels like there have been so many of them. I look back at Weissenhaus, where we started, as well with Vincent. You know, on his path, he beats Alireza Firouzja, takes down Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana in that grand final. And what a performance that was. But I think one moment that's just, again, recency bias, as you call it, just stepping into South Africa, coming on, being here at this stunning place. And I kid you not, I mean, this is truly paradise. I mean, just seeing how beautiful South Africa can be, it just blew my mind. And the chess that we saw here, it's left a big impact. So just all of it. And loved working with the two of you in the studio.
Right
I'm getting
back
emotional.
at you. Right back at you.
Oh.
And while I would have gone for the same moment, I'll go for something a little different. Obviously, Levon getting the win is super special. I think for me, what is more special is, again, the fact that yesterday when asked in an interview, in reflecting towards making to the grand final, that he wanted it to be Magnus Carlsen. So just the fact that we got the matchup that he wanted, and I think to a degree that Magnus wanted, even if it wasn't the result that he wanted.
Absolutely. He called it a great privilege to go into this final to fight for championship, and he really lived up to the expectations that all of us had. What a performance by him. And I'll just add one more moment. You know, you pointed out the Sindarov-Magnus match, and I think one that I remember very clearly also has Sindarov in it, the Fabi-Sindarov match back from the semifinals in the very first Grand Slam at Weissenhaus that went down to the wire, went into the Armageddon, over 7 hours of play with Fabiano coming out on top, was one of those moments that had us all on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, I hope beyond all hopes that Vachier comes away from this event still with his head held extremely high, right? I know that given the start that he had with the round robin and into the knockouts, maybe a fourth is going to feel a little bit sour, but again, he just put on such a beautiful performance.
Yeah, and James and David, let's not forget all those quarterfinals picks, right? Ali Reza taking Vincent, losing to him, Jan Nepomniachtchi making the same mistake, and just how much we realize that Vincent Keimer is an opponent you never want to pick on.
Yeah. The chess basketball mesh kind of...
Ooh, another great call out.
That was for me as well, another highlight.
This whole year has been full of so many amazing surprises. And look, we could talk till we're blue in the face, but I know that there's some players that you all at home want to hear from, rather. So let's go over to Fiona, who's standing by with our top three for a word and how they reflect on the South Africa event and everything that happened, starting with Vincent Keimer.
I'm here with Vincent Keimer, who just finished in 3rd place in the South African tournament after beating Vachier in the final match. Vincent, congratulations on your 3rd place. How do you feel?
Thank you. Yeah, I feel pretty good. I think it was a very good match for me. I'm very happy with the level of chess I showed today. And yeah, I didn't leave him too many chances, so that was nice. I think it all started with already getting a very comfortable starting position for White. So we could apply some pressure. He had to spend a lot of time and then made some mistakes in critical positions.
Do you feel you saved your best for last and today was your best day?
I think here it was my best chess, for sure. Against Arjun, it was much rather fighting than clean. Yesterday I also felt that I played quite well if you leave the tiebreak aside. But of course at the second game it was a pity that in time trouble I didn't manage to convert my winning position.
You did say here it was your best chess, but if we look back at the season, of course, the very first event we had in Weissenhaus, you were the surprise champion there. Looking back now that the year draws to a close, was that one of your highlights or the highlight of the year?
Yeah, it still remains one of the highlights of the year, even though so many things have gone well. But yeah, I think, winning such a tournament, winning matches against Ali Reza, Magnus and Fabi consecutively, it's not something you will ever really forget. So that really remains a very important memory for me, and it has been fantastic. Also, not only the result, but also the level of play that I showed. I was extremely happy with that. I think my best match was maybe even against Fabi. It was very clean play, and yeah, it really started off an amazing year for me. The next few months were a bit up and down, but the second half of the year has been great in terms of classical chess. I gained from May till end of the year 45 rating or something, so that was really amazing, yes.
A great year for you. How much do you enjoy playing freestyle chess, and what makes it different to the other classical events, in your opinion?
I think for us it's very nice we don't have to prepare. I mean, usually when you play top-level events, you have to spend a lot of time and also mental energy on the preparation, considering which openings you want to play, and it usually plays a huge role in how the game and the tournament itself goes. While here you can mostly focus on just playing good chess itself. So that's the main difference. And yeah, I think it's much easier on our nerves. So that's nice once in a while, especially since we are playing so many tournaments.
We ended the year here in Grootboos in South Africa. Had you played in South Africa before?
Yes, but it was 11 years ago. So I think Vachier probably also played. It was in Durban in 2014. So yeah, back then, you know, you could see some upcoming talents like Pragnananda, Nihal Sari, Nodebek Abdusatorov playing in the Under-10 World Championship. So it's very funny that, you know, so many of us have played there that year, and yeah, that also still is kind of a nice memory.
You also finished not just third here, but fourth in the overall Grand Slam standings. Where do you go from here? What's the goal for next year? Do you look forward to playing more freestyle?
Sure, yeah, and you know, fourth place, there's still a lot to improve. So, you know, after winning the first event, and also Paris going quite well, of course, in Las Vegas, I didn't do well, and also in Grenke, I got kind of unlucky that I got the last round pairing with Magnus, and then therefore kind of lost my chances for a top spot there. But yeah, I mean, it has been an amazing season. I'm really happy about it. Of course, there's a lot to improve on, but I'm looking forward to next year.
Vincent, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And we are now going to turn to our champion, so I'll let you go. Thank you so much, Vincent. We'll see you on the stage in a second. And I'm joined now by our back-to-back champion, Levon. Congratulations. What an incredible performance. You won in Las Vegas. Now you win here in South Africa. Before we dive into it, how do you feel right now, having just ended your match against Magnus?
Amazing. Yeah, I'm very happy that I played so well today. I mean, I'm actually, I would say, a bit proud of myself.
Yesterday I talked to you after the match and you said, I got lucky, but today it's a very different feeling.
Yes. It's more fulfilling because you know that you've been controlling the game, you know, not blundering things, so it's a big deal.
And Levon, I remember thinking back to Weissenhaus, you didn't have the best start to the season. And then what changed in your opinion, you know, getting these back-to-back wins, playing some incredible chess?
Hard to say. I don't know. I just kind of relaxed and then things started working out.
And here in South Africa, you went undefeated throughout the tournament, 17 games, if I'm not mistaken. What is your secret?
Having my family with me, and they're supporting me and giving me strength, and yeah, I can highly recommend that.
We will be joined by Annie in a second, but let me just ask you, what's your highlight from this event here in Grootboos?
Well, definitely beating Magnus in the finals. You probably know that Magnus doesn't really like losing, so to win against him, yeah, it's a great feeling.
And Annie, would you like to join us? I'll let you take the middle. You have been a huge influence on Levon. He mentioned it, you know, when it came to picking the opponent. Let's start there. After the round robin, he said, I will ask my wife, I will ask Annie. You picked Hans. What made you make that choice? And tell us a little bit about your support role for Levon.
I think generally it was just an intuition, and he asked me, we asked Sabel, she also repeated after me, and we asked my mom, she said the same, I guess, because of me, and I don't know, just an intuition. Also, I don't know, as Hans is one of the most arrogant players, I think it feels good to show off a little bit in front of him. And then, yeah, we have been having a great time here in South Africa, and I think the whole atmosphere and our family around, we kept Levon happy and relaxed for the tournament so he can do his best and concentrate on the games.
And it sure paid off. We talk to players quite a lot about how they feel during games, during tournaments, but tell us a little bit from your perspective when you're sitting in the playing hall, you're watching him play, what does your inner landscape look like?
I mostly feel very stressed, but also, for example, during the last round, the finals, I've been feeling very calm and very relaxed, because I think the first rounds are the most important, because you kind of build the base for the tournament. And then in the end, I just trusted Levon because I knew he can do it. And he did it again.
He did it again. Levon, let me return to you. In the final, we saw two players who have been at the top of the game for so long, yourself and Magnus. You both beat younger, hungry opponents yesterday, Vachier and Vincent. What do you think made the experience here pull through against you?
I don't know. Maybe the fact that we're decent players. I mean, it's not really about experience. I think it's just that. I mean, I've been a blitz player since I was very little, and this is something I love doing. And I think the fact that I just enjoyed myself kind of worked in my favor.
Well, Levon, congratulations once again, Annie. Congrats to you all as a family. It's always such a pleasure having you here, and we will be seeing you on the stage very shortly. Thank you so much. And I'm now going to turn to the founder of this wonderful event, Jan-Henrik Büttner. Jan-Henrik, here we are. The year has flown by. We are in beautiful South Africa. How do you reflect on the season that's behind us?
I couldn't be more happy. It just has been an incredible journey, starting in Singapore in November, and then going through Weissenhaus and Paris and Karlsruhe, and then Las Vegas, obviously, which was huge again, and then now here. And during such tournament, it's always difficult to breathe, and I'm always trying to enjoy a little bit, the games and get into it and see the excitement and so on. And it's like, as I said, all these 8 players are so close to my heart. For me, it's always difficult to root for somebody, and I think the outcome is really perfect. It's really great. I mean, you have Magnus. Of course, he's angry that he didn't win this one because, of course, he wants to win everything. But still, he's like had 37 points ahead of Levon in the final tour. So this is still a big statement. 121 to 84. I just looked it up, and then. So then you have right behind you have Fabi and Vincent. So it's like they're close, and then the rest is kind of further behind. So you have the perfect outcome. You have Magnus has won 3 times, including the GOAT challenge in the beginning. You have Levon winning twice. You have Vincent winning, and so it's really, really incredible. I'm very happy about the result. I'm very happy that we got to pull it off. Every day is a challenge to see that everything is going right. That there's a lot of things going back, even such thing as sometimes when the sun was going here, it was too hot in there, so we need to climb it. Then we had a bird in the room. So it's a lot of different things, but I couldn't be more happy.
We had so many highlights throughout the entire season. Do you have a personal favorite moment?
Oh, I didn't even have a time to think about it. I'm sure there is a favorite moment, but at this point. It's just the overall situation that we have really got it done, and there were so many obstacles along the way and also in between to get this whole tour on. We invested $25 million into this thing, right? And we created a complete new professional league in a new sports variant of the sport out of nothing, and all of this, what I had in my head, and I discussed with Holly what we brought to the market, and then Thorsten, her father, just implemented, and the whole team. I mean, everybody, including you, around. We have 85 people working on this in this wonderful resort of my very dear friend Michael Lutzeyer, whom I know for 20 years, and so this was the vision from the beginning. And I'm always most happy when I see a moment of a vision coming to reality. And so there's a thing popping in my mind right now. I remember that when the Silo Hotel is kind of our favorite hotel in Cape Town, and actually even around the world, one of the most favorite hotels that we have. And when I saw this pool, and when we had this idea of the underwater chess, and I had this idea, let's do it there, and then do the outdoor auditorium in the waterfront. And that was a moment a week ago when this came into reality, when I was really on the roof of the silo, and you see these super grandmasters diving in the water and doing this crazy stuff, and then in the auditorium having Vidit there with the 2 radio hosts from South Africa. That was, I think, the best moment that I can remember at this point.
It was an incredible event. The entire tour was just phenomenal, such a mammoth project. Where do we go from here? What's next?
Yeah, I think we first have to really go rest a little bit and have a think on it. We have so many options right now. We are talking to so many people. We have so many avenues that we can do. We could do the same again. We could do something totally different. We can actually move it to a certain place. We are approached by some very interesting hosts that would like to own the tour, and then we would do like the events more there. You know, maybe we do it at Weissenhaus again. I'm just still not sure right now. We have to at least take a week or 2 or 3 to think about, and then we'll make an announcement before year's end.
Jan-Henrik, thank you so much. Thank you so much for creating this entire event. And now we have only one more matter to attend to, and that is, of course, the prize-giving ceremony. As we head back to the stage, let's take a look at the highlights from the South African Grand Slam.
What a final to an extraordinary freestyle chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. 3 continents, 5 stages, from Weissenhaus to Paris and Grenke to Las Vegas, and now here at Groot Bos Private Nature Reserve. Freestyle chess is more than just a tournament series. What a wonderful journey. It all kicked off at Cape Town's waterfront with a splash. The South African leg began with a diving freestyle chess challenge at the rooftop of the Silo Hotel. Groot Bos Private Nature Reserve proved to be a breathtaking stage for the 2025 season finals, combining wild beauty with a majestic atmosphere. In this freestyle chess Grand Slam, you showed what you are truly capable of. Every move, every battle, every moment of risk and courage has made this tour something special.
Magnus just signaled, I'm so happy.
I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level.
Because Magnus obviously finds it. And it's a brilliancy. You capture the bishop, the rook slides over, you win material.
A turnaround. Magnus about to make a comeback in this match. This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode. And when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone.
And now we say this clearly and directly to you. Thank you, guys.
Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
"2025 has been an incredible year for chess. What started as a seed of an idea from Jan-Henrik and Holly Buettner has blossomed into something spectacular. From Weissenhaus, Paris, Grenke, Las Vegas, and now to South Africa, our final destination, freestyle chess delivered unforgettable action every step of the way. We've seen new stars rise to challenge old legends of the chess world, and it all came to a thrilling conclusion here on the African coast. We have one thing left to do, and that's to close out our year of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, and joining me to present our top 3 is none other than Jan-Henrik himself. Jan, before we bring those top 3 finishers on stage, any words from you as we conclude our season?
I'm just totally excited and glad that we have put on this incredible show together with you and your colleagues and like 85 people that are putting the show on every time, and starting in Singapore, going to Germany, France, USA, Las Vegas, and then finally here. And I'm just so relieved that everything went so well. And I mean, it couldn't be more. The result couldn't have been more spectacular, and the final couldn't have been more deserved by these 2 players.
Well, thank you. It's been an honor of a lifetime. But without further ado, with a slower start to his tournament here in South Africa, he once again proved why you should never pick him in the knockout stage with his quarterfinal win, falling only to Levon Aronian in a hard-fought semifinal tiebreak before locking up his top 3 finish. In third place, it's Vincent Keimer. Now, after a 4th place finish in the round robin, and with no choice of who he'd face in the knockouts, he fought back in a must-win situation against Fabiano Caruana to keep his bracket run alive. From there, he was tested by the younger generation in the semifinal, but held strong to earn his spot in his 3rd Freestyle Chess Grand Final. Finishing 2nd, it's Magnus Carlsen. And now, only one of 2 players with an undefeated performance in the round robin and undefeated through the entire tournament. He proved his pick in the quarterfinals against Hans Niemann before continuing his undefeated streak in the South Africa Grand Slam and securing his spot in his 2nd consecutive Grand Final. Defending his title, your Freestyle Chess South Africa Grand Slam champion, Levon Aronian. Now we have one piece of business left to attend to here in South Africa. But first, a little treat. Check it out.
Dear friends, FIDE welcomes an ambitious initiative of the Freestyle Chess team to develop the chess format traditionally known in the global chess community as Fischer Random or Chess 960. The new brand has a potential to be a success story, and we are open to collaborate in a mutually beneficial way to that end. Congratulations to Jan-Henrik Büttner with the first season of the Freestyle Grand Slam and to its winner, 16th world champion Magnus Carlsen. FIDE recognizes him now as unambiguous #1 in the world in this exciting version of chess. See you very soon in Doha at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
And as we just heard, there is one player who over the course of the years stood tall above the rest. The one who through 5 Grand Slams proved to build an insurmountable lead in the world of freestyle chess. Please join me in crowning your 2025 and first ever Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion, Magnus Carlsen. It's been an incredible journey this year on the freestyle chess circuit. Weisenhaus, Paris, Grenke, Las Vegas, and South Africa. 5 incredible locations playing host to even more spectacular events. While we're bringing the 2025 season to a close, we want to thank the players for delivering unforgettable action every step of the way. And of course, thank all of you for sharing every moment with us. Now, if you enjoyed it and you're hungry for more freestyle chess, keep your eyes peeled in 2026 for more freestyle chess action as the Grand Slam Tour gets back underway. Stay tuned for the post-game show, but for now, that's going to be it from South Africa. So until next time, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too Just take me for a ride.